Primordial God-King. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1426. Even more obscene. Qin Wentian was born with a bloodline gifted with magical powers, but he was not in a hurry to leave. He glanced at the powerful people around him. The changes of powerful human martial artists were not so obvious, but those big monsters were truly transformed and became more terrifying. As the strong of the monster race, these big monsters bathed in the glory of the God Mountain, and they would definitely be able to evolve to a very strong level. In the future, the big monsters who walked out of here will become competitors for the king of the wilderness. In the legend, the monster god mountain is a sign of the birth of the monster god, which is similar to the meaning of the heavenly Deo Holy Academy, symbolizing the era of the ancient emperor. Whether it is the fairyland or the wild land, they are all ushering in an extraordinary era. Purgatory and the little bastard are also transforming. Seeing their changes, Qin Wentian smiled, especially the little bastard, who changed more obviously. The little guy with a snow-white body was now covered in gold, the gold of the king, and was filled with the aura of looking at. His body was not as huge as many monsters, but it gave people a perfect feeling. His body was filled with wisps of amazing swallowing the sky. He saw a beautiful figure not far away, bathing in the glory of the demon god, like a goddess of the 9 heavens, holy and unparalleled, and could not be desecrated. That was the Empress, the Southern Phoenix Empress. Even though she was noble and powerful, she was also feeling the glory of the demon god and experiencing it carefully. At the level of the Southern Phoenix Empress, what she pursued was probably the illusory miracle. She herself was already at the top of the fairyland. Qin Wentian closed his eyes and continued to feel the glory of the demon god seeping into his body and blood. Unfortunately, this power still seemed unable to allow him to truly control another blood. That blood still seemed illusory. Although he could use it a little more than before, this extremely pure blood like a candle flame still revealed his mystery. After the first real awakening of the demon blood, coupled with the infiltration of the demon god's glory, Qin Wentian began to temper his flesh and bones with his blood. The bones in his body seemed to have glory, like talisman bones, containing wonderful and powerful power. His blood and body became stronger after repeated purification, so that his understanding of the power of rules became deeper. At the foot of the sacred mountain, any power is no longer suppressed. He can better understand and feel it. Many strong men are also feeling and immersed in a wonderful state. In a blink of an eye, a year has passed since the opening of the Demon God Mountain. In this year, the land of the Demon God Mountain has more wild monsters and human martial artists. The whole wilderness and humans are completely rioting, but even so, there are still only a few strong men who step into the palace of the sacred mountain. Obviously, it is extremely difficult to get here. The wilderness was shaken, and the immortal realm was also shaken. Everyone was a little worried. This time, the endless monsters in the sacred mountain were advancing and retreating, and the wilderness would become even stronger and more terrifying. If they attacked the immortal realm, it would be a disaster. In the past, the people of the immortal realm had a shallow impression of the wilderness 10,000 mountains. They only knew that there was a vast and endless wilderness area in the extreme north of the immortal realm, which was a paradise for monsters. But in the past year, all kinds of rumors about the wilderness 10,000 mountains have spread to the immortal realm. Those super powerful monster races were known to the people of the immortal realm. There were many voices saying that the power of the wilderness surpassed the immortal realm. Those super powerful monster races in the wilderness and the royal family of the wilderness were more powerful and terrifying than the top forces in the immortal realm. After a few months, the third eye between Qin Wentian's eyebrows suddenly opened, emitting a terrifying demonic light. In an instant, a terrible field of destruction appeared. In that field of destruction, it was filled with the light of destruction. Every ray of destruction was as sharp as a sword. The eyes closed and then dissipated. Qin Wentian opened his eyes, shining. I can really practice the innate magical power of the evil god clan. With the help of blood power, I have created a second rule domain. The first rule domain is the god's hand domain, and the second rule domain is the evil eye domain. Qin Wentian said in his heart. He can continue to improve the power of the evil eye domain and make it stronger, becoming his extraordinary attack method. Do you have the blood of a great demon flowing in your body? A cold voice came, but it was particularly crisp. Qin Wentian saw a very beautiful face and smiled. Yes, otherwise why would I come here? Yao Huang, why are you here? Although Demon God Mountain is a sacred place for demons and beasts, it still has its merits. The many phantoms of great demons on the mountain walls are like ore, and they can even inherit the magical powers of demons and beasts. Even humans can get a lot of insights from them. Beaming Yao Huang said calmly. From her attitude, she seemed to have no opinion on Qin Wentian. Perhaps after being teased by Qin Wentian many times, she gradually got used to it. Well, even the Emperor Senior is meditating, which shows that this place is extraordinary. Although we are far inferior to the Empress, we should also cherish this rare opportunity. Qin Wentian nodded and said, Emperor Yu, don't worry about the misunderstandings between you and me. Although you are my senior, the opportunity of beaming Fairy Mountain makes me feel close to you. There is no need to follow the etiquette of the junior. You can just call me Wentian. Shameless. Beaming Yao Huang looked at Qin Wentian coldly. Emperor Yu, you are so beautiful. If you smile, you will definitely eclipse the world. Why do you keep a cold face all the time? Qin Wentian sighed. Beaming Yao Huang was completely defeated by this guy's shamelessness. At this time, the little bastard also woke up and blinked his eyes at Qin Wentian and Beaming Yao Huang. These two guys, something is going on. Do you like this beauty? The little bastard walked out leisurely. Oh. Qin Wentian glared at the little bastard and said, what do you know, you little bastard? I have a deep connection with the Nether Emperor, how can you understand it? The little bastard's eyes kept turning, obviously unbelieving. The North Ming Nether Emperor looked at the little bastard, and a strange light flashed in his beautiful eyes. What are you looking at? Although you are beautiful, I will not be tempted by you. I know you want my inheritance, but if you want me to give it to you, you must agree to one condition of mine. The little bastard said. He and the North Ming Nether Emperor both knew that the other had the inheritance of the Brahma Emperor. What condition? The North Ming Nether Emperor asked. My Wentian is gifted and has practiced with me. In the future, he will unify the fairyland and achieve the supreme honor. How about you marry Wentian as a concubine and I will give you the inheritance? The little bastard said with his head held high. Boom. A chill instantly enveloped the space. Qin Wentian shuddered and cursed the bastard inwardly. He dared to say this. The relationship that was finally eased was ruined this time. Bei Mingyu Wang's eyes were extremely cold as he stared at the little bastard. She was the daughter of Bei Ming Emperor, the princess of Bei Ming Xian dynasty, and the youngest Xian emperor in the history of Bei Ming Xian dynasty. Her halo was so dazzling, not to mention her stunning beauty. This bastard monster actually asked her to marry Qin Wentian as a concubine? The little bastard shivered and hid behind Qin Wentian, whispering, it's so cold, beautiful lady, don't be angry if you don't agree. Isn't this baby discussing it with you? Isn't it this king? Bei Mingyu Wang's voice was extremely cold. I'm kidding, Wentian. The little guy's body turned into a snow-white little monster, poking out his head, very cute, making people reluctant to attack him. Yes, the little bastard is quite naughty. Yu Wang, don't bother with him. Qin Wentian said tremblingly. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. He dared to make such a joke. He was just teasing Bei Mingyu Wang in a subtle way. This bastard actually said that Bei Mingyu Wang should marry him as a concubine. If Bei Ming Emperor heard this, he would have to kill him directly. That's right, beauty, I will give you the inheritance right now. You don't have to agree to any conditions. As long as you remember my kindness, as for the matter between you and Wentian, whether you are my wife or concubine, I don't care. The little bastard said in a baby voice, which made Bei Mingyu Wang's beautiful eyes flicker, are you serious? I will take your inheritance. Can you bear it? You underestimate me too much? The little bastard flashed and jumped onto the body of Bei Mingyu Wang. Bei Mingyu Wang caught him, and the little guy arched his body in her arms and lay there lazily, as if he was enjoying it very much. He also blinked at Qin Wentian, which made Qin Wentian stunned. What a beast. I just knew that Emperor Brahma and I are of the same clan, and I am the king of this clan. I can now awaken the inheritance of Emperor Brahma directly, so why should I need his inheritance? What's more, I can pass it on to you actively and it won't cause any harm to me. The little bastard said arrogantly, Sister, you are so beautiful. What's your name? Qin Wentian's face was full of black lines. He was completely defeated. He found that he had nothing to do at the moment. Qin Wentian raised his foot and walked towards the mountain wall of the sacred mountain. A slightly softer voice came from behind him, Northern Dark Emperor. Sister Dark Emperor, The little bastard called in a baby voice, and Qin Wentian's footsteps were a little unsteady. This bastard is more wretched than before. It seems that he is growing up. The sky-devouring beast is one of the rarest sacred beasts of the demon race. It is very rare, even in the wildland. I didn't expect that the Brahma Emperor is actually a sky-devouring beast. There is no record of the royal family of the sky-devouring beast. This little guy is the king of the sky-devouring beast. It seems that you're lucky. However, I didn't expect that the royal family of the sky-devouring beast is so cute. The voice of the Southern Phoenix Queen came. Qin Wentian looked at the Empress and said, "Senior Empress, this little guy has been naughty since he was young and likes to brag. Who knows if he is from the royal family? It should be true. Some high-blooded races of the demon race become more terrifying as they advance in the later stages. They awaken their blood and magical powers when they reach a high level. This guy awakened so late, so he must have a very noble bloodline. In the future, he may really swallow the sun, moon and stars as the legend says." The Empress' voice made Qin Wentian feel a little unreal, and he looked at the little guy in the arms of the North Nether Emperor. This cute and wretched little bastard doesn't look like the legendary super scary demon at all. Chapter 1427, Rapid Progress. Of course, if the little bastard is really a royal family of the sky-devouring beast, Qin Wentian will naturally be happy for him. After this awakening, the little bastard will definitely be more powerful and terrifying when he goes out. "Senior Empress, I'll go to the mountain wall to take a look," Qin Wentian said. The Southern Phoenix Empress had an unparalleled appearance and extraordinary temperament, but he couldn't be as casual as he was with the Northern Dark Emperor. "Go, since you can awaken your bloodline, you must be able to gain a lot here." The Empress smiled and nodded. Qin Wentian nodded slightly and walked to the mountain wall to see those super-powerful demons and sacred beasts. Many great demons of the Dragon Clan, Ancient Phoenix, Suzaku, Zuanwu, Qilin, White Tiger, Teoti, Chaos and many other sacred beasts all exist on the mountain wall, and there are also some extremely rare sacred beasts. Qin Wentian walked to the image of the golden-winged Depin bird and stared into it. Then, his consciousness gradually sank into it, and an amazing picture appeared in his mind. There was a golden-winged rock bird. It had the speed of a rock bird, shuttling between heaven and earth, crossing the distance of space, and was not controlled by anything. Its wings were like the sharpest sword in the world, able to cut off everything. Wherever it passed, the world seemed to be split into two. That sword was indestructible and could break everything. He stared forward with his eyes, flapping his wings, able to create a terrible space storm, strangling everything. He possessed many incomparable magical skills, and possessed extremely powerful innate magical skills, as if he could all feel them here. Qin Wentian felt quietly. Now that his bloodline had initially awakened, he could practice the power of the evil god race, which meant that he could also practice the magical powers of other great demon races. If the attributes matched, he could even practice the bloodline skills. He may not be able to practice Depin's unique talent, but he has been practicing Depin's body skills. Understanding it here can make him feel deeper. Although he can't compare with the golden-winged Depin bird to directly shuttle through the void and teleport across the distance, but practicing a strong body skill is still of great help to him. He can't miss such an opportunity. Qin Wentian was immersed in it. After a long time, he broke away from it. Then, he continued to look at other holy beasts and monsters, looking for magical methods suitable for his practice. Is this an elephant monster? Qin Wentian found a powerful and terrifying holy beast, which is a member of the elephant monster clan, but this elephant is like a divine elephant, the king of the elephant clan. His body is extremely huge, like an ancient giant mountain, and his whole body is like metal. Qin Wentian's consciousness sank into it. The divine elephant let out a roar, and the heaven and earth trembled. Its four hooves stepped on the ground, and Qin Wentian suddenly felt that the world was suppressed and shrouded, as if an unparalleled power had descended, heavy and boundless. Then, the divine elephant continued to step, and the sky collapsed, the earth cracked, and everything was suppressed and destroyed, turning into ashes. What a powerful magical power! The whole world seems to be suppressed, and there is also super strong gravity. If there is an opponent in it, he will be suppressed and unable to move, and will be destroyed and killed. Qin Wentian's heart trembled. He was good at the rules of force, the rules of suppression, and the rules of domineering magic. The attack was assisted by the rules of sword and destruction. If the divine elephant's innate magical power could be used to create a rule field, it would definitely have amazing power. Even if it could not completely kill the opponent, it would be even more powerful with the help of the evil eye rule field and the God's hand rule field. Thinking of this, Qin Wentian began to practice and comprehend seriously, and was immersed in practice again. This practice took a long time. When he reached the realm of Immortal King, it was not so simple to simulate the bloodline talent of the big monster through the power of bloodline and the power of rules he practiced to create the rule field. Naturally, it would take a long time to comprehend. Moreover, with the exploration of the understanding of the rule field, Qin Wentian's use of the power of rules and his understanding of the power of rules itself became more and more profound. After a long time, Qin Wentian created the power of the third rule field. With the help of bloodline power, he was able to bring this rule field to the strongest level. He called it the God Elephant rule field. Now, Qin Wentian has comprehended 3 rule fields: the God's hand rule field, the evil eye rule field, and the God Elephant rule field, each with different powers. At the realm of Immortal King, he is getting more and more stable. He continued to practice and comprehend the superpowers of various big monsters. Not only him, but also those human extraordinary martial arts monks also comprehended here and refused to leave. They all gained something. Qin Wentian saw some rare abilities of great monsters. For example, he saw a monster he had never seen before, the Dream Taper monster. This monster could swallow people's dreams, make them reappear in their dreams, and become trapped in them. This innate magical power was extremely wonderful. Although it was not a specific means of attack, its power was still amazing. However, Qin Wentian could not cultivate this innate ability and had no idea where to start. He could only continue to sense other kinds of magical powers. Time passed very quickly. Unknowingly, it had been 3 years since the opening of the sacred mountain. Qin Wentian and his companions had been practicing in the sacred mountain without leaving. At this time, Qin Wentian was sitting under the figure of the sacred mountain statue, quietly comprehending the various innate powers and magical skills of the demon world that he had obtained and sensed in the past few days. With the help of the record of all laws and the mirror curtain technique that he had cultivated in the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao, he could derive magical powers by himself while sitting there. In Qin Wentian's mind, he was practicing a sword technique. The mirror screen was suspended in the air. His figure was holding a sharp sword. A wonderful breath was emanating from the sword, like a dream, and it also had an extremely domineering demonic power. Qin Wentian moved his body. His figure was like a great rock. His movements were as fast as lightning. When he swung his sword, it was like a dream, like an illusory sword, a sword of a dream demon, which made people feel unreal. However, when the sword light fell, a terrible sound of sonic boom was heard. There was a faint momentum of the golden winged rock's claws smashing the world, as fast as lightning and domineering. However, the sword technique changed in an instant. As if the first strike missed, the second sword was struck in an instant. The style of this sword suddenly changed. It was no longer a slash, but a straight stab. It was still like a dream, which would give people an illusion, but what remained unchanged was the speed and domineering of the sword, as well as the sonic boom that killed everything, like the attack of a divine elephant, with infinite power. The sword did not stop. The third sword was unstoppable, like a real dragon coming out, destroying everything and breaking the world. After 3 sword strikes, Qin Wentian stopped. 3 consecutive sword strikes. The sword technique changes every time. It is not easy to master it, but if this sword technique is successful, the power will be amazing, and if it is activated by the power of the God's hand, the attack will be rare. Qin Wentian thought to himself, this sword technique was created by him based on his understanding in the past few days. The power is domineering and unparalleled. Each sword technique is like a great demon's magical power, and with the help of the sword, it is very scary, and the soul of this sword is derived from the innate magical power of the Dream Taper Great Demon, which has the power of the Dream Demon. When the sword technique is used, the opponent will have a dream demon and fall into an unreal feeling. If the rule power and will are not strong enough, one sword is enough to kill. He named this sword technique Dream Demon Sword Technique, which is homophonic with the Great Demon Mengmo. It is not yet perfect, so he continued to practice and integrated all the abilities of many great demons into the sword technique. Then he continued to transform and perfect it, and it became a coherent and arbitrary sword move that could be used at will with his powerful body technique. The talent of human martial arts practitioners over demon beasts lies in comprehension, so they naturally have to make good use of the power of comprehension. In the process of continuous improvement, Qin Wentian also practiced and perfected his sword and halberd techniques, which verified each other and made continuous progress. If he stagnated, he would stand up and observe the mountain wall of Shenshin Mountain and continue to comprehend it. In this way, his cultivation continued to improve, his ability was enhanced little by little, his application of rules became stronger and stronger, and the progress of the rules themselves was also amazingly fast. Of course, all this happened silently, and no one knew how much he had improved or what he had comprehended. Everything was deduced in his mind, but the great demons and humans here had made great progress. Some great demons became more and more terrifying and awakened to an astonishing degree. 7 years have passed, and the news of the opening of the sacred mountain has long since spread throughout the wilderness and the fairyland. The people in the sacred mountain have gone from being shocked to calm, although they are still a little nervous, but the great monsters practicing in the sacred mountain are still immersed in it. They know that it will take a long time for these great monsters to complete this transformation and leave the mountain, and it will not happen in a moment. Over the years, the little bastard who passed on the inheritance to Bei Ming Yuang had a very good relationship with Bei Ming Yuang. He would jump into Bei Ming Yuang's arms to play and rest on Bei Ming Yuang's chest. Qin Wentian was stunned and admired this guy very much. Some monsters are born to seduce women. Even those beauties who are at the level of bringing disaster to the country and the people cannot escape his claws. What made Qin Wentian even more angry and depressed was that while this monster was shamelessly picking up girls, his cultivation did not fall behind at all and he made rapid progress. This kind of innate talent of the monster race is simply enviable. Of course, Qin Wentian himself has made great progress. On this day, he was sitting under the shadow of the statue of the God Mountain, bathing in the glory of the God Mountain. On the top of the God Mountain, above the sky, there was a terrible rule power falling with a glory and entering his body. A strong rule aura permeated from his body. At this moment, Bei Ming Yuang's eyes suddenly flashed, and he looked at Qin Wentian. Then, he saw a brilliant smile on Qin Wentian's handsome face. His face under the glory of the God Mountain seemed to have a magical power, which was very attractive. But Bei Ming Yuang didn't care about his attractive face, because from Qin Wentian, she actually sensed the breath of breaking into the middle-level Fairy King. This cultivation speed. Bei Ming Yuang was a little trembling. This guy entered the realm of the Fairy King in the Rule Fairy Mountain of the Bei Ming Immortal Dynasty last time. How many years have it been, and he has broken through to the middle-level Fairy King. This was certainly due to the effect of the Sacred Mountain and the revival of his bloodline, but it still frightened the Northern Dark Emperor. Last time, he said that he had practiced for less than 200 years. If he continued to practice like this, wouldn't he become an emperor within 300 years? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1428 is the Pengbird. Qin Wentian's cultivation had indeed entered the level of Intermediate Immortal King, but he had only just entered this level. In the 7 years at the Demon God Mountain, he had experienced the initial awakening of his bloodline, was able to truly control the power of his bloodline, and bathed in the glory of the God Mountain. In addition, he had comprehended the realm of rules and created magical powers. All of these improvements required the comprehension of the power of cultivation rules, and his progress was great, which could be described as 1,000 miles a day, much faster than practicing in other places. Therefore, it only took him 7 years to enter the level of Intermediate Immortal King, which was a miracle, something he had never thought of. He continued to practice, comprehend the power of rules, and comprehend with peace of mind to consolidate his realm. No one who stepped into the palace of this God Mountain left. They all knew what a rare opportunity this was. Unless the God Mountain disappeared, they would never give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even the emperors were reluctant to leave. Even the empress was comprehending miracles, let alone the kings. Even more, they each practiced their own way, trying to make themselves stronger as much as possible, and there was even very little communication and collision between them. Seizing the opportunity to strengthen oneself was the kingly way. There would not be a second chance for the opening of the God Mountain. Outside the palace, on the ancient road of the God Mountain, there were countless strong men. They were still trying to break through the ancient road of the God Mountain, wanting to reach the end, or to find opportunities in other places of the God Mountain. Of course, The wild monsters would not leave, and they gathered more and more. Even human martial artists were more than before. Many powerful figures came to the fairyland. In the 10th year of the demon god mountain, on this day, the god mountain shook, and there seemed to be a change in the sky. Countless people looked up at the void, and then they saw that the light from the sky gradually dimmed. In an instant, everything had a chain reaction. The light of the sky was the light of the god mountain. The light dimmed, and the god mountain also gradually dimmed. All the way down, gradually, it was transmitted to the palace. The palace on the top of the god mountain suddenly became dark, and everyone inside looked up in shock. Then, they saw that the figure of the statue was also dim, like the most ordinary statue. Then, the statues on the palace wall dimmed, no longer had spiritual energy, and no longer inherited powerful demon magic. They turned into stone sculptures, ordinary demon beast statues, without any strangeness. Shenshin. Those wild demons were shaken in their hearts. Is their holy place, Shenshin, going to disappear like this? The glory is gone. Shenshin has turned into an ordinary mountain. Although it is very high, it is no longer a miracle mountain. Outside the palace, on the stone wall, no more demon beasts came out. The demon beasts that were roaring and fighting outside suddenly turned into stone statues of demon beasts, which made the fighting masters stunned. Everything was so sudden. This is not over yet. This force spread all the way to the bottom of the ancient road at a very fast speed. All the miracles on the ancient road disappeared. The demon beasts turned into stone, the ancient road no longer had luster, the inherited ancient trees withered, and the ancient road no longer had divine glory. Then, the entire vast and endless Shenshin land seemed to be eroded by darkness. All the miracles disappeared, and all the plants that could make the demons evolve withered. 10 years later, the sacred mountain disappeared and turned into an ordinary towering mountain. Countless monsters looked up at the sky, watching the departure of the sacred place. They were lost, and many monsters even crawled on the ground, sobbing. This is the demon god mountain. The legend of their wild 100,000 mountains, the miracle of the wilderness, has it just disappeared like this? The sacred mountain has finally disappeared. In the endless vast area, many humans actually breathed a sigh of relief. In the past 10 years, the wild monsters have risen and evolved everywhere. They watched helplessly, but they were powerless and unable to evolve and transform. Every day, the strength of the wilderness is getting stronger, and they have a strong sense of crisis. Fortunately, this day has finally come. The sacred mountain has disappeared, and everything will return to peace. I hope that the wild monsters can go back to where they came from and will not attack the fairyland. Of course, perhaps this is just a luxury. Even if the many great monsters in the wild 10,000 mountains did not attack the immortal realm, they had already been exposed to the immortal realm. Many powerful royal families had already come out. It was almost impossible to get them to go back from where they came from. In the palace on the top of the sacred mountain, the empress watched all this quietly. She was still as beautiful as ever, with a charming face, like a goddess of the 9 heavens. She stood there and just sighed softly. It was indeed a miracle. Now, the miracle disappeared. Alice, it's a pity. This baby hasn't practiced enough. The little bastard said, a little depressed. Qin Wentian rolled his eyes and glared at the little bastard. This bastard had evolved again a few months before the disappearance of the sacred mountain and became a mid-level immortal king. He crossed a realm and gained more than him. He actually said that he had not practiced enough. What's more terrible is that did this guy really practice hard? He was purely relying on self-evolution. Most of the time when he woke up, he saw this bastard relying on Bei Ming Yuang. However, Qin Wentian could understand that the little bastard had made such great progress. After all, this guy's bloodline was truly awakened this time. Bathed in the glory of the sacred mountain, he underwent a transformation and became a true sky-swallowing beast. As a supernatural holy beast demon, he naturally gained far more benefits than humans. Although Qin Wentian had a powerful demon bloodline, he actually did not gain too many benefits. It was just that his bloodline could be truly controlled, but it could not evolve. Perhaps this miracle could not make his bloodline evolve at all. Even at this moment, Qin Wentian still did not know which race of demon bloodline his bloodline flowed from. The incineration talent seemed to allow him to practice the magic of any demon race, which was extremely extraordinary. Brother Qin. Purgatory came over here. She turned into a human form, and the charming Purgatory with a hot body and a fiery red dress appeared again. Now that she had entered the king realm, Her temperament was naturally more extraordinary, and her charm was even greater. She was filled with the seductive power of a demon woman. Purgatory, your cultivation has stabilized at the late stage of the primary king realm, which is very good. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. I'm still not as fast as Brother Qin in cultivation. Purgatory smiled charmingly, which was very attractive. She probably didn't know how charming she was. Little Purgatory, there's still a gap between us. The little bastard raised his head and said. Qin Wentian directly hit the guy on the head and said, Get lost. Get lost, The little bastard said in a childish voice, and then jumped into the arms of beaming Yao Huang, lying in that soft and delicate body, looking at Qin Wentian with a demonstrative look. Why are you so arrogant to your demon beast partner? Beaming Yao Huang glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, and she gently stroked the little bastard's body. Qin Wentian was stunned for a while, his face was full of black lines. He saw the little bastard stretched out his little claws to protest to him. Let's go out. A voice that made people feel like spring breeze came, and the Empress walked over here and nodded slightly to Qin Wentian and the others. Yes. Qin Wentian responded, and then walked outside. Everyone sighed that the miracle was no longer there, and did not linger on this place, and walked out one after another. After leaving the palace, there were many people outside. Now that their immortal thoughts were no longer blocked, they naturally saw the situation inside and felt the changes in the sacred mountain. They all showed disappointment. The miracle of the sacred mountain had completely disappeared. Below the ancient road, there were still people flashing. They knew the ending before they arrived, but they still wanted to see the top of the sacred mountain with their own eyes. Emperor of the Underworld. The great Emperor Bei Ming came over. Empress. The strong man of the Nanhuang clan arrived. Wentian. Emperor Changqing and Bai Wu I came here. Little guy. The demon emperor swallowed the sky beast arrived. There were also many powerful people coming, and even some super powerful people in the fairyland, especially the elders of the extraordinary geniuses who walked into the palace, who were very pleased. Young master. Qiyu and several powerful people from the Fighting Saint clan also came over. Qin Wentian. A cold voice came, and the strong men from the supreme sword sect of the Xianlan Fairyland came. Seeing Qin Wentian walking out of the palace on the top of the sacred mountain, their faces instantly became particularly ugly. Among them was Shengwen Jianai, an extraordinary genius from the supreme sword sect. What he didn't do, Qin Wentian did. Why are you in there? Pei Qing saw Qin Wentian's expression turned cold. How could it be? He had never left and kept trying to break through and step into the palace, but he never saw Qin Wentian go in. He is that big peng bird. A voice said, and suddenly a lot of eyes shot towards Qin Wentian. This guy, is that big peng bird? What big peng bird? He is Qin Wentian from Qianbian Xianmen in the eastern part of the fairyland, the son-in-law of the Changqing Emperor. This guy is at the initial stage of the Fairy King realm, and he transformed into a peng bird and broke into it together with two demon beasts. It's so despicable and mean. Qin Wentian smiled at everyone, not caring about what they said. Now that he knew, what did it matter? He had already entered the palace on the top of the sacred mountain. His cultivation had improved, and his realm had entered the intermediate stage of the Fairy King. He had forged two major ruled domains and comprehended powerful magical powers. His purpose of transforming into a big peng had been achieved. Why would he care about what these people think of him? Strength is what he pursues. Are you that beast? I saw a middle-level Fairy King of the Sun Holy Church with a sullen expression, and the fire of the sun was looming on his body. The big peng bird had deceived the world and ridiculed him for being a waste. He killed your peer while he was suppressing his realm. A great demon said coldly, and the sunfire of the Sun Saint cult strongmen burned wildly. You killed my senior brother. The son of the Sun Saint cult was killed? Can you swallow this breath? The strongman of Xianlan immortal country instigated. Qin Wentian. Several terrifying roars came, and a huge white tiger demon rushed here, staring at Qin Wentian and said, You are the one who feeds on white tiger meat in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy? Quotation mark. Chapter 1429 The Empress Voice. Qin Wentian glanced at the powerful people around him. He didn't expect that after the miracle disappeared and he just walked out of the palace of the sacred mountain, there would be so many people who wanted to make trouble for him. The powerful people of the Sun Holy Church, the people of the White Tiger Clan, and the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom and the Supreme Sword Sect who had been looking for trouble with him. Get lost. Qin Wentian looked at the White Tiger clan coldly. The White Tiger clan's strong men roared, and the murderous aura was overwhelming. However, at this time, many powerful people appeared around Qin Wentian. Bai Wuai's momentum was slightly released, and the Changqing Emperor stood there quietly. The strength of both sides was amazingly strong. Who dared to move? Qin Wentian glanced at the people of the Sun Holy Church again, and the murderous intent in his eyes was strong. It was this person of the Sun Holy Church who killed the old Peking. You are a waste, and you dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party, and the coldness was released. Haoshin was killed by him. I saw a powerful figure of the Sun Holy Church descending. The imperial power was terrifying, and the fire of the sun seemed to burn the world and roared in this space. The Sun Holy Church figure who had come to the back was the Sun Holy Church's Saint Sun, who was extremely talented, but he was killed. Yes. The man who killed the old Peking nodded. You dare to kill my Saint Sun? The Sun Holy Church Immortal Emperor stepped forward and grabbed forward. A scorching sun appeared and enveloped Qin Wentian. Are you looking for death? The Evergreen Emperor stepped forward, and an invisible terrifying force surged out, shattering the scorching sun. The Emperor of Evergreen's imperial power swept across, and his robe fluttered. Changqing. The Immortal Emperor looked at Emperor Changqing. He killed the holy son of my sect, and you want to protect him. What a mighty holy sun church. Qin Wentian's eyes were cold. Your holy son wanted to kill me, but I killed him. An immortal emperor actually has the nerve to attack me so high-soundingly, and his tone is so strong. What a shitty holy church, it's abolished. With your ability, if you hadn't used despicable means, could you have killed the holy son of my sect? The immortal emperor glanced at Qin Wentian and seemed extremely confident in the fallen holy son of the Holy Sun Church. Haha. Qin Wentian laughed loudly. This person was so domineering before, killing my friend in front of me, self-righteous, as if he was invincible in the world. The people of the Supreme Sword Sect Xianlan Immortal Country are all like this. They are so arrogant and domineering as if they are unparalleled. It's ridiculous. Since you are so arrogant and think you are invincible, challenge me one by one in front of the strong men in the fairyland. Whoever wants to kill me in the same realm will be killed by me. If you are killed by me, shut up and get out. You are looking for death? The strong man of the Sun Holy Church who killed Depeng said, you have just entered the realm of Intermediate Fairy King, and you dare to be so arrogant and domineering? Well, I will come to kill you. Can the rest of you make sure that they won't take action? Even if you are already at the late Intermediate Immortal King level, do we need others to kill a waste like you? Qin Wentian spoke proudly, his figure flashed, and he soared into the air, coldly sweeping his eyes towards the people from the Supreme Sword Sect and the Xianlan Immortal Country. You don't need to stir up trouble. If you have the guts, come out and fight, otherwise just go back and embarrass yourself. Why don't you come up and fight? Qin Wentian shouted coldly at the Sun Saint Church strong man, who laughed wildly and soared into the air. His laughter was extremely arrogant. This is the first time I've seen such an arrogant and ignorant person. Such an ignorant person actually has a great reputation in the eastern part of the immortal realm. It's simply ridiculous. I'm here to take your cheap life. As he spoke, flames billowed from his body, and a series of terrifying sunbeams appeared behind him. Now that the Divine Mountain was no longer suppressed by any power, his aura at the peak of the late intermediate stage was so terrifying that the sun's light enveloped the heaven and earth, as if the void was about to burn directly under this power. The domain was released, and Qin Wentian was at the center of this power. The domain power released the strongest sunlight, melting everything in the world, and the power of burning everything went towards Qin Wentian's body. An extremely terrifying picture appeared in the void, and the temperature of the entire world became extremely hot. Many strong people below released their auras and used defensive power to avoid being affected. Looking at the terrifying picture and feeling its powerful destructive power, even ordinary late intermediate immortal kings would be directly burned to death under this destructive power. Qin Wentian had just stepped into the intermediate immortal king level. Where did he get the courage to challenge people of the same realm? Although they were in the same realm, he had just stepped into the intermediate immortal king, so how could he be compared with those strong people who had been immersed in this realm for many years? Boom! The power of rules on Qin Wentian's body swept out, and a terrifying black tortoise body appeared faintly, with a strong demonic aura and shining rune light, covering his body. The terrible sun rule descended, eroding the defense power, and was faintly burning and melting the black tortoise defense. Qin Wentian urged the power of the god's hand, and countless runes were stirred up on his body. One after another, the light rushed up to the sky and continuously merged into the black tortoise defense. In an instant, the black tortoise body became indestructible, and the eroding sun fire could not continue. It was isolated and blocked outside. Even if it was a peak middle-level Fairy King figure, it would be impossible to destroy Qin Wentian just by relying on the rule field. Is this your true strength? It seems that you have made great progress in the palace of the God Mountain. The Sun Saint Church strongman sneered, but still with strong confidence. His realm is more than one level higher than Qin Wentian. Kill. He clenched his hands, and suddenly endless red sun swords shot out from the Sun Rule domain, piercing through everything. With a hissing sound, they tore through the Zuanwu defense. At the same time, he stepped out, raised his hand, and a dazzling sun sword that penetrated the sky and the earth appeared in his hand. Every ray of light was dazzling, and he swung it directly at Qin Wentian, slashing it down. Puff! The sword fell, breaking through the space, piercing through the Zuanwu divine turtle, and directly cut it in a domineering manner, trying to take Qin Wentian's life and cut him in half. What a strong sword! This sword is a divine weapon, which is made by the secret method of the Sun Saint Church with the power of the sun. It perfectly matches their abilities, and the grade of this sword is equivalent to his cultivation level, so this does not belong to borrowing power. When everyone saw this sword, some people felt that Qin Wentian could no longer catch it. But at this moment, the sword hummed, and the demon sword came out, like the roar of a dragon, the cry of a phoenix, or the sharp cry of a rock. When the sun sword light fell, Qin Wentian actually stabbed out with a sword. This sword was extremely domineering, with terrifying demonic energy and overwhelming demonic power, which could suppress all forces. The heaven and earth seemed to tremble, and the sun sword light was shattered. Boom! Qin Wentian seemed to have a third eye between his eyebrows. In an instant, a terrifying light of destruction appeared, turning into a vortex of destruction, directly disrupting the space and involving the Sun Saint Church strongman. The other party's expression condensed, and the sun sword slashed out continuously, breaking the vortex. Almost at the same time, Qin Wentian continued to step forward, the void shook, and an extremely heavy pressure descended on this space. With every step he took, the power became stronger. Kill! Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and suddenly within the extremely heavy domain of rules, a terrifying and boundless giant elephant stepped on the sky and suppressed the world. Endless swords of destruction fell from the sky, killing and punishing the strong man of the Holy Sun Church. What a strong power of the domain of rules! Everyone was shocked. This powerful combination of the domain of rules actually trapped the strong man of the Holy Sun Church. The man burst into more blazing sunlight, but at this moment, Qin Wentian flew in the air like a big rock and stabbed with a sword. Looking at the sword, the strong man of the Holy Sun Church only felt an illusion. The world changed like a dream, sinking into his own dream, but he really knew that he was fighting. With a loud shout, he broke free from the dream. The sword had arrived, and the power of destruction was madly swallowing him. He instinctively cut out a sharp sword and collided with Qin Wentian's sword. Bang! Qin Wentian's sword was like a dragon, roaring loudly. The magic power was mighty. The two swords collided wildly. The Sun Holy Church strongman shouted loudly. The fire of the sun spewed out from his mouth. Qin Wentian's body was full of magic power, protecting his body. Endless rules flowed around his body. Extremely strange, evil eyes rolled, causing the opponent to fall into it. His body twisted little by little. The sword power of destruction continued to penetrate his body, and he screamed. The Sun Holy Church strongman was seen burning with a stronger flame all over his body, as if he was struggling to death, burning all the surrounding power erosion. Waste! A cold and sarcastic voice came out. As the voice fell, the evil eyes became more terrifying. The killing sword energy turned into tiny spots of light, madly penetrating the opponent's body, tearing it into nothingness bit by bit, and completely killing it. Boom! With a loud noise, the fire of the sun burned and turned into endless flames, which sprinkled between heaven and earth. Everyone looked up at Qin Wentian in the void, and their hearts were extremely shocked. He had just entered the realm of the intermediate Fairy King. How could his attack power be so strong? That kind of power was too amazing. Even the power of the rule domain was extremely terrifying. The Fairy Emperor of the Sun Holy Church looked into the void, and the killing intent was terrible. He was defeated. The strongman of the Sun Holy Church at the peak of the intermediate Fairy King was not only defeated, but also perished. He was killed by Qin Wentian on the spot. This was simply a slap in the face of his Sun Holy Church. Is this also a plot to kill your Sun Holy Church's strong man? Qin Wentian looked at him and said bluntly, who is it, so self-righteous? Even if he is an immortal emperor, he is still short-sighted and thinks he is invincible. It's ridiculous. You. The sunfire on the immortal emperor rose up, and a cold voice came out, aren't you ashamed? Southern Phoenix Empress. The Sun Holy Church's strong man looked at the person who spoke, and a beautiful figure was the Southern Phoenix Empress. Qin Wentian has already said that if you want to fight in the same realm, you can accompany me. You can send people to fight at will. If you are not as strong as others and are killed, it's okay for you to take revenge without any shame, but I will accompany you. The calm voice of the Southern Phoenix Empress was like a bolt from the blue, hitting the eardrums of those who wanted to kill Qin Wentian. The voice of the Southern Phoenix Empress, this, should represent the attitude of the entire Southern Phoenix clan. Chapter 1430 You can come together. The voice of the Southern Phoenix Empress made the void silent. Even the masters of the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom and the Supreme Sword Sect were shaken and looked very unhappy. This was the voice of the Empress. What kind of person is the Southern Phoenix Empress? She is the leader of the Southern Phoenix clan in the southern part of the Immortal Domain. When they dealt with the Changqing Immortal Kingdom before, although the Southern Phoenix clan also took action, it was only the guardian Saint Nanhuanguang who took action at that time. Even though she was an immortal emperor, she still could not be said to represent the Southern Phoenix clan. This is just like the White Tiger clan once sent an immortal emperor to the eastern part of the Immortal Domain to capture and kill Qin Wentian, but in the end they failed and did not take any follow-up actions. Obviously, their determination was not strong enough, because that was not the will of the entire White Tiger clan. The same is true for Nanhuanguang and his men protecting Qin Wentian. Although there is a hint of the attitude of the Southern Phoenix clan in it, it cannot be said to be the will of the entire Southern Phoenix clan. However, the Empress's statement at this moment is of great significance. She alone can represent the will of the Southern Phoenix clan. The strong men of the Sun Holy Church were even more furious. The Southern Phoenix Empress intervened forcefully. It was almost impossible to kill Qin Wentian. As the leader of the Southern Phoenix clan, the Southern Phoenix Empress was a top immortal emperor. She had been famous in the immortal realm for many years. Now she was so powerful. Since she had already expressed her position, how could she kill Qin Wentian? Two of the Sun Holy Church's geniuses were killed, especially the one who is the Sun Holy Church's son. If Qin Wentian was let off with this hatred, how could he be willing? Okay, since the Empress has spoken, our Sun Holy Church will give face to the Southern Phoenix clan. However, since he said he wanted to challenge the strong men of the same realm, so many powerful forces are here, and there are so many geniuses, is it just talk? The Sun Holy Church's immortal emperor's eyes flashed, looking at the many top forces present. The White Tiger clan, the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, and the Supreme Sword Sect all wanted to kill Qin Wentian. Now that his Sun Holy Church was defeated and a genius was killed, shouldn't these people express their position and stand up? In that case, they themselves would lose face. I'll kill him. A deep roar was heard, and from among the many strong men of the White Tiger clan, a top-level White Tiger Demon King of the middle level walked out. He turned into human form, but still exuded the extremely powerful White Tiger evil spirit. His fair skin was faintly shining with a golden luster, giving people a strong sense of threat. I'll kill him. Another sharp voice was heard, and the strong men turned their eyes and looked at another person. That was the strong man of the Supreme Sword Sect, Shangwen Jianai, a top-level Xianjiao of the middle-level Fairy King. He had extremely strong combat power and unparalleled swordsmanship. Before, he saw Qin Wentian actually kill the strong man of the Sun Holy Church with swordsmanship. He wanted to see how Qin Wentian's sword could be called a sword under his sword. He humiliated me, Xianlan Wuren. In this case, I will fulfill your wish. A super strong Fairy King of the Xianlan Fairy Kingdom took a step forward, with a faint power to suppress the world, which was extremely terrifying. Shaishan, is it he who defeated you and dampened your spirit? Among the crowd, there were strong men from the 9 Emperors' Immortal Kingdom. An immortal emperor asked Wang Shaishan. Wang Shaishan looked at his old rival and felt sad. He practiced hard and tried to defeat Qin Wentian again, but he didn't expect Qin Wentian to go so fast and go further. He was already an extremely talented being. It has only been a few years since he stepped into the realm of the Immortal King in order to win against Qin Wentian. Now, the God Mountain has descended on the world. When the miracle disappears, Qin Wentian, a mid-level Immortal King, Has such a speed of practice that makes people despair. I am not as good as him. Wang Shaishan closed his eyes and sighed in great pain. He was unparalleled in his life. No one of his peers in the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom could match him. Even among the predecessors, few could compare with him. The Heavenly Dao Holy Academy opened. He believed that his era had finally arrived. He was indeed unparalleled, until he met Qin Wentian. It seemed that he was destined to have a stronger opponent, who surpassed him from behind with a more dazzling and eye-catching attitude, and then left him behind all the way, making him despair. Shaishan, you are one of the most outstanding people in my 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom. How can you belittle yourself? Now, your martial arts heart has been stained, and this person is your inner demon. He can't stay. The immortal emperor said to Wang Shaishan, and a murderous light flashed in his eyes when he looked at Qin Wentian. It was this younger generation figure in the eastern part of the immortal realm who trampled on the 3 most outstanding Xianjiao figures of the younger generation of his 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. The emperor of the 3 strong men died, and Wang Shaishan's Dao heart was damaged. He no longer had the indomitable spirit he had before. Whether for revenge or for Wang Shaishan to find himself, Qin Wentian must die. I'll kill him for you. A middle-level immortal king said. He was middle-aged, with a majestic aura. He stepped out and walked towards that direction, with murderous aura spreading in the direction of Qin Wentian. The White Tiger Clan, the Supreme Sword Sect, the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom, the 9 Emperors' Immortal Kingdom. Immortal kings from many forces all walked towards Qin Wentian, as if they were competing for who'd kill Qin Wentian. This scene attracted countless powerful people around to gather here, staring at the figure of the young immortal king who walked down from the top of the sacred mountain. He alone actually attracted so many immortal kings from many major forces to want his life. Many powerful demons watched all this happen with interest. It was really interesting. I didn't expect to see a battle between middle-level immortal kings from the immortal realm here. If it were in normal times, it would definitely be a feast. Even if there were so many powerful people here, and all the powerful people from the immortal realm and the wilderness came, this battle was still very interesting. Pei Qing looked at all this indifferently, as if he wanted to see how Qin Wentian died. He had experienced Qin Wentian's arrogance before. Now that he had offended so many powerful forces, these people all wanted to kill him. Qin Wentian glanced at the figure who stood up to kill him, and said coldly, "Who'll come?" As soon as these words came out, the strong men were in an uproar. They didn't expect him to be so arrogant. "Leave it to me." The strong man of Xianlan Immortal Country said. His body exuded an extremely domineering intention, and he was extremely powerful. "His life is mine." Shangwen Jianai of the Supreme Sword Sect said lightly, and the sword intent on his body swept out crazily, with a murderous intent. "He ate my White Tiger clan back then, and he must pay the price. He will become food in my stomach." The White Tiger clan Immortal King stepped forward, refusing to give in, and wanted to take Qin Wentian's life personally. Haha. Qin Wentian laughed wildly when he saw the figures coming out. He stood proudly in the void, his aura swept out, his divine aura flowed, and he looked down on the heroes of the world. He said arrogantly, "Why don't you all come together to avoid so much trouble?" "What did you say?" The Fairy King of Xianlan Fairyland shouted. Qin Wentian's words were simply a humiliation to them. Looking for death? The eyes of the White Tiger Fairy King spewed flames, and the 4 strong men moved forward at the same time. "I said, you 4 trash come together, saving me a lot of trouble," Qin Wentian repeated. The 4 people almost couldn't help but want to attack, but they all took into account their face and didn't kill directly, otherwise they would really besiege Qin Wentian, which was simply a shame. "Want to fight or not, and want to leave or not, what do you want to do?" Qin Wentian looked at the 4 people and said sarcastically. "Tisk." Shangwen Jian released his sword energy and slashed with a sword. The void seemed to be shattered. His sword passed by Qin Wentian, which was extremely terrifying. "You can find 3 people to help you kill them together," Shangwen Jianai said coldly. Qin Wentian stood there, not moving, looking at Shangwen Jianai and smiled, saying, "You are worthy." "Yeah." A childish voice came, and the little bastard behind Qin Wentian swayed from the air, looking particularly funny in the serious atmosphere. "Wentian, how can you look down on others like this? Others are the pride of the powerful forces, and they seem to be very powerful. You said that one person wants to fight for others, how can others agree to this?" The little guy walked over leisurely, causing the 4 people to snort coldly. Although they are useless to begin with, If 4 of them come together and are defeated by you, wouldn't it be even more useless? Where can you let others put their face? They are all immortal kings of powerful forces, it's so embarrassing. Everyone was stunned, and many people even sneered. This little guy is really mean. Where did you come from, little beast? Believe it or not, I will eat you in one bite. The demon king of the White Tiger clan roared in a low voice. You scared me to death, Wentian. How about we go together, so that we can fight 4 people with 2 of us, and it will be more face-saving for them if they lose. The little guy said in a baby voice. In such an occasion, his voice seemed particularly funny, but Qin Wentian smiled and nodded, saying, okay. Then go ahead, you go first, I'll cheer you up. The little bastard waved his little paws and said, yes. Qin Wentian nodded, and then, a more terrifying aura bloomed in his body, and a terrible sound of rustling came out. The blood rushed as if it was about to burn. In an instant, an unparalleled king's power dominated the world, and everyone was crawling on his knees. Blood talent, burning change. At this moment, Qin Wentian was surrounded by a terrifying light curtain figure, and his aura was rising madly. The little bastard grinned, revealing his white teeth, and his furry white body made him look even more funny. Since they want to die, let's grant their wish. Shangwen Jian said. Well, since he wants it himself, don't say we are bullying him. Let's do it. Several people said indifferently. Shangwen Jian of the Supreme Sword Sect slashed a sword towards him. With just one sword, it was extremely fast, splitting the void of heaven and earth and descending in front of Qin Wentian. Boom. The sword fell and slammed on the protective light curtain of the burning bloodline talent. The light curtain fatally turned into the figure of a black tortoise. Shangwen Jian's sword couldn't break the defense. Everyone's heart trembled. Although it was just a casual sword, the sword of Shangwen Jian of the Supreme Sword Sect didn't even shake Qin Wentian. It was terrifying to think about it carefully. It's really strong. Qin Wentian laughed, and the protective light curtain changed wildly. The demonic energy rushed into the sky and turned into an extremely huge divine elephant. Boom. Qin Wentian stepped forward, the void trembled, the field of divine elephant rules was released, the entire world was suppressed to the extreme, the entire void was suppressed, and it was extremely heavy. Chapter 1431, So Domineering. The 4 great masters frowned slightly, and saw a strong pressure covering them, which seemed to suppress them to the point of being unable to move. Boom. Qin Wentian stepped forward, and the huge phantom of the divine elephant also stepped forward. The void trembled constantly. In this suppressed world, thousands of destructive sword lights came from the sky, killing the 4 great masters. Do it. The 4 of them all felt a strong threatening force, and one of them spoke up. As soon as the voice fell, Shangwen Jian's rule domain had descended, and thousands of supreme swords covered the world. The sword star soul appeared behind him, and his finger suddenly pointed at Qin Wentian. In just a moment, it seemed that endless supreme swords came out to kill, making a terrifying whistling sound. Behind the strong men of Xianlin Immortal Kingdom, a terrible divine elephant appeared, and the king of the divine elephant roared, and the world roared and shook. A terrible scene appeared between heaven and earth, and all the things killed, trampled on the void, crushed the world, and destroyed Qin Wentian. The White Tiger clan's strong men and the 9 emperors' immortal kingdom's mid-late stage immortal kings launched terrifying attacks one after another. For a moment, the world was filled with an extremely violent force, which was about to crush Qin Wentian's rule domain and the guardian elephant. In Qin Wentian's body, the blood power after the burning transformation rolled out like a long dragon and merged into the divine elephant. The divine hand was stimulated, and every part of the huge guardian elephant was shining with dazzling rune luster, which was indestructible. The supreme sword, the thousands of giant elephants of the Xianlin Immortal Kingdom's strong men, the Tiger King of the White Tiger Clan, and the Emperor Dao Immortal Light of the 9 Emperors' Immortal Kingdom came to kill and bombarded the body of the divine elephant. There were endless earth-shaking noises, the void was violently shaking, the divine elephant's figure trembled, and the endless runes on the guardian elephant bloomed with a terrible luster. There were faint blood-colored lines, as if it was a sign that cracks were about to appear. But even so, such a scene still shocked everyone speechless. Did the attack of the 4 powerful men only cause a slight crack in Qin Wentian's guardian statue? After this boy released the power of his bloodline, his defense was so amazing. What a powerful bloodline method! Is it the same as the royal family of the demon world? Is this a bloodline innate magical power? Everyone was shocked, and saw Qin Wentian continue to take a step forward. Boom! The huge and boundless power shook the world. The four powerful men only felt that their bodies became heavier. The giant sword and fang Bian Huoji that whistled between heaven and earth revealed violent demonic power, and the power of destruction and suppression was hidden in them. Qin Wentian's footsteps did not stop. He stepped continuously, and the demonic power rushed to the sky, sweeping across the world, and the whole world was suppressed. How are you going to kill me? Qin Wentian spoke in an extremely overbearing voice, like a descendant of a demon god, ruling the world. He moved very quickly, directly across space, and landed in front of the Xianlan immortal country's strong man. With one punch, the guardian elephant followed the movements of his hand and attacked, like a real elephant, killing and confronting the Xianlan immortal country's strong man. The Xianlan immortal country's strong man roared, and his palm blasted out endless light spots. Each light spot was like a giant elephant. The strong collision made the void tremble. Roar! The white tiger demon king roared and came, and his golden body blasted down towards Qin Wentian's guardian elephant. Beside Qin Wentian, a phantom rushed out, as fast as lightning, and directly rushed out of Qin Wentian's guardian elephant light curtain, turning into a golden swallowing beast, exuding the domineering aura of the Supreme King. He opened his mouth and swallowed the essence of heaven and earth in an instant, swallowing the power of all things, and swallowed all the attacks of the white tiger demon king into his stomach. Many strong men who didn't know that the little bastard was actually a sky-swallowing beast looked at this scene in shock. Swallowing everything in the world, the talent of this sky-swallowing beast was too overbearing. After swallowing the attack power of the white tiger demon king, the little bastard turned around in an instant and swallowed the attack from the 9 Emperor Immortal Kingdom. The world became crazy, and the power that attacked the guardian elephant was swallowed directly into the mouth of the little bastard like a beam of light. Sky-swallowing beast. Golden vortex. Everyone looked at the violent battlefield space. When the little bastard opened his mouth to swallow, a golden rune appeared in the world, turning into a golden vortex, spanning 100 miles of space, swallowing all the power into his mouth. How can he digest such a powerful attack after swallowing it into his body? Is the talent of a truly top-level holy beast really so terrible? Hey, are you tickling the baby? Such a weak attack, little white tiger, you are too weak. The baby will eat you if you do this. The childish voice of the little bastard was heard, and the strong men of the White Tiger clan present were so angry that their faces turned blue. Their White Tiger clan was also a powerful sacred beast, but they were humiliated like this, and the opponent was also a demon beast, which was simply unreasonable. Roar, roar, roar. The White Tiger Demon King roared 3 times in a row, and released a stronger White Tiger Great Demon magical art. But the little bastard was still devouring madly. The sky and the earth were covered with the golden rune light, turning into a vortex that swallowed everything. On the other side, the strong men of the Xianlan Immortal Kingdom and Shangwen Jianai of the Supreme Sword Sect surrounded Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's guardian god elephant had cracks. Shangwen Jianai's attack was indeed powerful. He stood in the void, and behind him were all sword star souls. When his palms waved, thousands of sword lights were like swords of the stars in the sky, and they killed and fell madly on the shadow of Qin Wentian's guardian god elephant, clanging. The thousands of supreme swords that were killing and felling were combined into a terrifying pattern, inserted into every corner of the guardian elephant. While Qin Wentian was fighting with the fairy king of Xianlan Fairyland, he wanted to break Qin Wentian's defense. This sword technique actually forms a super sword formation. The crowd was surprised. Shangwen Jianai was indeed terrifying, worthy of being a peerless figure of the Supreme Sword School. However, Qin Wentian was even more terrifying. After his bloodline burst out, his guardian power was so strong that a strong man of a higher realm than him actually needed to use all his strength to break it. I saw a point appear in the middle of the golden pattern, formed by thousands of sharp swords. Shangwen Jianai waved his palm, and the star-like light of thousands of swords appeared between heaven and earth. A sharp sword that hurt people's eyes descended. He pointed directly at the point in the center of the sword formation. In an instant, the entire sword formation moved, and the sword that killed the sky and the earth crossed the void and descended on the guardian elephant. Break! Shangwen Jian uttered a cold voice. In an instant, countless cracks appeared on the guardian elephant, which kept tearing apart and finally collapsed and shattered. The sword formation also disappeared. Qin Wentian's figure was finally exposed in front of them and they could attack him directly. Shangwen Jianai stepped out and killed with one sword. Qin Wentian raised his hand and punched him to destroy it, but saw Shang Wentian standing high in the sky, cold and arrogant, and said, "Without the defensive barrier, how can you fight back?" Qin Wentian suddenly laughed. Shang Wentian frowned slightly, looked at Qin Wentian and said, "What are you laughing at?" "Laughing at your ignorance." Qin Wentian laughed sarcastically. "It took you so long to just break my defense, and you are still complacent. I am really ashamed of your Supreme Sword sect. Such a person is also a peerless figure of the Supreme Sword sect. Today is the day of your death. You just tried to see how strong the defense is. Next, let you experience the attack." As he spoke, the aura stimulated by Qin Wentian's burning and annihilation rose up, covering the endless space, mighty and majestic. The rule field of the god's hand appeared, the rule field of the god elephant appeared, and the guardian phantom was born again, sometimes the god elephant, sometimes the black tortoise. "Do you think my defense is only one time? I can release this kind of defense at any time, but you can't even break it." Qin Wentian laughed and said, arrogantly. At this moment, Shang Wentian and the Xianlan immortal country's strong men were frozen in place, looking at the guardian monster. They felt a chill all over their bodies. The strong men below were also stunned. This, a top-level combat power figure of the intermediate fairy king, couldn't even break his defense? Qin Wentian's guardian monster can be released continuously. What does this mean? Everyone clearly understands that this means that unless your attack can break his defense in an instant, so that Qin Wentian's defense has no protective effect, otherwise, he can defend continuously. How can you win? I was just playing with you just now. Next, it's my turn to attack. Qin Wentian stretched out his hands, and suddenly endless demonic power enveloped the world, with thousands of demons roaring, and the god's hand domain was wrapped in terrifying destructive demonic power. The guardian monster around Qin Wentian turned into a huge tapping figure, like a golden-winged dapping bird. Buzz! A rock lightning whizzed past, and Qin Wentian's body disappeared. The guardian demon was like a real golden-winged rock, crossing the void. The rock's magic killed, thundering and swooping down towards the fairy king of Xianlan Fairyland. The Xianlan Fairyland strongman stepped back, pressed his palm forward, and the Wuxiangxian came out, but saw the rock tear a hole directly and rushed directly to the body of the fairy king of Xianlan Fairyland, ignoring the attacks from other directions. The defense was so strong, it was so arrogant. "Get out of the way!" The fairy king of Xianlan Fairyland roared, but when the rock rushed in front of the other party, it suddenly changed into a divine elephant. As Qin Wentian took a step forward, there was a terrifying loud bang, which suppressed the fairy king of Xianlan Fairyland and made him unable to move. The guardian demon can change instantly, and even replace Qin Wentian to launch an attack force, just like his own attack. So scary. The crowd thought in their hearts. Shang Wentian was watching this scene from behind, and he disliked Jing Tao in his heart. Then, he saw the divine elephant trampling the world and madly crushing the Xianlan immortal king. When the opponent was going all out, Qin Wentian sacrificed a huge and boundless magic knife inside the guardian divine elephant and directly killed him. At this moment, the magic knife cut through the void. Qin Wentian seemed to be able to launch two completely different attacks at the same time, as if two super scary characters were fighting at the same time, and they were two people with perfect coordination. When the strong man of Xianlan Immortal Kingdom blocked the divine elephant to suppress the attack, a destructive magic knife appeared in the middle. It seemed that there was a black lightning between heaven and earth. Then, the powerful Immortal King of Xianlan Immortal Kingdom was directly split by a knife, his body exploded, and he fell. A peak-level Immortal King was killed by a knife, and his soul flew away. Qin Wentian, so domineering. P.S. Yesterday was the annual meeting, and I was busy all day, so I only updated one chapter. Wuhan notified me on WeChat, and I will make up for it later. Now I am typing on the high-speed train on the way home, and I will upload it as soon as I finish it. Wuhan will tell you on WeChat when there are any abnormalities in the update. You can follow Wuhan's official account and search for Wuhan directly on the official account. I will post a few photos of the annual meeting on WeChat for everyone to see in the evening. Chapter 1432 I will kill it with one sword. The faces of the strong men of Xianlan Xiangguo were heavy and ugly. A person at the peak of the middle-level Xiangguo with super strong combat power was a great loss to them, and he was also a royal figure. They provoked Qin Wentian and besieged Qin Wentian, but they were killed on the spot. How absurd! This boy must die. He must not be allowed to live. The stronger Qin Wentian was, the stronger their killing intentions towards Qin Wentian became. As the hatred between the two sides deepened, Qin Wentian would inevitably hate him. Xianlin Xianguo could not let him continue to grow. He grew too fast. Before the judgment of the Xianyu, he was still an insignificant little person and did not attract much attention. But how many years have it been? He was able to kill the top figures of the middle-level Xian Wang. Moreover, as he grew, the forces around him were also getting stronger. Even the Empress personally expressed her position that if Qin Wentian continued to stay, he would be out of control in the future and it would become more and more difficult to kill him. On the other side, the little bastard was still frantically devouring the attacks of the White Tiger clan and the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom. The two super powerful figures joined forces to quickly kill the sky-devouring beast, but they were unable to do so. Instead, they watched Qin Wentian galloping on the other battlefield, annihilating the immortal king of the Xianlin Immortal Kingdom, and then turned to face Shangwen Jianai. At this time, Shangwen Jianai's sword power was still violent, and he was protected by a sword curtain, like the supreme sword. Around his body, every whistling breath contained a powerful sword intent. But at this moment, Shangwen Jianai's eyes revealed an unprecedented solemnity. He looked at Qin Wentian, and his sharp eyes had an extremely strong fear, without a trace of contempt and arrogance. He formed seals with his hands, and the blood in his body seemed to roar. Between heaven and earth, the boundless sword energy whistled, covering the vast void. The pressure was so strong that the vast void became extremely oppressive. Shangwen Jianai's hands formed an extremely mysterious secret seal, and then he pointed at the void. In just a moment, the situation changed. Kill! Shangwen Jianai uttered a voice, and everything turned into swords. Every wisp of spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to turn into sword energy and kill Qin Wentian. As a top genius of the Supreme Sword School, even if he felt the threat from Qin Wentian, he still had to face this battle, and he could not retreat. The Supreme Sword Sect's Supreme Sword Formation. Many strong men were trembling. The guardian elephant on Qin Wentian's body was still filled with terrifying rune light. The sound of dong 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 continued to vibrate. The sharp sword slashed on the light curtain, making a terrifying sound. At the same time, the void around Qin Wentian continued to have supreme swords slashing down, covering Qin Wentian's body for hundreds of miles. It was so dense that just watching from a distance was enough to make people tremble with fear. Buzz! The elephant transformed into a rock again, with its wings spread out, whistling out like a golden lightning, with a faint feeling of shuttling through the void. The wings were sharper than the swords, constantly cutting off the swords in this vast space, and directly killing to where Shangwen Jianai was. When Shangwen Jianai saw Qin Wentian moving forward, he struck Qin Wentian with the ancient seals condensed in his hands. The endless swords covering the space emitted a terrible whistling sound, and then turned into a monstrous sword formation, lighting up a dazzling sword pattern. The pattern was extremely dazzling, and a phantom of a sword was imprinted on Qin Wentian's body. At this moment, Qin Wentian felt that he was firmly locked by the might of the strongest sword. He felt a sense of crisis. It seemed that Shangwen Jianai was about to launch the strongest attack. Jianai is worthy of being Jianai. The Supreme Sword Formation summons the real Supreme Sword. This sword has locked Qin Wentian. The might of thousands of swords will gather together and turn into one sword. I don't believe that he can't be killed. The strong man of the Supreme Sword School breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene, and was proud of Shangwen Jianai. The sword formation was completed, and the ghosts and gods cried. Qin Wentian has been locked and there is no escape. Watching Qin Wentian constantly break through the sword's defense and kill his way to his side, Shangwen Jianai's eyes flashed with a very decisive look. He looked into the void and shouted angrily, "When the Supreme Sword comes out, everything will be destroyed. When the sword formation is completed, all ghosts and gods will be destroyed." As soon as the words fell, the terrifying sword formation summoned a supreme sword. This sword seemed to come from nothingness, or it was just an illusory shadow, looming and appearing directly above Qin Wentian. There was a sword shadow imprinted on Qin Wentian's body, locking him firmly. This sword must fall on Qin Wentian, without any suspense. This sword will kill Qin Wentian. Merge! Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and immediately the endless palm prints in the god's hand rule domain gathered into a large handprint of the heavens, closing in the sky above Qin Wentian. Kill! Shangwen Jian shouted loudly, and the killing intent swept across the world. As soon as the words fell, the endless sword pattern emitted infinite brilliance, summoning the supreme sword. A sword shadow came from the void, piercing through everything, and collided directly with a huge palm print. With a loud bang, it was destroyed. The second kill. Qin Wentian shouted again and again. The huge sword pattern was still shining. Qin Wentian looked up, his eyes were domineering. He punched out, and the guardian demon turned into Xianpeng, and cast Xianpeng magic. One after another, dapping birds swept out, whistling towards the sky, colliding with the summoned supreme sword, and were shattered again. The third kill. Qin Wentian shouted loudly and stepped forward. The power of the sword formation became stronger. This sword formation was infinitely powerful and had no rest. This was the only way for Qin Wentian to kill Qin Wentian. Only this continuous and strongest attack could ignore Qin Wentian's super defense. Qin Wentian attacked frantically, blocking all the swords that came down, but he knew that the threat could not be eliminated unless the sword formation was destroyed. Let's see how you can block it. Qin Wentian shouted coldly, and the hearts of many powerful people watching below were shaken. Such a powerful battle is definitely very rare and hard to come by. Qin Wentian's strength is so terrible. He is more than one level stronger than the previous mid-level top fairy king of Xianlan Fairyland, and he is not even on the same level. Qin Wentian heard this, and a hint of extreme pride flashed in his pupils. His bloodline awakened, and his combat power increased, which was more than twice as strong. In addition to the unique skills he cultivated and various magical powers, even if Qin Wentian's cultivation is higher than his, even if the sword formation is super strong, he will go forward and break it directly with force. Those who want to kill him can only be killed and destroyed to deter the strong. Who said I should resist? Qin Wentian shouted loudly, and the demonic power between heaven and earth rolled, mighty and powerful. A demon-like phantom appeared, and a demonic knife appeared in Qin Wentian's hand. His eyes were filled with strong will. He raised the demonic knife and chopped it towards the sky. A dark lightning streaked through the void, colliding with the incoming sword power and destroying them together. Sword life. Qin Wentian shouted coldly. No matter how strong your attack is, I will kill it with one sword. The demonic will became more powerful and overbearing, ignoring everything. He held the demonic knife in his hand, and the power of heaven and earth all roared to him. The will of all swords was whimpering, wanting to submit to the demonic knife. Rise! Qin Wentian slashed out with another sword, carrying the peerless sword will, and chopped off another sword power. He stepped on the heaven and earth, walked towards his opponent, and got closer to Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian's face was extremely ugly. Can't such a sword kill him? I don't believe it. Qin Wentian raised his head and said. A loud rumbling sound was heard, and a powerful sword appeared in the sky, releasing the light of destroying the world and the sky, and came to kill the sky below. The magic knife in Qin Wentian's hand stirred up the strongest magic light, and the hand of God urged it to move. He looked up at the sky, raised his hand and slashed, and the 8 great monsters rushed out with the sword light. Boom! There was a powerful collision above the sky. Qin Wentian had no expression on his face. He looked at Qin Wentian in front of him and said, if you want to kill me, then you can only die. As he said that, he slashed out with a knife. Qin Wentian's face was pale. The hair seal in his hand shot out, and the sword energy was like a dragon, blocking Qin Wentian's magic knife, but almost at the same time, a ray of invisible sword intent directly passed through everything and pierced into Qin Wentian's mind. At this moment, he only felt his soul trembling, his body was crumbling, and the infinite sword power on his body seemed to be dissipating. Another flash of sword light appeared, and Qin Wentian's body was cut in half. Then, under the extremely violent power, it turned into nothingness. Jiutian. The people of the Supreme Sword sect roared when they saw this ending. On the other side, the battle was equally exciting. The heaven-devouring beast fought against 2 powerful men. After swallowing a lot of attack power, the little bastard actually grinned at the white tiger that was coming to kill him. Then he opened his mouth and let out a shocking roar. As the roar fell, infinite killing power spit out from his mouth, turning into a storm that destroyed everything, and directly submerged the white tiger monster. It only took a moment. The extremely terrifying attack power spit out from his mouth actually had the power of the White Tiger Clan and the power of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom. It was as if he spit out the attack that he had just swallowed into his stomach at this moment, and used it to deal with the opponent, killing a White Tiger Clan monster king alive. This is the talent of the royal family of our clan. Only the royal family has such innate magical powers. Not far away, an old figure sighed and said, extremely excited. Even if it was a force stronger than the devouring beast, he could swallow it, store it in his body, extract the power in it, and spit it out directly when needed, turning it into an attack. Not only was Qin Wentian powerful, but a demon beast was also so terrifying. Everyone was deeply shocked. Not good. The strong men of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom roared. They saw Qin Wentian and the little bastard killing the only remaining 9 Emperors' immortal king. Truce. The immortal emperor of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom shouted coldly, trying to stop the fight. Insolent. The Queen of Southern Phoenix shouted coldly, and a phoenix phantom appeared directly, blocking him, not allowing anyone to disturb this duel. After a moment, a scream was heard. The immortal king of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom was destroyed, and the 4 great masters were all killed. Qin Wentian and the heaven-devouring beast stood proudly in the void, insolent. Qin Wentian flashed and came to the back of the heaven-devouring beast. Purgatory behind him also flashed, and she stood obediently behind Qin Wentian with a hot and beautiful figure. Who else wants to challenge me? I will accompany you to the end. I will kill as many as you come. If you dare not come, get out of here. Qin Wentian shouted, and the heaven-devouring beast walked forward, ignoring everything, ready to leave the land of the sacred mountain. Chapter 1433, The Heaven-Stealing Demon. The ancient path of Xianxin Mountain was filled with powerful people, including many immortal emperors and demon emperors. However, the most influential person at this moment was Qin Wentian. Not long after he entered the middle-level immortal king realm, he actually challenged 4 extraordinary middle-level peak immortal kings from the 4 top forces. Together with his demon beast companions, he killed all 4 figures without leaving a single one alive. The battle just now left a very deep impression on people. Whether it was his bloodline power, magical skills or rule domain, they were all extremely powerful and powerful. Such combat power was unparalleled. And the heaven-swallowing king beast was too terrifying, with amazing strength and supreme potential. If you waited until he came of age in the future, I don't know how terrifying he would be. When he grew up to the level of Demon Emperor, I'm afraid that the major sacred beast royal families in the wild 10,000 mountains would be daunted and unable to compete. Fortunately, the heaven-swallowing beast was extremely rare and scarce, and it was not a race. There was only one heaven-swallowing beast demon emperor protecting this heaven-swallowing king beast, but it was also extremely terrifying. With a huge body and 9 heads, it was terrifying at first glance. Interesting. Some of the strong men who had stepped into the peak of the sacred mountain with Qin Wentian smiled. As expected of those who could step into the palace at the top of the sacred mountain, their combat power was extraordinary, and they were enough to sweep away the same realm. Ziyu, you didn't misjudge this boy. He is really powerful. Now he has surpassed you a lot. Zhang Zihu said to Zhang Ziyu at the place where the strong men of the Zhang family gathered. Yes. Zhang Ziyu nodded. He had extraordinary talent, but he was still gradually left behind by Qin Wentian. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that his talent was very strong. As long as he moved forward steadily, he would have a place in the fairyland in the future. In the direction of the 9 Emperors' immortal kingdom, the strong were angry. Wang Shaishan stood in the crowd, looking at the extraordinary figure, speechless in his heart. Not to mention Qin Wentian, even Qin Wentian's monster companions had surpassed him. This was a great blow to him. If he wanted to surpass Qin Wentian again, it would be impossible. The immortal emperor beside him glanced at Wang Shaishan. His face was not good. He had seen Wang Shaishan discouraged before, so he sent someone to kill Qin Wentian, hoping that Wang Shaishan would regain his firm belief, continue to explore the immortal way, and climb to the top. However, the opposite happened. Not only did he fail to kill Qin Wentian, but he became Qin Wentian's stage. He was dazzling and overwhelmed the geniuses of various forces. He walked forward on the ancient road of Xianxin Mountain, like a peerless figure, rarely seen in the world. Qin Wentian and the little bastard walked forward all the way. With the presence of the Southern Phoenix Empress and the Changqing Emperor, no immortal emperor dared to kill easily. Otherwise, if the Empress and the Changqing Emperor were angry, they could also sweep them away. Many people from various forces came. Once a war was provoked, it would be very miserable. What's more, there was the threat of the wild monster. In the 10 years since the appearance of Xianxin, countless monsters have evolved and threatened the fairyland. If the wild invaded the fairyland, it would inevitably lead to war. Watching Qin Wentian moving forward, the Empress, the Changqing Emperor and other strong men also stepped out. Many strong men in the immortal realm were ready to return. Now that the miracle of the godly mountain had disappeared, it was time to return to the immortal realm. Those wild monsters stood on the godly mountain, with sharp eyes, staring at the strong men in the immortal realm, with excitement faintly beating in their eyes. A long time ago, they wanted to see the prosperity of the immortal realm. Now, the wild beasts came out of the mountain, unstoppable. At this moment, Qin Wentian, who was standing on the back of the little bastard swallowing heaven beast, suddenly felt a sense of threat. He suddenly looked up at the void, and the next moment, a suffocating pressure seemed to come across the void. Then, he saw a fist light penetrate the space, opened up from the space channel, and directly punched Qin Wentian. That punch seemed to come from nothingness, but the fist light swept the world, and the pressure was shocking, as if to shatter the sky. All the strong men around felt their bodies tremble, and many of them retreated. Qin Wentian looked grim. Who is attacking him? The attack of this punch locked his body, penetrated the world, and crushed everything. He could not resist this kind of powerful force at all. This was the power of the Emperor. There was an immortal Emperor who attacked Qin Wentian and wanted to kill him. How dare you? The Evergreen Emperor snorted coldly, and stretched out his palm forward. In an instant, an ancient evergreen vine appeared around Qin Wentian, instantly wrapping his body in it, rising up, and turning into a huge and boundless evergreen vine. The fist light broke through the air and hit it. The terrible power directly penetrated the evergreen vine and tore it apart, but this attack was also blocked. Eastern Saint. The great Emperor Changqing spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, several attacks came through the void, all of which were fist-like and full of fist-like might, covering the ancient path of the divine mountain. Many immortal emperors released powerful forces to protect their younger generations from being destroyed by the aftermath. The demon emperor devouring heaven beast took a step forward. His eyes were extremely strange. He roared, and his 9 heads opened their mouths at the same time, swallowing the void, as if he wanted to swallow the sky. In just a moment, a terrible black hole vortex appeared between heaven and earth, and the destructive fist-like attacks were all sucked into the black hole. Then the devouring heaven demon emperor sucked it into his body, which was extremely terrible. Eastern Saint. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. The Eastern Saint really wanted to kill him. However, why did the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor dare to take action at this time? Could it be that he was confident that he could kill himself in front of the great Emperor Changqing and the Southern Phoenix Queen? Moreover, this attack power contained terrible spatial power. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, he did not practice the power of spatial attributes. Then there is only one possibility. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor, he used the Imperial weapon when he attacked. At this moment, the sky was filled with endless fist light, covering the sky above the ancient road of the divine mountain. The sky and the earth changed color, and infinite destructive power spread down, bombarding and killing. The Changqing Emperor stepped out, and the devouring demon emperor also walked forward, and they all launched attacks to block the overwhelming fist power. Boom! At this moment, a purple light came across the sky and crushed everything. The Purple Emperor. Qin Wentian's face was ugly. The figure of the Purple Emperor appeared faintly in the void. His long robe fluttered and launched a shocking attack. The Empress took a step forward with supreme grace. Her clothes fluttered, and her slender palm stretched out. She pressed her palm forward, and suddenly a large red palm print was like a phoenix, colliding with the strongest purple palm print. 2 extremely strong brilliances were born between heaven and earth, turning into the power of destruction and spreading in all directions. The aftermath power descended on the ancient road of the divine mountain, instantly tearing the mountain range apart, and countless cracks appeared. The Purple Emperor's attack came again. The Southern Phoenix Empress snorted coldly and waved her hand to block it, but at this moment, a beam of light directly penetrated everything and hit Qin Wentian directly. At this moment, the space around Qin Wentian seemed to be stripped away. It's the Heaven-Stealing Bowl, the magic weapon of the Heaven-Stealing Emperor. Someone exclaimed, and Qin Wentian's body was directly taken away by the beam of light and went to the distant space, ignoring any attacking power. Stay! The Evergreen Emperor roared and launched a terrifying attack, but the Heaven-Stealing Bowl had already been activated, the space channel had been created, the world was in chaos, and a powerful space beam crossed the world, and the wind and clouds changed color. Young Master. The strong man of the Fighting Saint clan was shocked. The little bastard roared, and Purgatory's face was pale. The attack directly locked Qin Wentian and took him away directly. It was too domineering. The Southern Phoenix Empress looked indifferent. Her robe seemed to be on fire. Supreme divine brilliance emerged from her body. In an instant, the vast and endless land of the Divine Mountain seemed to be on fire and turned into a world of flames. She looked at the heaven-stealing passageway. In just a moment, the heaven-earth passageway in the distance suddenly burned up. An ancient phoenix stretched across the sky, making a roaring sound, trying to burn the space passageway. What a terrible power! Countless people looked up at the sky. In this battle, the immortal emperor actually took action directly. Even the shadow of the heaven-stealing emperor was behind him. The Southern Phoenix Empress also burst out with her peerless power. The heaven-stealing passageway was already born, but the rules were disrupted by the terrifying flames. Another heaven-stealing brilliance shot over. The Southern Phoenix Empress's face was cold. She pinched the spell with her hands, and the phoenix wings covered the sky and blocked the heaven-stealing beam. If we can't capture him alive, just kill him directly. An indifferent voice came, and then the special force that enveloped Qin Wentian tore everything apart and became even more violent. Qin Wentian screamed, his body was torn apart, blood spurted out, extremely miserable. He sacrificed the treasure tripod and then drilled into it, and only heard a light exclamation. Make chaos. A cold shout, the sky-stealing beam twisted, without a clear direction. The treasure tripod that Qin Wentian hid in seemed to be in a precarious situation in the space channel, and then an endless twisted space channel appeared, and the treasure tripod flew away in a certain direction. A phoenix feather appeared in the hand of the Southern Phoenix Queen, and it was directly swung out. In just a moment, the treasure tripod seemed to have attached terrible wings and disappeared directly. The special force was also disrupted. Then, the treasure tripod disappeared in this space, and no one knew where it went. The Empress used the power of space to send Qin Wentian away, and she directly interrupted the space, so that the other party could not locate where Qin Wentian went. An immortal emperor saw this scene and thought to himself that the Empress was indeed powerful and decisive. The Southern Phoenix Empress is indeed worthy of her reputation. A voice came through the void. Emperor Jiutian, who are you to attack a junior? The Empress said coldly. Haha, everyone in the immortal realm knows who I am, Jiutian. How can I be bound by rules and morals? I act as though heaven cannot stop me, and I act as though heaven does. The voice was overbearing and boundless. Who asked Dongsheng to ask me for help? I will naturally satisfy him. Dongsheng, in order to kill Qin Wentian, you actually sold yourself out. Emperor Changqing said. Everyone in the immortal realm knew who Emperor Duotian was. This person was a terrifying person. He had always been lawless and acted arbitrarily. Some people called him Emperor Duotian, and some people called him the Old Devil Duotian. Dongsheng asked him to do something, and he would definitely pay a terrible price. Don't talk nonsense, Dongsheng has already become my disciple. Emperor Duotian said lightly, which made everyone tremble. They thought Dongsheng was crazy. A dignified immortal emperor and a great overlord actually surrendered to the Old Devil Duotian. Chapter 1434 Falling from the Sky. The Southern Phoenix Empress and the Great Emperor Changqing were both a little worried. Dongsheng was too cruel. He was definitely going crazy. He was a mid-level immortal emperor and the overlord of the 13 states of Dongsheng. Although the Dongsheng immortal sect he led was defeated by the Qianbian immortal sect, his cultivation was there. No matter where he went, he was a big shot. However, it was obvious that Dongsheng only had hatred in his eyes. His goal was to kill Qin Wentian, Bai Wuya, and the Emperor Qianbian, all those who were involved in the destruction of his Dongsheng immortal sect and the death of his descendants. Qin Wentian had the Emperor Qianbian, Changqing, and even the Yu Emperor Nanhuang behind him. In addition, Qin Wentian himself was very cautious and did not give him a chance. His strength was constantly getting stronger. Therefore, he chose to worship under the old demon Duotian, even if it cost him a very high price. He should be dead this time. The voice of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor came through the Space Emperor weapon, the Heaven-Stealing Bowl. The Heaven-Stealing Demon's attack was so powerful that even if Qin Wentian hid and was sent away by the Southern Phoenix Empress, the power of that moment should have been enough to kill him. His body and bones might have been torn to pieces. Heaven-Stealing Demon, what price did the Eastern Saint pay? Are you going to be my enemy to help him? The Southern Phoenix Empress spoke coldly, with some hostility. Nanhuang, You have a stunning appearance and powerful strength. You are one of the few people in the immortal realm that I can look up to. Why don't you marry me and we join forces? From now on, in this vast immortal realm, no one will dare to go against us, the old demon Jiutian said with a smile. A cold light flashed across the Empress's face. Old demon, I've remembered what happened today, haha, you are welcome to come to me anytime. When has I, Jiutian, ever been afraid of anyone? If you come to me, Nanhong, I will be looking forward to it, the old demon Jiutian said with a big laugh, and then the light curtain dissipated, and the spatial force that spanned between heaven and earth dissipated, and the aura of Emperor Jiutian and immortal Emperor Dongsheng disappeared. There was a moment of silence in this space. The great Emperor Changqing whispered, I didn't expect that Dongsheng would become a disciple of the old devil. This old devil is extremely greedy and ignores all rules. No one can do anything to him. Dongsheng is really crazy. He must have paid an unimaginable price to beg him. Well, it seems that the last battle made Dongsheng crazy. Now I don't know where the little guy has gone. I can only wish him good luck. The Southern Phoenix Empress said softly. There was a trace of worry between the great Emperor Changqing's eyebrows. If Kinger knew this news, she would definitely be very uncomfortable. It seems that Kinger should not be told for the time being. Roar. A low roar came out. The little bastard looked at the void, and his eyes turned golden, which was extremely terrifying. Little guy, you should continue to follow your elders and clansmen in the future. The Southern Phoenix Empress glanced at the little bastard and whispered. The devouring heaven beast demon emperor nodded, and he would naturally take good care of the little bastard. Let's go. The Empress said softly, and then stepped out and walked down the sacred mountain. The expressions of many strong men were different. The people of Xianlan Immortal Country and Supreme Sword Sect were naturally happy. Qin Wentian had killed them and made them lose face. Dongsheng was cruel enough. He actually worshipped the old demon Jiutian and let the old demon Jiutian fight for him. Even if he didn't kill Qin Wentian this time, it was enough for him. Wang Shaishan's eyes showed a strange color. Will Qin Wentian really fall? The strong men left and flew in the air. The sacred mountain turned into a mountain range, just sitting on the wild land. The magic was no longer there. However, in the past 10 years, countless wild monsters have evolved and transformed. This area has gathered too many monsters. At this moment, all the monsters came out and the earth shook. The scene was simply terrifying. Many strong men in the fairyland were walking in the void. Looking at the big monster that covered the sky and the sun, a trace of worry emerged in their hearts. I am afraid that the place where the humans in the fairyland are located will inevitably be in turmoil. The vast and endless land of the immortal realm is endless. In the middle of the immortal realm, there are the most powerful forces. The Piaoxa Temple is one of the top forces in the middle of the immortal realm. The disciples who really worship the Piaoxa Temple are all women. As a top force, the Piaoxa Temple naturally controls a huge amount of power and has a strong control over the vast area. Hanming Fairy Lake is a place for the Piaoxa Temple to practice. This fairy lake flows with the power of Hanming, which is very suitable for the practice of the disciples of the Piaoxa Temple. Even the city where the Hanming Fairy Lake is located is named after it, so it is called Hanming Fairy City. Hanming Fairy Lake is located in the central area of Hanming Fairy City. It is a place for the Piaoxa Temple to practice exclusively. There are many powerful guardians and towering palaces. Disciples from the Piaoxa Temple often come down to practice here, and outsiders are not allowed to set foot. At this moment, the Hanming Fairy Lake is filled with a Hanming Fairy air. The fairy lake is located in the mountains, and the mountains are located in the city, which is unique. There are many strong people guarding the mountains around the fairy lake, all of them are women. There are often disciples from the Piaoxa Temple coming to bathe in the Hanming Fairy Lake. Naturally, no one is allowed to disturb and intrude, and no one dares to be so bold. There are many female disciples in the Hanming Fairy Lake. They are all wearing underwear and hiding in the misty lake. Their beautiful bodies are looming and their figures are excellent. Some are even wearing very sexy clothes, almost only a few pieces of cloth. They practice in the lake. In this way, they can be exposed to the Hanming Fairy energy to the greatest extent and absorb it into their flesh and body. Outsiders cannot set foot in this place, so they naturally don't have to worry. Qing Yi, I heard that your cultivation has improved again. You practiced so hard. Did you get stimulated by something? At this time, a sexy beauty looked at a woman opposite. The woman closed her eyes, Her body was as white as jade, her skin was perfect, and her face was also very beautiful. What does it have to do with you? The woman called Qin Yi spit out a cold voice. I am your senior sister after all. Can't I ask you? Qin Yi, why do you have to keep me at a distance? The woman smiled lightly. Qin Yi still closed her eyes, as if she didn't hear anything. Catcha. Just as they were talking, the defensive light curtain in the void seemed to be broken. A roaring sound came. The woman in Hanming Fairy Lake suddenly looked up at the sky, and a very cold look flashed in her eyes. Who is it? They were shocked and took out their clothes to cover their bodies. Their faces changed drastically. Someone dared to break into Hanming Fairy Lake. Are they looking for death? The strong men in the mountains above flashed out one by one, but the speed of the figure was too fast, like lightning falling from the sky. Looking carefully, it turned out to be a figure. How dare you? Mosiah Oxio shouted. She waved her palm, and a powerful cold power directly wrapped up the figure and swung it to the side. Suddenly, the figure changed direction and smashed towards the mountain next to it. With a bang, it continued to rise, and a hole was smashed in the mountain. Waves of icy power swept out, and many women put on their clothes, revealing a strong murderous intent. Mosiah Oxio didn't bother to quarrel with Qin Yi, but walked towards the shore. This person was so bold that he dared to come here to spy on them and seek death. Qin Yi still closed her eyes. Her clothes were thin, but they covered her important parts. She was not afraid of others peeping. As for that bold person, Mosiah Oxio would naturally deal with him. The figure that fell from the sky was Qin Wentian. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor thought that the attack would take Qin Wentian's life. It can be imagined how terrible the attack on Qin Wentian was. Although it was only a moment, his body seemed to be torn apart. His body suffered devastating damage. After rushing into the treasure tripod, he left only a trace of consciousness and put the treasure tripod away, because he was worried that the treasure tripod would attract murderous intent when he landed. At this moment, when he landed, his body was attacked again, his body was more turbulent, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. His eyelids drooped weakly, and he glanced at the figures coming. It was very blurry. He vaguely saw a group of sexy women, all of whom were quite beautiful. Of course, he also felt the chill on them. The next moment, he closed his eyes, lost consciousness, and fainted. However, Qin Wentian was not worried that he would be seriously injured and die. When he communicated with his seventh star soul, he also had a kind of attribute power that was enough to ensure that he would not die. However, he was worried that he would be plotted against after he fainted. Mosiah Oxio walked over here and saw the young and handsome figure of Qin Wentian. Her eyes were cold and she said, "He didn't die after bearing the force of my attack. It seems that this lecherous guy is also a fairy. Kill him." Yet, someone walked forward, with a cold look on his face. On the other side, Qin Yi's immortal thoughts swept over here. When she saw the face clearly, her body trembled violently and she shouted, "Stop!" Her body rushed out of the lake directly. She didn't care about her graceful body being seen. She rushed directly to the side of the mountain wall. Mosiah Oxio and others turned their heads and looked at her, and said, "Qin Yi, what do you mean?" Qin Yi seemed not to hear her words. She rushed directly to the side of Qin Wentian. Looking at the unconscious figure, her heart was shaking. She didn't know why, when she saw this face that she should have hated again, her mood fluctuated so violently. "Don't touch him." Qin Yi walked forward and picked up Qin Wentian, which made Mosiah Oxio's beautiful eyes stunned. Although Qin Yi's thin clothes protected the important parts of her body, she was still very sexy, but it was unusual for her to hug a man like this. "Qin Yi, what do you mean? This man is so bold, and you still protect him." Mosiah Oxio sneered. "He came to find me." Qin Yi glanced at Mosiah Oxio and walked past her. This sentence should be enough to get rid of Mosiah Oxio's entanglement. Sure enough, Mosiah Oxio's beautiful eyes flickered, and then she giggled, revealing a very interesting look. Looking for her? Could it be that Qin Yi already had a crush on someone? No wonder, but her crush was so vulnerable, which made people very disappointed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1435 The Great Return Pill. Chu Qingyi carried Qin Wentian and walked forward, walked out of Hanming Fairy Lake, and then came to a palace. She put Qin Wentian down, put on her clothes, and frowned at the unconscious figure in front of her. Qin Wentian was seriously injured. It was very likely that he was blasted down from the void, and it was definitely not Mo Xiaoxiao who injured him. Back then in the Xiandao Holy Academy, Qin Wentian was already able to fight Wang Shaishan. How could Mo Xiaoxiao's attack shake Qin Wentian? That was just her wishful thinking. Although she didn't know what happened to Qin Wentian later, his strength was definitely improving faster than hers. Who was the person who injured him? Who was so cruel? Should I save you? Chu Qingyi looked at Qin Wentian. Her mood was disrupted by Qin Wentian's appearance and she couldn't calm down. Back then in the Xiandao Holy Academy, she hated Qin Wentian because he injured her and almost insulted her. Although she was saved by him in the end, he later brought her to his side and tortured her constantly, making her suffer humiliation she had never experienced before. However, now, she couldn't hide him, and even had the idea of saving him. After struggling for a long time, Chu Qingyi picked up Qin Wentian, and then her figure flashed and left. Qin Wentian was seriously injured and didn't know whether he would be in danger of life. She herself had no ability to treat Qin Wentian. If she wanted to help him, she could only send him to the city lord's mansion temporarily. The city lord of Hanming Xiancheng was a top-level fairy king figure, belonging to their Piaoxia holy temple. He should be able to help Qin Wentian heal his injuries, but she didn't want to go there, but now for Qin Wentian, she had to go there. Hanming Xiancheng, the city lord's mansion, was majestic and magnificent. Chu Qingyi brought people here, and no one in the city lord's mansion dared to stop her. They all recognized her. Chu Qingyi entered the city lord's mansion by herself and came to a mansion. A group of strong men flashed to greet her. The person in the lead was a beautiful woman with a beautiful face and extraordinary demeanor. She was the daughter of the city lord's mansion and had a good relationship with Chu Qingyi. "Qingyi, who is this?" the woman asked when she saw Chu Qingyi coming with a man in her arms. "A friend of mine, Lu Yao, is seriously injured. Can you help me?" Chu Qingyi looked at Lu Yao with her beautiful eyes. "Qingyi, I will help you. I have a pill here. It was given to me by my father. It is a 7th grade great rejuvenation pill. It should be able to save his life." Lu Yao took out a shining immortal pill. The fragrance spread all over the place, which moved Chu Qingyi. She said, "Lu Yao, I owe you a favor. It doesn't matter. My father is an alchemist. You know I won't be short of pills." Lu Yao smiled and handed the pill to Chu Qingyi. Then she saw Chu Qingyi give it to Qin Wentian. Lu Yao was surprised to see this scene. She and Chu Qingyi had known each other for a long time. It was rare to see her so nervous about someone. The 7th grade pill was enough to save the immortal king. She gave it to a friend without hesitation. After the elixir entered Qin Wentian's body, in an instant, Qin Wentian's body was filled with a fragrance of medicine, his blood began to flow, his skin had a faint luster, and it was no longer so pale. "It seems to work, don't worry, martial life cultivators have powerful self-healing abilities, plus the power of the elixir, he will definitely be fine," Lu Yao said softly, and Chu Qingyi nodded. "If you are worried, I will make some more medicine soup for him to take, so that he can wake up as soon as possible." Lu Yao smiled and walked out. Chu Qingyi looked at Qin Wentian's face in a daze, and she didn't know what she was thinking in her heart. She was in a complicated mood. It was not until Lu Yao came back that she took the boiled medicine soup and fed it to Qin Wentian. After taking it, the blood color on Qin Wentian's face gradually recovered, and the effect of the medicine was stronger. "He should wake up soon," Lu Yao said softly. "I'll go out for a walk," Chu Qingyi said, and then went out. "Qingyi!" Lu Yao was stunned and shouted. "Help me take care of him." Chu Qingyi's voice came. Lu Yao had no idea what was going on. She stood beside Qin Wentian, looking at the sharp-edged face, thinking to herself that Qingyi's vision was very high. She was also the saintly woman of the Piaoxia temple, and the person she liked must be an extraordinary person. At this time, the power in Qin Wentian's body flowed on its own. Not long after, he regained consciousness and opened his eyes. A gentle and beautiful face came into view. After feeling his body, he actually felt the power of the elixir. He knew that he was seriously injured. Although his own strength was enough to slowly repair his body, the elixir obviously accelerated the flow of power in his body, causing his body to recover rapidly, and he regained consciousness in a short time. Where am I? Qin Wentian asked. This is the city lord's mansion. You should take a good rest to recover from your injuries. The effect of the great rejuvenation pill should still be there. Don't waste it. Absorb it all. It will be good for you. Lu Yao smiled sweetly. Qin Wentian nodded gently and began to mobilize the power of the pill in his body, integrating it into his blood and flowing through every part of his body. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Qin Wentian had recovered very well in the past 7 days. The injuries on the surface of his body gradually recovered. He was able to stand up and walk around. Although the injuries in his body were more serious, they were also gradually recovering. At this time, he was walking in the yard. Lu Yao came over and smiled at him. Why are you up? Walk around. Qin Wentian smiled and said, Lu Yao, thank you for taking care of me these days. I was just entrusted by someone. You don't have to thank me. Lu Yao smiled innocently. Entrusted by someone? Qin Wentian asked curiously. Yes, Saint Qingyi asked me to take care of you, but she just left. Lu Yao smiled bitterly and shook her head. Qin Wentian was stunned. Saint Qingyi. Don't you know? Lu Yao looked at Qin Wentian with some doubts. Saint Chu Qingyi of Piaoxa Temple, it was she who brought you, who was seriously injured, to me to take care of you. Chu Qingyi. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, and he gradually remembered. A figure emerged in his mind, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. Chu Qingyi, who hated him and was tortured by him in Xiandao Holy Academy, actually saved him? And entrusted Lu Yao to take care of him. Chu Qingyi asked you to help, so you help. A cold voice came. Lu Yao looked up, and saw a group of figures directly broke into her mansion, flew in the air, and landed above her head. Saint Mo. Lu Yao saw Mosiah Oxio coming, and her expression changed slightly. You gave him the great rejuvenating pill, didn't you? Mosiah Oxio glanced at Qin Wentian and Lu Yao indifferently. Qin Wentian remembered that the woman in front of him was the figure he saw before he fainted. It seemed that this woman also attacked him before he landed. Yes. Lu Yao nodded. You are so presumptuous. Mosiah Oxio scolded coldly, and said coldly, the city lord's mansion refines the great rejuvenating pill, and the amount of tribute to the Piaoxa Holy Temple every year is not much. Your father gave it to you, but you actually gave it to a lustful person. In this case, why not pay tribute directly to the Piaoxa Holy Temple? Saint, this great rejuvenating pill is mine. I should have the right to decide who to give it to, right? Lu Yao looked up at Mosiah Oxio and said, Lu Yao, how can you talk to the saint? Why don't you apologize? Beside Mosiah Oxio, an extraordinary young man stood proudly and spoke coldly. That's right, why apologize? Lu Yao said stubbornly. You are really getting more and more outrageous. Are your words of brother useless? Apologize to the saint immediately. The young man shouted again, and Lu Yao gritted her teeth, unwilling to accept it. Qin Wentian frowned slightly when he saw this scene. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a whistling sound in the distance, and Chu Qingyi's body flashed and descended, saying coldly, Mosiah Oxio, Lu Feng, what do you two mean by bullying Lu Yao? What do you mean? Chu Qingyi, it's fine if you cheated on someone yourself, but you brought your lover to the Lu family, and used the relationship between Lu Yao and you to cheat the Great Tuandan. Don't you know that the amount of Great Tuandan that our Piaoxa Holy Temple needs every year is not enough? You are so good that you actually wasted on an insignificant person. Qin Wentian was a little surprised when he saw Chu Qingyi. He didn't expect that it was really her, and Chu Qingyi would actually help him. Saint Qingyi, what Mosiah Oxio said is right. As a saint of the Piaoxa Temple, Lu Yao will certainly not object to your request. However, the 7th grade Great Tuandan is extremely precious. It is a bit unreasonable for you to heal your man instead of paying tribute to the Piaoxa Temple. The young man also spoke up. You really want to embarrass me, right? Chu Qingyi's expression turned cold. Mosiah Oxio often opposed her. Now, she was holding on to this matter, obviously deliberately embarrassing her. I said, this Great Tuandan is a favor I owe to Lu Yao. I will pay her back. It has nothing to do with you. Chu Qingyi said coldly. Did I take this pill? Qin Wentian stepped forward and spoke. Chu Qingyi and Lu Yao looked at him. Chu Qingyi had a complicated expression. Facing Qin Wentian, she was a little at a loss. If I had taken it, I would have compensated Lu Yao myself, and no one else would have to pay for me. Qin Wentian said. Chu Qingyi's beautiful eyes trembled, and she lowered her head, feeling a little disappointed. Qin Wentian, did he still hate her? He was unwilling to accept a single favor from her. You pay it back. Mosiah Oxio laughed. Do you know the value of a 7th grade pill, the Great Huandan? With you, what can you use to pay it back? The young man also laughed, looking at Qin Wentian sarcastically. Did I take your pills? Qin Wentian looked at Mosiah Oxio and Lu Feng and asked. Although I didn't, it's related to us. Mosiah Oxio said coldly. If not, why are you talking so much nonsense? Qin Wentian uttered a cold voice. Chapter 1436 Chu Qingyi's attitude. Mosiah Oxio and Lu Feng were stunned when they heard Qin Wentian's words, and then they laughed. Their immortal thoughts scanned Qin Wentian without hesitation. Qingyi, I thought you had high standards and didn't even look down on Leba of the Thunder God Temple. I didn't expect that. Mosiah Oxio chuckled. You are so weak, but you still talk to me like this. You really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Although I don't know how your cultivation is, you can kill with the raise of your hand now. You took my Lu family's Dahuandan, and you dare to be so arrogant. Lu Feng also laughed contemptuously. Chu Qingyi's face changed. She knew what kind of person Qin Wentian was. He was so glorious in the Xiandao Holy Academy back then. He fought against the Xiandao Holy Academy's Xianjiao. Facing the encirclement and suppression of major forces, he was still proud and unparalleled. He led many strong men to clash with the other side, killing the sky and the earth, and even roasted the white tiger for food. Now, although he was injured, his pride was not something that Mosiah Oxio and Lu Feng could insult. Taking a step forward, Chu Qingyi came to Qin Wentian, looked at Mosiah Oxio and Lu Feng and said, Mosiah Oxio, don't be too presumptuous. He is not wrong. Without using your Dahuandan, what qualifications do you have to stand here and speak? Very good, if you say so, then only ask Lu Yao's father to come out. The Dahuandan refined by the Lu family should be related to this city lord's mansion. Mosiah Oxio snorted coldly. I have asked someone to invite him. Lu Feng said lightly. Chu Qingyi's expression was extremely ugly. It seemed that Mosiah Oxio was determined to make a big deal of this matter, to damage her face and attack her. After all, they were both saints of the Piaoxa Temple, although they were sisters from the same sect, but the competition was very fierce, and Mosiah Oxio had always been at odds with her. In addition, the City Lord's Mansion is also very complicated. The City Lord's Mansion is a subsidiary force in the territory of the Piaoxa Temple. However, over the generations, the City Lord's Mansion has sent many people to the Piaoxa Temple, and some of them even hold high positions and have extraordinary status. Therefore, the City Lord's Mansion cannot be regarded as an ordinary force. Now, a high-ranking disciple of the City Lord's Mansion in the Piaoxa Temple is an elder of Mosiah Oxio's lineage, and they have a very good relationship. Lu Yao's aunt is also in the Piaoxa Temple and is Chu Qingyi's elder, but her status is not that high. Therefore, the City Lord's Mansion favors Mosiah Oxio, while Chu Qingyi has a good relationship with Lu Yao. Therefore, if it were not for the last resort to see Qin Wentian seriously injured, Chu Qingyi would not send him to the City Lord's Mansion Lu family. Sure enough, not long after, a group of strong men came in a mighty force. The lineup was very strong, and there were even several figures of the older generation, the elders of the City Lord's Mansion, and Lu Yao's father also arrived. He was at the low-level Immortal King realm. After he arrived here, he immediately understood that Lu Yao was in trouble. It seemed that she had offended Mosiah Oxio. Unexpectedly, he was involved in the fight between Mosiah Oxio and Chu Qingyi, which he did not want to see. Uncle! Chu Qingyi shouted to Lu Yao's father. Qingyi saint, Zia Oxio saint. Lu Yao's father Luzon shouted. Luzon. Mosiah Oxio shouted coldly, without giving any face, and said, the Great Huandan was refined by the Lu family, not just you. Of course. Luzon nodded. How could he refine a 7th grade Great Huandan by himself? The Lu family sends some Dahuandan to the Piaoxa Holy Temple every year. However, the Holy Temple is kind and will not take all of them. It will leave some for the Lu family's meritorious people. It is understandable that you gave it to your daughter. However, Lu Yao did not keep it for herself, but gave it to a lustful man. This man coveted beauty and dared to break into the Hanming Fairy Lake. It was simply treasonous. I injured him, and Lu Yao actually used the Dahuandan to save him. He also spoke rudely and said that this matter had nothing to do with me. What do you think? Lu Yao is ignorant. I hope the saint will not be offended. However, since the Dahuandan has been taken, no matter what I say, it will be useless. I still have a Dahuandan on me, and I am willing to present it to the saint. Lu Zan said. Father, why? Lu Yao said unconvinced. Shut up. Lu Zan scolded, making Lu Yao look aggrieved. What else? Mosiah Oxio sneered. Lu Yao made a mistake out of ignorance. I will punish her severely. Lu Zan said. Uncle, this matter has nothing to do with Lu Yao. I asked her for the great rejuvenation pill. You don't need to punish Lu Yao. Mosiah Oxio, you can come to me if you want to do anything. You don't have to show off. Chu Qingyi stared at Mosiah Oxio with cold eyes. Qingyi, you are my junior sister. I will not do anything to you, but you are the saint of my Piaoxa temple. How can I let you go astray and be obsessed with worldly feelings, and even ask for the great rejuvenation pill to heal the wounds of such a lustful person? Mosiah Oxio said slowly, Junior sister Qingyi, I will report this matter to the temple. If you make a decision now, it's not too late. What do you want me to do? Chu Qingyi frowned, and Mosiah Oxio smiled without saying anything. Kill him to prove your Dao heart, Qingyi. Only in this way will the Piaoxa Holy Temple not punish you. Otherwise, even if you are gifted, if you act so recklessly, the Holy Temple will be disappointed in you. At this time, a voice came out. The person who spoke was a young man in white clothes and long hair. He was handsome and extraordinary, and he was a gentleman. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the immortal stage, which was quite extraordinary. His name was Lu Hanfei. He had a very good relationship with Mosiah Oxio. He was the core of the direct lineage of that lineage. He was gifted and was the nephew of Mosiah Oxio's elder in the Piaoxa Holy Temple. He was highly regarded by the entire Lu family and attracted much attention. He once pursued Chu Qingyi, but was rejected by Chu Qingyi without hesitation. He was angry and wanted to get Chu Qingyi. Qin Wentian glanced at her, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. This person actually let Chu Qingyi kill him to prove his Dao art? Although he was very weak at the moment, his body was severely injured, and his cultivation had not yet recovered. A mere person in the immortal stage realm dared to threaten to kill him. Are you sure about what you said? Qin Wentian glanced at Lu Hanfei with cold eyes. Lu Hanfei saw Qin Wentian's deep eyes and felt an extraordinary gaze. He couldn't help but feel provoked and said coldly, You are not worthy to ask me a question. Qin Wentian, the Lu family is full of strong people. This is not my power, but Mosiah Oxio's world. Don't be impulsive, otherwise they will really take action against you directly, and I can't stop them. Chu Qingyi sent a voice message to Qin Wentian, Be patient for a while, I will definitely protect your safety. Qin Wentian was a little surprised to hear Chu Qingyi's words, and asked, Why did you do this? Chu Qingyi showed a faint bitter smile on her lips, without responding, but just looked at Mosiah Oxio and Lu Hanfei, and said coldly, I borrowed the great Huandan from Lu Yao, and I will return it to her. This matter has nothing to do with Uncle Lu, and I will take full responsibility. You have to report it to the Piaoxa Temple, as you like. I am waiting for the order from the Piaoxa Temple. As for whoever dares to touch my friend in front of me, it will be a mortal enemy with me, Chu Qingyi, and we will never stop until we die. As soon as the voice fell, her cold eyes swept across the crowd, and looked at the elders of the Lu family with a threatening look. Even though this place belonged to Mosiah Oxio's sphere of influence, but as the saint of the Piaoxa Temple, these people who wanted to touch Qin Wentian had better think carefully whether they had to bear her anger. Seeing Chu Qingyi so determined, the people of the Lu family couldn't help but reveal a strange light, and Mosiah Oxio laughed. She was happy to see such an ending. The more Chu Qingyi defended this person, the more interesting it was. She wanted to see how Chu Qingyi could protect him. It seems that the city lord's birthday is coming soon. Mosiah Oxio said. Yes. An old man said. Well, at the birthday banquet, my uncle will definitely come back to celebrate the birthday of the city lord. This matter will be settled at the city lord's birthday banquet when my uncle comes. Mosiah Oxio said lightly, which made Chu Qingyi's face change. These days, everyone, keep a good eye on junior sister Qingyi's wild man and don't let him run away. Mosiah Oxio ordered coldly. Yes. Someone nodded in response, and then Mosiah Oxio and others left in a flash. Lu Hanfei stayed here alone and did not leave. He looked at Chu Qingyi, and then glanced at Qin Wentian indifferently, and said, Qingyi, if you can agree to marry me, Aunt will definitely not pursue this matter. Get lost. Chu Qingyi uttered a cold voice. Was he threatening her with this? When Lu Hanfei heard this, his face suddenly became very ugly. He glanced at Qin Wentian with his cold eyes and said, You would rather marry a waste than marry me. I, Lu Hanfei, have already reached the realm of Immortal King. How can I not be worthy of you, Chu Qingyi? You will regret it. After that, he snorted coldly and left, leaving only Lu Yao's father Lu Zan and his group here. Lu Zan looked at Chu Qingyi, then at Lu Yao, and could only sigh. Uncle, this matter was caused by me. It had nothing to do with Mosiah Oxio. I didn't expect Mosiah Oxio to make a fuss about it and deliberately make a big deal about it, involving Lu Yao. I'm sorry, I will try my best to save it. In the next period of time, please help me take care of my friend. Chu Qingyi instructed Lu Zan that there were still some things she had to do to resolve the crisis. Well, now that things have come to this, you can go. Since Saint Mosiah Oxio said that she would make a decision at the birthday banquet, it will be fine. Lu Zan said. Chu Qingyi nodded, and said to Qin Wentian, You stay here and take good care of your injuries, and wait for me to come back. Qin Wentian looked at Chu Qingyi, knowing that the other party was sincere and his heart was as clear as a mirror. He could only sigh secretly and said, Chu Qingyi, you and I had some grievances in the past, and I have forgotten them since then. Now, you don't owe me anything, so there is no need to do this, and you don't have to run around. But I can't forget it. Chu Qingyi smiled, seemed a little sad, and then turned and left. She knew that someone like Qin Wentian had disliked her from the beginning, and now, he would definitely not have too much good feelings towards her. She didn't ask for anything, but just followed her heart and couldn't let Qin Wentian get into trouble here. Chapter 1437 Lu Yangsu. Chu Qingyi left. Lu Zan looked at Qin Wentian, sighed, and left as well. He was very reluctant to get involved in the internal struggle of Piaoxa Temple, but it was unavoidable. Qin Wentian watched all this happen indifferently. Although there were ups and downs in his heart, there were not too many waves. The saint of Piaoxa Temple, Mosiah Oxio, wanted to fight Chu Qingyi, but she chose to use him as a scapegoat? This was a ridiculous thing. Did she regard herself as Chu Qingyi's breakthrough point? She was destined to be disappointed. What is your relationship with Qingyi? Lu Yao looked at Qin Wentian with some curiosity. Listening to the conversation between Chu Qingyi and Qin Wentian, the two did not seem to be good friends, let alone lovers. On the contrary, the conversation between the two seemed to have some grievances. But if that was the case, why did Chu Qingyi not hesitate to ask for the great Yuandian to save him? It has nothing to do with anything. Qin Wentian said calmly. Lu Yao was stunned and smiled and shook her head. If you don't want to say it, forget it. There is still some time before the birthday banquet. You should take good care of your injuries. Qingyi will find a way to protect your safety as much as possible. Thank you. Qin Wentian nodded gently to Lu Yao. This woman was able to agree to take care of him in such an environment. She was a good friend. As for his safety, it was not the turn of others to protect him. The person he needed to be wary of was a strong man in the realm of the Immortal Emperor, not a mere city lord's mansion. The Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor asked a very powerful person to take action, which was a troublesome thing. Unless there was a super strong person to protect him, otherwise, he could not appear in the side of the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor and let him know where he was. In the following days, Lu Yao took great care of Qin Wentian, often preparing some elixirs and medicines for Qin Wentian to take. Qin Wentian didn't need these at first, but seeing Lu Yao's insistence, he thanked her for her kindness and accepted them every time. At the same time, his body continued to recover strength, repairing his severely injured body bit by bit. His spirit gradually improved, and his damaged tendons, bones, veins, and flesh were constantly repairing. Are you crazy? You are still feeding him pills. Don't you know the situation we are facing now? It is rumored that Lu Yangsu's cultivation has reached the intermediate level of Immortal King. What a fast cultivation speed she has. She is extremely talented. She is being valued in the Piaoxa Temple. When she comes to attend the birthday banquet, it will definitely cause a sensation. There will be a lot of powerful people coming at that time. You are still taking care of this person and making enemies with Lu Yangsu's lineage. She is the uncle of Mosiah Oxio's lineage. That's right. Capture him immediately and hand him over to Mosiah Oxio. Forget about Chu Qingyi. The sound of quarreling came from outside. Although it was some distance away, it still penetrated into Qin Wentian's eardrums. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts spread out, and then he saw a group of young men from the Lu family coming to Lu Yao. They all had cold faces and scolded Lu Yao very rudely. Why didn't any of you stand up and speak when Qingyi was here? Now that Qingyi entrusted him to me and she left for something, you all dared to jump out. Lu Yao looked at many of her peers in front of her, and her body trembled with anger. She was stimulated by their words. Chu Qingyi is the saint of the Piaoxa temple. We can't confront her head-on. Now that she has left, maybe she doesn't plan to take care of it. You are just hanging on here. What's more, we handed the person to Mosiah Oxio and Lu's Hanfei. Even if Chu Qingyi came back and knew about it, she couldn't say anything. A woman said coldly. That's right, we can show our goodwill to Mosiah Oxio. After all, in our Lu family, Mosiah Oxio's power is greater than Chu Qingyi's. Someone echoed. Don't forget what Qingyi said when she left. It's true that you want to please Mosiah Oxio, but if you really hand the person over to Mosiah Oxio, Qingyi will fight you to the death. You should think about the price carefully. Lu Yao's voice became strong and extremely cold, which made everyone stunned and hesitate. The young man looked embarrassed and said to the inside, you want to protect a useless person, which may cause my family to be punished by the head of the family. Lu Yao, you really don't know the current situation. Lu Yao, if anything happens to our family in the future, you will be the sinner. The group left in a huff. Lu Yao was so angry that her chest heaved. Looking at those departing figures, she was very unhappy. A bunch of snobs. Lu Yao said angrily. Since you know, why are you still angry? A voice came. Lu Yao turned around and saw Qin Wentian coming over. She couldn't help but ask, Mr. Qin, did you hear everything? Yes. Qin Wentian nodded gently and said, don't worry, these things won't affect me. That's good. Mr. Qin is injured. Don't get angry and affect your recovery. Qingyi handed you to me. Even if I can't make you healed, I will never make your injuries worse. Lu Yao smiled. Qin Wentian walked to Lu Yao's side and smiled and said, Lu Yao, do you have any wishes? Why are you asking this? Lu Yao looked at Qin Wentian with some curiosity. You gave me the great Wentian to take. I said I would repay you for this kindness. Naturally, I did what I said, but I don't know what you need, so I asked you if you have any wishes to see if I can satisfy them. Qin Wentian said with a smile. Although he would be fine with or without the great Wentian, he had a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. The two met by chance, and this kindness must be repaid. Lu Yao chuckled, revealing a bit of simple sunshine. What are you laughing at? Qin Wentian was stunned. I'm laughing at you for being stupid. You can't even protect yourself, and you're still asking me what my wish is. Can you fulfill it for me? Lu Yao rolled her eyes at Qin Wentian. Although she didn't believe it, it still gave people a comfortable feeling. I'm stupid. Qin Wentian's forehead had black lines. Few people said that to him. Isn't it? Lu Yao smiled playfully when she saw Qin Wentian's embarrassed expression, which was very cute. Of course, my wish is actually very simple. I want to be paid more attention in the family, instead of being marginalized. However, my talent is not the best in the family, so this wish is simple but difficult. I probably have no chance to possess powerful skills, alchemy techniques, and various gorgeous magic weapons. More importantly, I may not be able to decide my own marriage in the future. If the family values me enough, perhaps I will have the right to choose for myself. Lu Yao gazed into the distance with some emotion, but soon she retracted her gaze and looked at Qin Wentian and said, Why am I telling you these things? They are all false words. You are not allowed to laugh at me. No. Qin Wentian shook his head. Maybe I can really help you realize these wishes. Forget it, I will be satisfied if I can realize one or two of them. Lu Yao shook her head. Let's not think about these things for now. Let's get through this difficulty first. I'm afraid you won't have an easy time at the old man's birthday banquet this time. I don't know if Qingyi can come up with a solution. It'll be okay. Qin Wentian said softly. I hope so. Mr. Qin, go and recover. If it doesn't work, see if you can sneak out. Lu Yao said. Qin Wentian didn't say much. He returned to his room to continue to recover. His severely injured body continued to get better. As time passed, The birthday banquet of City Lord Lu in the City Lord's mansion finally arrived. City Lord Lu's birthday banquet is held once every 100 years, and the whole city is shaken. On this day, Hanming Immortal City was shaken. The strong men from various forces came one after another, sent visiting cards to celebrate his birthday, and many forces sent gifts and left directly. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the mansion for the birthday banquet. Those who were really invited to the City Lord's mansion had extraordinary status. On this day, the vast City Lord's mansion was very lively, and all the mansions were busy. Only the Lu Yao mansion where Qin Wentian lived was particularly quiet and no one cared. Obviously, the recent incident affected this City Lord's mansion, making the status of Lu Yao's lineage a little delicate. Lu Yao sighed in her heart. It seemed that her wish might never be realized. The distance was getting farther and farther. Qin Wentian walked out of his residence and headed outside the mansion. Stop. Someone stopped in front of Qin Wentian and shouted coldly. Qin Wentian frowned. My freedom is restricted. It's too late to escape now. Escape. Qin Wentian looked at the people who stopped him and said, it seems that there is no hatred between me and the Lu family. Are you really going to kill me? That depends on how the City Lord decides. In short, you are not allowed to take a step out of here before the matter of the Great Huandan is resolved. One person said coldly. Qin Wentian sneered, very good, I am afraid that when I don't want to leave, you will beg me to leave. As he said that, he turned back and saw Lu Yao's body flashing on the other side. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be a little anxious. What's wrong? Qin Wentian asked. Lu Yangsu has arrived, and brought many strong people from the Piaoxa temple, including people of her generation. The old man went out to greet her personally. Lu Yao said. He looked at the people guarding there and said coldly, get out, are you spying on me? Miss Lu Yao, please forgive us, we are just following orders. One person sneered and looked at Qin Wentian and the others with a teasing look. Don't embarrass them. Qin Wentian said lightly. Lu Yao looked a little anxious. At this time, there was a sound of breaking air in the distance. Chu Qingyi arrived. Lu Yao looked at her expectantly, but saw Chu Qingyi walked over here and said to Qin Wentian, no matter what, I will protect you, at all costs. When Lu Yao heard this, her heart kept sinking. Qin Wentian looked at Chu Qingyi's resolute eyes, smiled at her, and said, thank you, let's go to the banquet. Chu Qingyi was stunned when she saw Qin Wentian smile, and then nodded solemnly, okay. This time when she went to Piaoxa Temple, the elders asked her not to interfere in the affairs of the City Lord's mansion, just because Lu Yangsu's status in Piaoxa Temple was getting higher and higher. At this time, many powerful people gathered at the banquet. Their eyes were all looking in the same direction. City Lord Lu and other big figures personally greeted them and looked at the flashing figures. Each of them was extraordinary, flying in the air, and then descended towards this side. Yangsu, you're back. City Lord Lu said happily. Of course I have to come to celebrate my father's birthday. Lu Yangsu looked to be over 30 years old, quite beautiful, with an extraordinary aura, a fairy king figure. She landed on the ground, waved her hand and said, Yangsu congratulates father on his birthday. Congratulations to City Lord Lu on his birthday. Many disciples of the Piaoxa temple bowed together, and then presented great gifts. City Lord Lu smiled and said, Yangsu, please take a seat. Okay. Lu Yangsu nodded gently. Uncle. Mosiah Oxio stood up and called to Lu Yangsu. And Lu Hanfei also called. Lu Yangsu looked over there and nodded slightly to the two of them. She was radiant and sat directly on the main seat. She was surrounded by stars and many powerful people stood up and bowed. P.S. I recommend a fantasy book by a friend, The Ancient Star Secret, whose pen name is Lu Yao. Is it a coincidence? Chapter 1438 Persuasion. There were many guests coming and going at the banquet, but the most dazzling ones were undoubtedly the people from the Piaoxa temple. The Piaoxa temple was the controller of the city, and the practitioners who came down from the temple had extraordinary status. This time, City Lord Lu was not holding a birthday banquet, but there were actually many disciples from the Piaoxa temple who came to celebrate his birthday. The only family that could do this was the City Lord's mansion. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Although the City Lord's mansion was only a vassal force of the Piaoxa temple, as generations passed, they had already been integrated into the Piaoxa temple. Many disciples in the family practiced in the temple, or had 1,000 connections. City Lord Lu was glowing with ruddy light, sitting in the center of the main seat. Next to him sat his daughter Lu Yangsu, and the other heirs sat a little off. Next to Lu Yangsu sat Lu Hanfei's father, and below him sat Lu Hanfei and Mosiah Oxio. These people belonged to the most core lineage of the Lu family today, and controlled the power of the Lu family. Although Lu Yao is also a direct descendant, he needs to call City Lord Lu his great-grandfather, who is the uncle of her father Lu Zan. In terms of relationship, Lu Yangsu is actually Lu Yao's aunt, but they are not blood relatives, so the relationship is naturally much more distant, especially Lu Yangsu's nephew Lu Hanfei is very talented, and Lu Yangsu and Lu Yao's aunt entered the Piaoxu Holy Temple together. The two of them have been competitors both in the family and in the Piaoxu Holy Temple, and they are compared by people from the two families. But later, Lu Yangsu gradually left the other party behind, and now her status is incomparable. The Wu family came to congratulate City Lord Lu on his birthday. A hearty voice came, and then a group of strong men were led in. The leader walked like a dragon and a tiger, with a mighty body and extraordinary momentum. At first glance, he was an extraordinary strong man. This person is the head of the Wu family, Wu Bufan. Haha, old man, you actually came in person, please take a seat. City Lord Lu stood up and laughed heroically. The head of the Wu family actually came to celebrate a birthday in person. He is indeed the City Lord Lu, and he has great power. Yes, the cultivation of the head of the Wu family is very terrifying. It is said that he has reached the peak of the middle-level immortal king. In this city, except for the City Lord's mansion, the Wu family is the strongest. Everyone exclaimed. Moreover, there is a younger generation in the Wu family who is very dazzling. He has become a disciple of an immortal emperor and is accepted as a personal disciple by the immortal emperor. He is extremely outstanding. Wu Xianjiao, he is here too. Everyone looked at the young man next to Wu Bufan, the head of the Wu family. This man has a handsome face, bright eyes, and is an extraordinary strong man. His real name is Xianjiao. He is highly expected and is indeed a real Xianjiao. Immortal King Yangsu has arrived too. I have heard of her name a long time ago. It is a great honor to meet her today. Wu Bufan bowed slightly to Lu Yangsu. Even as the head of the Wu family, he was very polite to Lu Yangsu. After all, Lu Yangsu's status was higher than his. If he was not the daughter of City Lord Lu, City Lord Lu's status would still be lower than Lu Yangsu. Wu Bufan was of course aware of this. Yes. Lu Yangsu nodded slightly and glanced at Wu Xianjiao next to her. A strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes, as if she was not as interested in Wu Bufan as Wu Xianjiao. Has Wu Xianjiao entered the realm of Immortal King? Lu Yangsu asked. Senior, you have a discerning eye. Xianjiao is not talented, but he has indeed entered the level of Immortal King. Wu Xianjiao bowed politely. Very good, worthy of being a cultivator who follows the Immortal Emperor, with a promising future ahead. Lu Yangsu praised, and City Lord Lu also laughed. Nephew Xianjiao is indeed extraordinary, brother Wu, come and sit down. Wu Bufan nodded, and without being polite, he went to the main seat and sat down with Wu Xianjiao. He brought Wu Xianjiao here today for a purpose, hoping to establish some relationship with the Piaoxu Holy Temple like the City Lord's mansion, and the best way to establish a relationship is undoubtedly marriage. City Lord Lu's birthday is a good opportunity. Everyone, please feel free to take a seat, no need to be polite. City Lord Lu waved to the crowd. The banquet had been set up, and the strong men presented gifts one after another. Since they were here, of course they had to express their gratitude and establish a good relationship with the City Lord's mansion. The atmosphere of the banquet was particularly lively. At this time, Lu Yao and Qin Wentian also came here, looking at this lively atmosphere, but they felt a little out of place. Father. Lu Yao glanced at Lu Zan and others who were sitting at the lower end of the main seat, and then walked over. Sit down. Lu Zan said in a low voice, but many young people in this lineage glanced at Lu Yao and Qin Wentian coldly, and seemed very unwelcome. What Lu Yao did would put them in an awkward situation. They did not dare to offend Chu Chengyi directly, so they could only vent their anger on Lu Yao and Qin Wentian, looking at the two of them coldly. Chu Chengyi, who was beside Qin Wentian, glanced in the direction of Lu Yangsu, only to see Lu Yangsu glance over here, just a glance, then look away, looking disdainful, which made Chu Chengyi look a little unhappy, and she did not go to greet the other party, while Mosiah Oxio, who was beside Lu Yangsu, smiled and said, Why, Chengyi junior sister, You don't even greet Uncle Master when you see him." Chu Qingyi's eyes fixed, and then she bowed to Lu Yangsu and said, "Chu Qingyi greets Uncle Master." Lu Yangsu did not look over here, and directly ignored Chu Qingyi, making Chu Qingyi very embarrassed, while Mo Xiaoxiao chuckled. Wu Bufan and Wu Xianjiao of the Wu family watched this scene with interest. It seems that the competition in the Piaoxa temple is very fierce. Wu Xianjiao saw more of Chu Qingyi's beauty. Although Mo Xiaoxiao beside him was also quite beautiful, when Chu Qingyi walked into the banquet, she was the most beautiful person in the crowd. "Sit down." Seeing that Lu Yangsu ignored him, Chu Qingyi said softly to Qin Wentian beside him. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded gently. Just as he was about to take a seat, he heard a cold voice, "Who told you to sit down?" Qin Wentian's expression froze, and he saw a middle-aged man not far away looking at him coldly and said, "You came to my Lu family, took my Lu family's dahuangdian, and were served by Lu Yao. You felt very comfortable. Now at the banquet, you even want to sit down. It seems that you are flattered and think that all this is for granted." "Uncle." Lu Yao's face froze, looking at the person who spoke. "Why, Lu Yao, am I wrong? Dahuangdian is such a precious thing, and you actually gave it away as you said. Even if the head of the family does not punish you, we will punish you." The middle-aged man spoke coldly, as if he was ready to give the head of the family and Lu Yangsu an attitude. "I've already said that I asked Lu Yao for the dahuangdian, and I will return the favor." Chu Qingyi looked at the person who spoke coldly, without any courtesy. "The saint of Qingyi doesn't need to put the blame on yourself." The man said calmly, not daring to offend Chu Qingyi too much, but he also needed to explain to Lu Yangsu and the others, and it was difficult to have both. Qin Wentian stood there, looking at the other person indifferently, and said, "Since taking the dahuangdian, I can't even step out of the Lu family's door. Now I'm not allowed to sit at the banquet. What do you think Qin is? Humph, how can you know the preciousness of the dahuangdian?" The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "So what, do you want me to pay with my life?" Qin Wentian asked back. "How can your cheap life be compared with a dahuangdian? Let the head of the family decide everything." The middle-aged man arched his hands to the city Lord Lu on the main seat, showing his attitude. No matter what the head of the family said, he would obey, and would not care that Lu Yao was from his lineage. Qingyi is the saint of Piaoxa temple. What do you think of her, Yangsu? City Lord Lu looked at Lu Yangsu and asked. Lu Yangsu's beautiful eyes slowly turned and finally fell on Chu Qingyi, Lu Yao and Qin Wentian. She glanced at them indifferently and then fixed her eyes on Chu Qingyi. Her eyes were indifferent, without any expression, and even her joy or anger could not be seen. She just asked in a very calm voice, "I heard from Xiaoxiao that someone broke into the Hanming Fairy Lake, the place of practice of my Piaoxa holy temple, and was injured by her. I was going to kill him, but you saved him, and brought him to my family, and asked Lu Yao to give him a dahuangdian. Uncle Master, he didn't accidentally break into the Hanming Fairy Lake, nor was he injured by Mo Xiaoxiao, but he was already seriously injured." Chu Qingyi said neither humbly nor arrogantly. "That's roughly right, Chu Qingyi, as a saint of the temple, you know that the reputation of a saint of the temple cannot be tarnished. No matter how he broke into the bathing place of the saint, you didn't kill him, but saved him, and asked for the great Huangdan. Do you think you were wrong?" Lu Yangsu's voice was still calm. "Yes." Chu Qingyi said stubbornly, "He is my friend, so of course I have to save him." "Friend?" Mo Xiaoxiao sneered, "It's your wild man outside, right? When someone saw him, you didn't kill him, but saved him. Friend?" Mo Xiaoxiao. Chu Qingyi looked at the other person coldly. "I was right, are you angry and embarrassed? Do you dare to say that you don't like him?" Mo Xiaoxiao responded with a sneer. "So what if I like him? I will take all the responsibilities when I return to the Piaoxa temple. I borrow the great Huangdan, and I will return it. It has nothing to do with the temple, and it has nothing to do with him." Chu Qingyi was very tough and wanted to protect Qin Wentian. Sure enough. Mo Xiaoxiao laughed. This time, she was going to ruin Chu Qingyi's reputation, make her offend Lu Yangsu, and ruin her future. "Qingyi, I once expressed my feelings for you, but I didn't expect that you would reject me for a lustful useless person and make a big mistake." Lu Hanthi looked at Chu Qingyi and said, "But even so, I still don't mind. If you are willing to reform and accept me, I am willing to plead for my aunt. I believe the temple will not blame you." Chu Qingyi glanced at Lu's Hanfei, showing disgust, and said, "Disgusting. How outrageous." Lu Yangtze scolded, her eyes turned cold. Saint Qingyi is so beautiful, why ruin her future for a useless person? Is it worth it? At this time, Wu Xianjiao of the Wu family also spoke up, with some sighs. He had already figured out the matter on the side and felt that it was not worth it for Chu Qingyi. It would be very nice if he could have such a beautiful saint. Wu Bufan's eyes flashed. He glanced at his son, then smiled and said, "Indeed, the Qingyi saint should think twice before acting. P.S. Many friends said that it is cautious to choose a heroine. Wu Han reiterates that you should not assume that a beautiful woman is the heroine. Haha. Search my pen name Jing Wuhan on the official account and follow me to see the pictures of Chu Qingyi practicing in Hanming Fairy Lake." Chapter 1439 Ask me to leave. Chu Qingyi looked at the Wu family father and son, and said coldly, "What does this have to do with you? Wu has always admired the fairies of the Piaoxa temple. Now that I can see Miss Chu's grace, I am slightly moved. I can't bear to see Miss Chu fall and go astray." Wu Xianjiao said it in a high-sounding manner. He said this as the fairy king Xianjiao, which showed extraordinary demeanor. He also praised the Piaoxa temple and faintly revealed a little admiration for Chu Qingyi. This made Lu Yangtze look at him and immediately understood Wu Xianjiao's intentions. It seems that the Wu family came here to show goodwill and at the same time wanted to form a marriage with a Piaoxa temple. However, if Chu Qingyi could marry into the Wu family, it would be good. Chu Qingyi's talent is outstanding. After coming out of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, she has made rapid progress and is already moving towards the Immortal King level. She is a great threat to their lineage. If she had not entered the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy at the Immortal King level and entered the Intermediate Immortal King level to suppress the brilliance of Chu Qingyi, she would have attracted more attention from the Piaoxa Holy Temple. This time, Mosiah Oxio wanted to take this opportunity to severely strike Chu Qingyi, which would be a good opportunity to suppress her brilliance. If she could damage her martial arts beliefs, it would be even better. Qingyi, Wu Xianjiao is the disciple of Emperor Wu, with outstanding talent, and now he has entered the level of Immortal King. Lu Yangtze spoke lightly, and then asked Wu Xianjiao, "My dear nephew Xianjiao has a crush on Qingyi. If so, I can ask Qingyi's opinion." "In that case, thank you very much, senior." Wu Xianjiao responded with a smile, making everyone's eyes flash. It seems that the people of the Wu family came here for a purpose, wanting to marry with the Piaoxa temple, and Wu Xianjiao has taken a fancy to Chu Qingyi. Yes, among the women here, Chu Qingyi is the most outstanding in appearance. The talent of the disciples of the Piaoxa temple is naturally needless to say. "Qingyi, you also heard it, I will give you another chance. Zanfei and Wu Xianjiao are both interested in you. If you are willing, I will tell your master on your behalf, which will prove that you have no intention of this lustful man. I will let you kill him with your own hands to wash your reputation. As for the matter of the great Huandan, forget it." Lu Yangtze said slowly. "Dream on." Chu Qingyi said coldly, "You are my uncle, I respect you, but I didn't do anything wrong, I just borrowed a Dahuandan. You want me to kill my friend? Stubborn." Lu Yangtze snorted coldly, turned her eyes away, and didn't look at Chu Qingyi again, as if she had given her a chance. Qin Wentian had been listening quietly. He was a little surprised. Lu Yangtze and Chu Qingyi were both disciples of the Piaoxa temple. Even if they were not from the same lineage, their relationship should not be so bad. It seems that the competition within the Piaoxa temple is very fierce. Lu Yangtze obviously intends to take this opportunity to severely suppress Chu Qingyi. And he, Qin Wentian, provided an opportunity for them to suppress him. "You treat me as heir." At this moment, Qin Wentian uttered a voice, and his eyes looked at the powerful people in front of him. Everyone's eyes slowly turned and fell on Qin Wentian. This person actually dared to speak. Lu Yangtze just glanced at Qin Wentian and didn't look at him again. Lu Hanfei looked at Qin Wentian sarcastically and sneered. As for Mosiah Oxio, she laughed out loud. "This is really funny? Very funny." Qin Wentian looked at Mosiah Oxio. These people were discussing how to solve this matter. They wanted Chu Qingyi to kill him to prove his innocence, as if he, Qin Wentian, was just an insignificant existence. They could kill him if they wanted to. There was no need to ask at all. They just ignored him and regarded him as non-existent. A lustful person who invaded the land of Hanming Fairy Lake and was almost killed by me, and who was able to prolong his life by relying on the great Qin, actually wants people to pay attention to your existence here. Isn't this funny? Mosiah Oxio had a smile on her face. I thought you would keep hiding behind junior sister Cheng Yi and keep your mouth shut, but I didn't expect you to jump out and speak. You are discussing how to kill me, but you didn't expect me to speak. Qin Wentian lamented that human life is like grass. This is what he meant. If it were someone else, in front of these powerful people, the lives of ordinary people would not be worth mentioning at all. These people are used to looking down on all living beings from a high position, and they don't care about the life and death of an ordinary person. Mr. Qin, don't interfere in the affairs here. Lu Yao pulled Qin Wentian's sleeve, a little nervous. Qin Wentian's behavior would make things more and more chaotic. At that time, even if Chu Chengyi tried her best, she couldn't save him. Lu Yao, you are so insolent. Lu Yao's elder scolded, you gave this person his life, yet he dares to speak so arrogantly. It seems that he is really tired of living. Really? Qin Wentian suddenly laughed. Although his injuries have not yet fully recovered, it does not affect the battle. A mere city lord's mansion actually ignores his existence. Since you think I am tired of living, then I am tired of living. Qin Wentian smiled and said, but who wants to take my life? Qin Wentian. Chu Chengyi's eyes froze, and she transmitted her voice. Lu Yangsu's cultivation is very high, a mid-level fairy king, and city lord Lu is even more powerful. Don't be stubborn at this time, let me deal with it. She showed a very worried look on her face. Qin Wentian's personality was indeed the same as in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy, wild and domineering. No one could make him back down. The people of the Lu family soon angered him. Cheng Yi, you protected him so much, but he wanted to die and didn't appreciate your kindness at all. You treated such a waste like this. Are you really blind? Lu Hanfei looked at Chu Chengyi and Lu Yao, who were looking at Qin Wentian worriedly, as if they were trying to persuade him, and shook his head. He was extremely talented and was the pride of the Lu family. He was interested in Chu Chengyi, but the other party had always ignored him. However, Chu Chengyi was so nervous and concerned about such a person, which made Lu Hanfei feel very embarrassed. Chu Chengyi. At this moment, Qin Wentian suddenly spoke. His expression was indifferent, revealing a bit of solemnity. Chu Chengyi suddenly felt that Qin Wentian seemed to have become a different person in an instant. He was no longer so approachable. At this moment, he was sharp and arrogant. He was Qin Wentian of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Chu Chengyi looked up slightly and looked at Qin Wentian, whose temperament had changed. She actually felt a sense of looking up to him, as if he was the only one in this world. I've said that I don't care about what happened before. This time I was seriously injured and fell into the Hanming Fairy Lake. You took me to heal my wounds. Although I would still be fine without the great Qin, I still thank you for everything you have done for me. Qin Wentian said calmly. However, a real man should distinguish between gratitude and resentment. You are you, but today, the people of the Piaoxia Temple have insulted me several times. It is unforgivable. I will not show mercy because of you. I hope you can understand. Chu Chengyi's body trembled slightly when she heard Qin Wentian's words. At this moment, she felt a sense of dominance over the world, unparalleled elegance, and a real man should distinguish between gratitude and resentment. The words spoken by Qin Wentian seemed to be golden words and jade rules, and he would keep his word. Chu Chengyi was stunned. She didn't understand where Qin Wentian's confidence came from, but she really felt the pride that emanated from him. He is Qin Wentian, the Qin Wentian who fought against the Emperor of the 9 Emperors in the 7th level of the Immortal Stage in the Holy Academy of Heavenly Dao, and the Qin Wentian who roasted white tigers for food. No matter where he goes, he should be so dazzling and unparalleled. No one can make him tolerate or retreat. Those who insult him will regret it in the end. Lu Yao was also frightened by Qin Wentian's momentum. She suddenly remembered what Qin Wentian said to her. He asked her if she had any wishes, and he said that he might help her fulfill her wishes. Qin Wentian, does he really have such ability? The patients who had been seriously injured and treated with drugs by her became different at this moment. Is this guy crazy? Mosiah Oxio suddenly said after a moment of stunned. She looked at Qin Wentian and also felt a sense of extraordinary temperament. However, he dared to say such shocking words and did not forgive the people of the Piaoxia Holy Temple? Not only Mosiah Oxio, but also many guests who came to the banquet looked at Qin Wentian as if he was a madman. Is this person stimulated? Just now he said he was tired of living and sent someone to kill him, and now he says he won't forgive the strong men of Piaoxa Temple. I was seriously injured and stranded here. I took a Dahuan pill. I have no grudges against you, but you are here discussing my life and death. How ridiculous. Qin Wentian stepped forward and walked towards the open space in front. He looked at Luz Hanfei and Mosiah Oxeo. Even people like you dare to insult me. In this case, the waste you call is standing here. Who will kill me? Looking for death? Luz Hanfei stood up. He was extraordinary. He stood up gracefully, looked at Qin Wentian, and then glanced at Chu Qingyi. Since his injuries have healed, then, Chu Qingyi, I will prove to you how bad your vision is. The power of rules was released, and Luz Hanfei killed with a sword, as fast as lightning. The rules of ice and snow covered the sky and earth, burying Qin Wentian's body. A sword came, like lightning, piercing Qin Wentian's body. What a fast sword. Luz Hanfei is indeed the prodigy of the Lu family. Everyone thought to themselves. The sound of the sword whistling was sharp and piercing, turning into a sonic boom with terrible power. Be careful. Chu Qingyi and Lu Yao both cried out in shock, but Qin Wentian had no intention of moving at all. He still stood there quietly, allowing the amazing sword with the destructive cold sword energy to cover his body and pierce his heart. Chu Qingyi and Lu Yao were shocked and their faces changed drastically, but at this moment, the space seemed to solidify. Luz Hanfei's sword stabbed into Qin Wentian's body, but it could not penetrate at all. The whistling sword energy did not hurt Qin Wentian at all. You are wearing defensive armor. Luz Hanfei's face changed slightly. Qin Wentian looked at him with pity. He stretched out his hand and grasped Luz Hanfei's sword, then pinched his palm. In an instant, his sword was directly shattered inch by inch, and turned into nothingness bit by bit. Looking at those cold eyes, at this moment, Luz Hanfei's face changed and his heart was pounding. Retreat. Lu Yangsu shouted, but it was too late. Qin Wentian stretched out his white palm and grabbed Luz Hanfei's throat. He looked at the person in front of him with cold eyes and said compassionately, "Is Chu Qingyi blind, or are you blind? Let him go." Xianfei. Many Lu family strongmen shouted and stood up. Lu Yangsu stood up and said coldly, "If you think you want to leave here by threatening Luz Hanfei, I'm afraid it's impossible. Let him go and I will make you happy. At this moment, you are still thinking about attacking the mind and thinking about the next negotiation." Qin Wentian smiled. This Lu Yangsa probably thought that he would threaten these people to let him go with Luz Hanfei's life, so he spoke first and deliberately put pressure on him. "That's right. It's no wonder that someone as self-righteous as you is so arrogant." Qin Wentian smiled faintly and said, "You don't even know who I am or what I am. Do I need his help to leave?" Qin Wentian smiled as he spoke. A terrifying sword power emerged from his palm. In just a moment, Luz Hanfei let out a scream of fear. Then the sword power raged, and his body was directly shattered and turned into nothingness. Boom boom boom. A violent and murderous aura swept out and enveloped Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stood there proudly, feeling all this calmly, and uttered an extremely arrogant voice. "Before, you wanted to leave, you had to stop me. Now, I want you to beg me to leave. P.S. Follow Wuhan's official account to learn about daily updates. Just search for Jing Wuhan on WeChat." Chapter 1440. What kind of existence? After Qin Wentian finished speaking, a strong aura emanated from him, and his domineering spirit blossomed. He was like an invincible and peerless figure. He stood there, the only one in this world. Before, the city lord's mansion did not allow him to leave, but now, he wanted the city lord's mansion to beg him to leave. How arrogant, but Qin Wentian said it so naturally and decisively. He was seriously injured and sent to the city lord's mansion for healthcare. He took a Dahuan, which was not a big deal. However, because of the intrigue within the Piaoxa Holy Temple, he was actually the center, using him to suppress Chu Qingyi, calling him a waste at every turn, and asking for his life, as if he could kill anyone. How arrogant, how contemptuous of his existence. In this case, then let the city lord's mansion know what kind of existence he is. At this moment, no one in the city lord's mansion cared about who Qin Wentian was. They cared more about Qin Wentian's killing of Luz Hanfei and Luz Hanfei's death. One figure after another stood up, burning with anger. Xianfei. A middle-aged man shouted miserably. Luz Hanfei was his offspring, but he was killed just like that. He was gifted and would become an immortal king in the future. He would have made great achievements. It was his time, but he died just like that. He was full of vigor and vitality the moment before, but his body was gone the next moment. His eyes were about to burst, and his murderous thoughts were overwhelming. Immortal King Realm. Lu Yangxu's voice was cold. Although Qin Wentian did not release all his aura, she had already felt it. This was the aura that only the Immortal King had. The person Chu Chengyi liked was a young man at the Immortal King level. Mosiah Oxido's expression froze. She had always been self-righteous and thought that Qin Wentian was spying on them and was injured by her, so she had never looked at Qin Wentian straight in the eye. However, when Qin Wentian killed Lu's Hanfei, she seemed to realize that what she took for granted was not the case. Catch him. The Lu family city lord spoke coldly. His palm slapped on the table, and the wine table shattered in an instant. His majestic eyes were full of murderous intent. Yes. Many figures stepped out, with terrible auras. Many powerful people who came to celebrate the birthday showed surprised expressions. They didn't expect that at the birthday banquet of City Lord Lu, someone would kill the City Lord's grandson without any hesitation. This was simply audacious. Just a moment ago, they thought Qin Wentian would kidnap Lu's Hanfei to negotiate terms, and the next moment, Lu's Hanfei died. The killing was so decisive. Kill. Qin Wentian looked at the many figures stepping towards him and uttered a cold voice. In just a moment, the sword of destruction in the void swept across. In just a moment, there were continuous sounds of puffing, and all the figures were killed. However, Qin Wentian still stood there, not moving at all. He was merciless. He directly started killing at a birthday banquet. Bang! City Lord Lu stepped on the ground, and the ground was shattered. He was furious. There were actually people who were so wild and ignored everything, killing directly in his city lord's mansion, killing at his birthday banquet. This is an opportunity. Wu Bufan sent a voice message to his son Wu Xianjiao. Wu Xianjiao's eyes flashed, and then he nodded slightly. This was an opportunity to establish a good relationship with the Piaoxia Holy Temple. He saw his mind move slightly, and in an instant, a violent killing rule field descended in front of Qin Wentian. The storm was extremely terrifying, and in an instant, many strong men retreated. With Qin Wentian as the center, golden spears appeared in the storm, piercing through everything. Just the burst of light made the ground in Qin Wentian's space rumble and shatter. Qin Wentian needed to light up the light curtain for defense. As long as Wu Xianjiao gave an order, the space would be destroyed in the domain of the golden spear rules. Wu Xianjiao, Immortal King Realm. When the Immortal King takes action, he is extraordinary. Everyone sighed in their hearts. Powerful, compressing all the power of the Immortal King into the space where Qin Wentian stood. How amazing the power is, even the residual power that burst out is enough to destroy the earth and tear open terrible cracks. Wu Xianjiao took a step forward and descended into the void, as arrogant as a god, and said indifferently, "Everyone, please step back." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone continued to flash back and retreat, leaving the battlefield. The battle between the Immortal Kings had a huge impact. Wu Xianjiao's moves were extraordinary. He had a golden spear phantom on his back, shining brightly, and there was a golden spear that could break through the sky. He was the master of the endless spears. Wu Xianjiao is indeed a top-notch genius. He became a disciple of the Immortal Emperor. He is indeed unparalleled. Someone exclaimed. It seems that Wu Xianjiao's idea of marriage with a Piaoxia temple will probably come true. He is using this person to establish this prestige and show goodwill to the Piaoxia temple. Everyone thought to themselves. Kill. Chu Xianjiao's words fell, and he waved his hand. One after another, golden spears that destroyed everything were like invincible killing weapons. They came down like lightning and directly hit Qin Wentian. The terrifying speed was so fast that Qin Wentian seemed to have no time to dodge. Seeing the golden spears piercing through and destroying everything, killing descended on Qin Wentian's body. No. Chu Chengyi's eyes were red. This destructive power was too terrible. This was the attack of a strong man in the realm of Immortal King. Qin Wentian had just come out of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Even if he had stepped into the level of Immortal King and had unparalleled talent, he could not use his body to fight against such an attack. He would definitely die. Lu Yao clenched her fists, her body was instantly soaked in sweat, her breathing seemed to be stagnant, and her eyes stared at the front. Boom, boom, boom. A series of shocking collision sounds were heard. The brilliance of the golden spears almost made it impossible to open one's eyes. All of them pierced Qin Wentian's body. However, under the shocked gazes of everyone, In the middle of the destructive golden spears, a figure stood proudly with his hands behind his back, allowing the terrifying attacks to hide him, unmoved. How is this possible? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and turmoil. Qin Wentian seemed to have not even blinked, but just stood there quietly, with a brilliant light flowing on his body. He was so arrogant that any attack that fell on him was blocked. Wu Xianjiao's expression was equally ugly, and he couldn't believe what he saw. It seems you still don't understand, Qin Wentian's indifferent voice came out. He looked at Wu Xianjiao in the void with a look of contempt. You want to form an alliance with Piaoxa Temple and you want to flatter them. There is nothing wrong with that. However, you shouldn't use me as a stepping stone. You want to use my life to please others. This is the stupidest decision in your life. You only want to establish a relationship with Piaoxa Temple, but have you ever thought that I am not someone a humble existence like you can insult? As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and stretched out his hand. In an instant, a terrifying big palm print appeared in the void. Wu Xianjiao roared, and the golden spear rushed out, but it was directly smashed to pieces by the big palm print. The horrible palm print fell down with a loud bang, and swept over Wu Xianjiao's body. In just a moment, the horrible palm print actually killed the arrogant Wu Xianjiao in the void, and killed him on the spot. Xianjiao. Wu Bufan roared in grief and anger. He was about to move when he saw the palm falling. He only had time to catch a cold corpse. Everything in his body was shattered and wiped out, including life. At this moment, Qin Wentian's body soared into the air, and the might of the Immortal King swept out. The powerful aura of the intermediate-level Immortal King instantly enveloped the entire City Lord's mansion. Everyone looked up in horror at the young figure in the void. He was so powerful. Not long ago, everyone thought that Wu Xianjiao, an unparalleled figure, was killed by a palm. Intermediate-level Immortal King. Lu Yangsu looked up at the void. Her clothes moved with a wind, and a powerful aura swept out. Qin Wentian was actually an intermediate-level Immortal King. Mosiah Oxiao beside her was pale. The intermediate-level Immortal King, the waste in her mouth, was killed by her blow. It was actually an intermediate-level Immortal King. What a irony, what a slap in the face, she only felt her face burning. No wonder Chu Chengyi rejected so many people, but showed unusual feelings only to him. It turned out that the person in front of her was so extraordinary and outstanding. She didn't know that Chu Chengyi herself was also in shock at this moment. Although she knew that Qin Wentian was extremely talented and knew that he would have supreme achievements in the future, she never thought that he would embark on the path of a mid-level Immortal King so quickly and in such a short time. This is simply an opportunity. Lu Yao also felt a dream, as did Lu Zan and everyone in Lu Yao's lineage. They never dreamed that the person they mocked was actually a mid-level Immortal King. If they knew this, let alone a Dahuangdian, even two of the third sister would be fine. Being able to save a mid-level Immortal King, such a favor, how could a few pills compare to you? However, now, it is no longer a favor, but hatred. A pill is actually treated like a toy, and is thought to be killed at will. My life is not as good as a pill. Qin Wentian sneered and looked around. He saw Lu Yangsu's body slowly rising into the air. The coldness of her body was released, which was extremely terrifying. Wu Bufan also rose into the air, with a dazzling golden light and murderous aura. Do you know who the person you just killed is? Wu Bufan said coldly. He is the disciple of Emperor Wu. Even if you are a mid-level Immortal King, even if you come from an extraordinary force, you killed so wantonly in front of me and insulted my Piaoxa Temple. You still deserve to die today. Lu Yangsu said coldly, and directly brought out the Piaoxa Temple, ready to kill Qin Wentian, because she may have realized that she had offended an extraordinary person, and the young man in front of her might also come from an unusual force, but she insulted him first, so she brought out the Piaoxa Temple and said that Qin Wentian insulted the Piaoxa Temple as a backing. How could Qin Wentian not understand her thoughts? But she didn't understand that Qin Wentian didn't care whether she was from the Piaoxa Temple. Of course, he didn't care that the person he just killed was a disciple of Emperor Wu, who wanted his life, so he didn't need to show mercy. It's a pity that even at this moment, you still don't understand. Qin Wentian said lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a crashing sound came out. His body was like a big rock, with an extreme speed, so fast that Wu Bufan's face changed instantly. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Qin Wentian's palm hid out, and the palm like a god directly shattered the golden light curtain that Wu Bufan resisted. With a loud bang, The extremely powerful palm print held Wu Bufan's body. Disciple of the immortal emperor? I can't remember how many I have killed. Even if he is the descendant of the immortal emperor, so what? Qin Wentian smiled sarcastically. Since you still don't understand, then I will let you know who I am. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm slapped out violently. With a loud bang, Wu Bufan's body was directly shattered. A powerful immortal king showed despair, and his eyes were so desperate. The descendant of the immortal emperor, so what? What kind of existence is this person? At this moment, they truly realized how terrifying this young man standing in the void was. Chapter 1441, Only One Sword. Wu Bufan, fallen. Wu Bufan and Wu Xianjiao, father and son, wanted to use Qin Wentian as a stepping stone, step on Qin Wentian, and cling to the strong men of Piaoxa Temple. They stood up to kill Qin Wentian to get close to Piaoxa Temple. Unfortunately, this was the last decision they made in their lives, the most stupid decision, which directly ruined their lives. Using Qin Wentian's life to please the people of Piaoxa Temple? Here, the people he wanted to please, how many people's lives could be compared with Qin Wentian's? Xianlin Immortal Kingdom, Supreme Sword Sect, 9 Emperor Immortal Kingdom, White Tiger Clan, and Dongsheng Immortal Emperor, Zidi and so many other terrible people, all wanted to take Qin Wentian's life. In order to kill him, Dongsheng Immortal Emperor did not hesitate to worship under the old demon Duotian. So many people wanted his life. What's funny is that Wu Bufan and his son wanted to use Qin Wentian's life to exchange for a good impression of Piaoxa Temple. One strike. Everyone's heart began to tremble wildly, and a stormy wave rose up. Looking at the peerless and elegant figure floating in the air, if they still didn't understand at this moment that the Piaoxa Temple and the City Lord's mansion had offended an extremely extraordinary person, how foolish they were. The City Lord's mansion, this time it's really a big joke. And there is also the saint of the Piaoxa Temple, Mozioxio. Everyone said in their hearts. Mozioxio said that this person was a lustful man, who was seriously injured by her strike and survived with the help of the great Tuandan. Therefore, they took this opportunity to attack another saint, and occasionally discussed Qin Wentian's life and death, as if the young man standing in front of Chu Qingyi before was insignificant and not worth mentioning, and let them manipulate and do whatever they wanted. No one asked for his opinion, no one cared about his thoughts, and no one thought about who he would be, so there was a shocking scene at this moment. The most inconspicuous existence that no one cared about could kill the immortal king in one blow, and killed the immortal emperor's direct disciples. He boasted that he had killed many, so what about the immortal emperor's descendants? He faced the immortal king Saint Lu Yangtze of the Piaoxa Temple with the pressure of the temple, and his expression was not the slightest ripple, as if he didn't need to care about the Piaoxa Temple standing behind Lu Yangtze. Chu Qingyi was so shocked that she couldn't speak at this moment. Her beautiful body trembled slightly. She couldn't believe that what she saw was real. The figure standing proudly in the void was somewhat similar to the time when she was in the Xiandao Holy Academy. The same unparalleled elegance and the same unparalleled spirit, but now he is more domineering, more powerful, and of course, more terrifying. Qingyi, young Master Qin. Lu Yao's voice trembled slightly. She couldn't believe her eyes. Was the unparalleled figure floating in the void really the young man who is quietly healing, humble and gentle, and would chat and laugh with her? Was she really not mistaken? All this seemed like a dream. His name is Qin Wentian. He is a disciple of Qianbian immortal sect in the eastern part of the immortal realm. It is rumored that he is the direct disciple of Emperor Qianbian. He is the beloved of the favorite daughter of Emperor Changqing, the Lord of Changqing Immortal Kingdom. He once stepped into the Xiandao Holy Academy. I was there at that time. He defeated Leiba, killed the genius of the Supreme Sword Sect, beheaded the strong man of the White Tiger Clan, the top demon force, and ate White Tiger meat. When he was on the 7th level of the immortal stage, he fought against Wang Shaishan, the unparalleled genius at the peak of the immortal stage of the 9 Emperors Immortal Kingdom. He fought against many powerful people in the Xiandao Holy Academy and his brilliance was unparalleled. Chu Qingyi's voice was solemn, and he opened slowly. He is right. I am afraid that countless so-called disciples of the immortal emperor have died at his hands in the Xiandao Holy Academy. Chu Qingyi knew that the matter had made such a big fuss that the Piaoxa Holy Temple would definitely find out Qin Wentian's identity. It would not hurt to tell him, and it would also make the Piaoxa Holy Temple have some concerns. The hearts of those who heard this trembled slightly. Such a brilliant record, Such an unparalleled madman was actually treated like this in the Lu family. The people of the Lu family were really blind. They actually made such a big fuss for a mere Dahuangdian, and even wanted to kill him. It was ridiculous. Such a person was only worth a Dahuangdian? The people of Lu Yao's lineage didn't know what to feel at this moment. Not long ago, they were still mocking Qin Wentian. How many years has it been since the Xiandao Holy Academy was opened? He and you entered the Xiandao Holy Academy together. In such a short time, he entered the realm of the intermediate fairy king. Chu Qingyi, are you kidding? Mosiah Oxiao's heart trembled slightly when she heard Chu Qingyi's words, but she still refused to believe it. This couldn't be true. How could a person who entered the Xiandao Holy Academy with Chu Qingyi step into the realm of the intermediate fairy king in such a short time? No one could do this. Chu Qingyi's eyes flashed, staring at Mosiah Oxiao, and said indifferently, there are some people in this world who are born extraordinary, making ordinary people amazed and the proud admirers. They are far ahead of their peers and always walk in the front. These people are legends in history, and many are called the ancient emperors. Boom. Mosiah Oxiao's heart suddenly trembled, and she looked at Qin Wentian in shock and said, I don't believe it. The opening of the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy does symbolize the arrival of the ancient emperor era. Chu Qingyi's words are undoubtedly hinting that Qin Wentian may be the one destined for the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. Therefore, she was shocked and her body trembled. Everyone present was trembling in their hearts. They didn't expect Chu Qingyi to have such a high evaluation of this person. She believed that this person was the future ancient emperor, the legendary existence foretold by the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. You fell into the Hanming Fairy Lake with serious injuries, and you hit me again and knocked me out. If you say this is a misunderstanding, I can let it go, but afterwards, you bullied and humiliated me several times, and in order to fight with Chu Qingyi, you implicated me, wanted my life, and damaged Chu Qingyi's Tao heart. Although you are the saint of the Piaoxia Holy Temple, you humiliated me like this. Do you think you deserve to die? Qin Wentian shouted at Mosiah Oxiao, and Mosiah Oxiao trembled violently. Her body was shocked by the shout and took a few steps back. Before, she was extremely arrogant in front of Qin Wentian, but at this moment, she understood that in front of Qin Wentian, she had no capital. She was a fairy, and the other party was a mid-level fairy king. She was an ordinary saint, and Qin Wentian had unparalleled talent. She couldn't even compare to Chu Qingyi's talent. How could she compare with Qin Wentian? Whether in terms of strength, identity, or status, she was not as good as Qin Wentian. However, she humiliated him wantonly and wanted to kill him. At this moment, Qin Wentian asked, should she die? Lu Yangsu looked very unhappy. She understood at this moment that even with her identity, she could not deter Qin Wentian at all. Moreover, there seemed to be two extraordinary forces behind him. His status in these two forces was only higher than her status in the Piaoxia Holy Temple. At this moment, Lu Yangsu was in a dilemma. She looked at Qin Wentian and said, since you have an extraordinary identity, how about sitting down and talking about this matter for the time being? Are you kidding? Qin Wentian glanced at Lu Yangsu and said coldly, what is there to talk about? Even if you are indeed an extraordinary person, here, in the territory of my Piaoxia Holy Temple, my Lu family, if you insist on doing it your own way, you will still not get any benefits. Lu Yangsu stared into the void and stared at Qin Wentian. The cold and dark aura on her body swept out like a storm, intimidating Qin Wentian. Chu Qingyi, I wanted to give Piaoxia Temple some face and didn't want to make an enemy. However, this person still has this attitude. Then, you report to Piaoxia Temple that I killed these two people. If Piaoxia Temple wants revenge, I, Qin Wentian, will accept this vengeance. If Piaoxia Temple doesn't care, then today's incident will be treated as if it never happened. Qin Wentian's voice fell, and a third eye appeared between his eyebrows. In just a moment, the evil god's rule domain descended, directly covering Lu Yangsu and Mosiah Oxiao. Lu Yangsu's cold and dark power froze everything, but Mosiah Oxiao was not so lucky. When the rule domain descended, the entire void would be destroyed and buried. She was just a person from the immortal platform, and no one could protect her. How could she resist? You are so presumptuous. Lu Yangsu blocked Mosiah Oxiao. I want to kill people, can you stop me? Qin Wentian's voice fell, and the terrifying evil god's domain rolled up, destroying everything. In just a moment, Mosiah Oxiao screamed and then fell into the vortex of destruction. Boom! At this moment, City Lord Lu stepped out, exuding an astonishing momentum, and the breath of a top-level immortal king burst out. How terrifying! Do you want me to massacre the City Lord's mansion? Qin Wentian glanced at him, staring at City Lord Lu. He stepped out, and the divine elephant rule domain burst out. The roaring sound shook the world, and crushed everything. At this moment, City Lord Lu actually hesitated. As a top-level immortal king, he actually felt a sense of fear in front of the person in front of him. This person is too terrifying. His momentum, his eyes, it seems that no one can stop him. If he takes action, the entire City Lord's mansion will be buried with him. Bang! Lu Yangsu shouted loudly, and the power of cold and darkness covered the sky and the earth. Frost fell from the sky and the earth, and it was white. Everyone was trembling with cold. Her long hair flew up, and she shouted angrily, breaking free from the domain and killing Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian turned his eyes from the City Lord to Lu Yangsu. The hand of God urged the power of his body, and the power of rules condensed into a sword. Seeing Lu Yangsu coming to kill, his figure flashed, like a ghost, as fast as a rock, the fastest in the world. Kill! Lu Yangsu pointed and shot out, and the power of cold and darkness gathered into a terrifying ice and snow-cold dragon, sweeping towards Qin Wentian and swallowing him into the power of cold and darkness. Qin Wentian's body was covered with the power of cold and darkness. But at this moment, the illusory figure slashed out with a sword. The sword of the dream demon was born, and Lu Yangsu only felt that the sky and the earth were white, as if she could not see the sword, could not feel the sword, only her cold and darkness power. She was the master of this world. At this moment, in the world she dominated, a sword came into being and burst out from the power of Hanming. No! Lu Yangsu exclaimed, his eyes full of fear. That sword actually made him enter the realm of nightmare. The sword was like a rock, extremely fast in the world, and it slashed and cut a body. The arrogant and boundless Lu Yangsu slashed with a sword. At this moment, the City Lord was still hesitating, and saw this shocking scene. He was speechless and his face was ashen. He closed his eyes and his heart was trembling. There really is such a great man in the world. He stands proudly in the void. How can this world tolerate the existence of others? He is the master of heaven and earth, deciding everything and overlooking all living things. At this moment, the City Lord seemed to have become old. That hesitation damaged his heart. From now on, it will be difficult for him to make any further progress. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1442 Wish. With just one sword, Lu Yangsu was killed. Lu Yangsu walked down from the Piaoxa temple, so graceful. Strong men from all sides of Hanming Immortal City came to pay their respects to her. In addition to being close to the City Lord's mansion, it was because of Lu Yangsu's relationship. The daughter of the City Lord's mansion Lu family was extremely talented and had achieved great success in the Piaoxa temple. Her status was extraordinary, and many strong men wanted to come and pay their respects. Lu Yangsu was very arrogant. Except for her father, City Lord Lu, no one could be taken seriously by her. She sat there, and she was the only one who could point out the world and decide people's life and death. She even wanted to decide Chu Qingyi's marriage and let Chu Qingyi choose between Lu's Hanfei and Wu Xianjiao. Lu Yangsu, she also wanted Chu Qingyi to kill Qin Wentian personally to prove her innocence. But now, Wu Xianjiao and Wu Bufan died, and Mo Xiaoxiao was dead. Lu Yangsu was killed with one sword. The powerful top-level immortal King City Lord hesitated and did not take action because of Qin Wentian's words and a look. His Tao heart was damaged. At this moment, his face was pale and he seemed to have become much older in an instant. Today should have been City Lord Lu's birthday banquet. It was a big day, and all the strong came to congratulate him. What a glory, shining. However, at this moment, the happy event turned into a sad event. City Lord Lu saw Lu Yangsu being killed, but he still had no intention of taking action. He knew Lu Yangsu's strength. The young man in front of him was killed by Qin Wentian with one sword. He was extraordinary. Although he was only in the middle-level Immortal King realm, his momentum and combat power may have reached an astonishing level. As Chu Qingyi said, some people are born extraordinary. They are destined to be different from others. They can trample all the geniuses of their peers under their feet, defeat all people in the same realm, and even fight across borders. At this moment, the people in the city lord's mansion were trembling in their hearts and were extremely frightened. The people of the Lu family looked at the figure in the void and felt the light on the other party. They felt ashamed and ashamed. Not long ago, they actually thought about deciding the life and death of the other party. What a ridiculous thing it was. City Lord Lu, I was brought into the city lord's mansion when I was unconscious. Lu Yao took a Dahuandan for me. It was not my own decision. I will repay the favor of this Dahuandan. However, I did not do anything in the city lord's mansion. Lu Yangsu and others kept saying that they wanted to decide my life and death. I killed them. Do you have any objections? Qin Wentian stared at City Lord Lu with sharp eyes, making everyone tremble again. Even when facing the top fairy king, he was still so strong. Do you have any objections? City Lord Lu's face was pale and he sighed in his heart. It was indeed their Lu family who had no eyes and offended such a person. He remembered what Qin Wentian said before, "You don't know who I am, you don't know what I am." When they heard this sentence, they even smiled ironically. Now thinking about it again, they felt how ironic they were. How could such a person be allowed to be wantonly humiliated, threatened to be killed, and completely indifferent to life? How could such a person not take revenge? Now, City Lord Lu understood that even if he personally took action, he was not sure of defeating Qin Wentian. Even if he defeated him, he could not kill him, while the other party could easily slaughter the people of the Lu family. After all, the Lu family offended Qin Wentian first. The Lu family is blind. Lu Mu has no objection. Although City Lord Lu was extremely angry and wanted to kill Qin Wentian on the spot, he had to hold back. I wanted to leave the Lu family before, but you stopped me and confined me here. Now, can I, Qin, leave? Qin Wentian asked coldly. Of course. Every word that City Lord Lu said felt extremely heavy. Everyone looked at Qin Wentian and sighed in their hearts. Sure enough, he was not allowed to leave before, but now he was asked to leave. If Qin Wentian did not leave, it would be a disaster for the Lu family. Lu Yao. Qin Wentian turned his eyes and looked at Lu Yao, which made Lu Yao stunned. Looking at the figure in the void, she was filled with infinite emotion. She had never thought that the gentle and handsome young man would be so extraordinary and unparalleled. Compared with him, the Wu family's Xianjiao was just like Wu Ye and Feng Huang. Qin Wentian's eyes showed a smile. At this moment, his edge was completely suppressed. He waved his hand and a storage ring floated in front of Lu Yao. He said, Lu Yao, you said that you hope to have good magic weapons and powerful cultivation methods. Here are some that I have deliberately selected for you. For me, they are not of much use, but they should be able to help your cultivation. You don't have to refuse. Lu Yao's body trembled slightly. Indeed, with Qin Wentian's realm and combat power, even if he didn't need something, it was a treasure for her and many people present. I was hunted by the immortal emperor, so I couldn't stay and couldn't do much for you. You have taken good care of me these days and you are kind-hearted. I already regard you as my sister. When you took care of me, no one around you supported you, and some even mocked you. You don't need to give them what you have, but you can give it to those who are good to you. Qin Wentian spoke slowly, then looked at the people of the Lu family and said, I hope you all heard my words clearly. I regard Lu Yao as my sister. If my sister suffers any grievances in the Lu family in the future, I will ask you. If anyone dares to covet her things and take action against her, I will massacre the Lu family with blood. You can do whatever you want. The hearts of the people of the Lu family were all shocked. They knew that Lu Yao, who had been ridiculed by everyone before, would take a different path. She became the luckiest person in the Lu family. From then on, who in the Lu family would dare to do anything to her? Lu Yao felt warm in her heart. She accepted Qin Wentian's kindness and felt her eyes slightly red. She felt really bad when her family members mocked her before. For the sake of interests and to please Mo Xiaoxiao and Lu Yangsu, no one stood on her side. All kinds of mockery and abuse were extremely unpleasant. But now, Qin Wentian has really fulfilled her wish. She understands that everything Qin Wentian did was just because of the conversation she thought was a joke before, but this conversation will become a reality. Chu Qingyi. Qin Wentian said again, his eyes slowly turned and fell on Chu Qingyi. Chu Qingyi looked up and looked at Qin Wentian. Back then, she was still qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with Qin Wentian, but she found that now, she might only be able to look up to the young man in front of her. The extravagant hope in her heart will never become a reality. They were destined to exist in the same world at all, and the gap will become larger and larger. For such a person, when he was down and out, you could stand on the same line with him, but you didn't catch it, didn't enter his heart, and now, when he's already high above, you want to get close to him again. Chu Chengyi knows that this is unrealistic. She can only have a thought in her heart, that's all. You are the saint of the Piaoxa temple. I don't know what you lack. Is there anything you want me to help you with? Qin Wentian asked. Chu Chengyi looked at Qin Wentian and said slowly, you know, I help you not for anything. I understand. Qin Wentian nodded, with a complicated heart. In the past, he wanted to kill the woman in front of him, and even humiliated her. The two had a hatred, but he didn't expect that now, Chu Chengyi would have feelings for him. However, Qin Wentian knew that he couldn't accept this relationship just because Chu Chengyi helped him. This matter cannot be forced. If we could start over again, we could be very good friends. Qin Wentian said, Chu Chengyi, thank you no matter what. A gentle smile flashed across Chu Chengyi's beautiful eyes, which was extremely moving. Before, everyone thought that Chu Chengyi was blind to have fallen in love with a loser, but at this moment they finally understood what kind of person Chu Chengyi liked. They also understood that this liking was even just Chu Chengyi's wishful thinking, the wishful thinking of the saint of Piaoxa temple, but they did not think there was anything wrong with it, as if it was normal, only because the figure standing in the void was too dazzling and unparalleled. Lu Yangsu was killed with one sword, and even the saint Chu Chengyi was still not on the same level as him. Thank you. I hate myself in the Heavenly Dao Holy Academy. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be the Chu Chengyi I am now. Chu Chengyi smiled softly and looked at Qin Wentian. At that time, I was probably a bit like Mosiah Oxeo, self-righteous. I'm leaving. Qin Wentian said. If they made a big fuss here, the news would definitely spread. Although the Eastern Saint Immortal Emperor was in a very far place and might not be able to spread it, for safety, they must not stay here. Yes. Chu Chengyi's beautiful eyes smiled even brighter. Qin Wentian nodded at her, then looked at Lu Yao and said, Lu Yao, goodbye. You said you treat me as your sister, so can I call you brother? Lu Yao looked at Qin Wentian and smiled. Of course. Qin Wentian smiled and nodded. Brother Qin, remember to come and see me when you pass by the Lu family in the future. Lu Yao smiled sweetly. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded, then turned around and walked away. Very cool. Chu Chengyi looked at his back and said slowly, although we are not destined to be together, I will stand on the ground and watch you, waiting for the day when everyone in the world will know you. Qin Wentian's figure gradually disappeared. Lu Yao glanced at Chu Chengyi and asked, can Brother Qin really stand at the top of the fairyland? Lu Yao, have you ever heard of someone in the world who can step into the middle level of the Fairy King from the fairy platform in just a few decades, and kill the saint of the late middle level Fairy King of the Piaoxa temple with one sword? Chu Chengyi looked at the departing back and smiled. Lu Yao's heart shook slightly and shook her head. Yes, there has never been such a person in this world. If he doesn't stand at the top, who can? Brother Qin said that the Fairy Emperor is chasing him. It can be seen that even the Fairy Emperor feels a strong threat from him. The people of the Lu family have been numb, and some people from the Piaoxa temple are speechless, and I don't know what they feel. At the Lu family's birthday banquet, City Lord Lu should have been the protagonist. However, today, there was only one person who is the protagonist, the man who was humiliated and despised by many people and wanted to be killed. Chapter 1443, Black Iron Emperor Sect. Qin Wentian flew on his sword and left Hanming Immortal City. Since he was exposed, he would not stay here for long. Moreover, he could not predict the attitude of Piaoxa Temple. After all, he killed two saints, and Piaoxa Temple was also a top force. It was not impossible for them to vent their anger on him. Now, Qin Wentian has reached the realm of middle-level Immortal King, and his combat power is beyond a realm. His magic sword is like a rock and as fast as lightning. In a few months, Qin Wentian crossed several cities and asked for a detailed jade map in his city. The major areas in the middle of the immortal domain were marked out very clearly. There were even other explanations for the major emperor-level forces in the middle of the immortal domain, not only those top forces, but also the forces opened up by the primary immortal emperors. This map is very valuable, but Qin Wentian feels that it is worth it. The area in the middle of the immortal domain is very large, and there are many powerful people gathered. If the map of Wanmo Island and the wilderness is not counted, the middle of the immortal domain is the largest of all regions, with the most forces, stronger upper-level strength, and the most prosperous. Qin Wentian could have left directly through the Fu realm passage, but he didn't. He had to come out to gain experience after all. The attack on the ancient road of Shenshin gave Qin Wentian a very strong sense of crisis. He had to be strong to deal with various unexpected crises, otherwise even if there were strong emperors guarding him, he might not be able to protect him. This time, Qin Wentian's goal was the ancient emperor city, and on the way, he would experience. In recent days, Qin Wentian has also seen a lot of strange things and a lot of conquests and killings. One day, in the ancient tribe outside the city, a miserable cry came from the tribe. There was a powerful evil cultivator who practiced evil power. Endless black airflow surged from his body and rushed towards the crowd of the tribe below. The black airflow rushed through the bodies of the people, taking the spirit of the crowd, sucking it clean, and then pouring into the body of the black figure in the void. The whole tribe was a sign of destruction. An old man and a girl ran wildly towards the outside of the tribe, stepping on the yellow sand. They did not dare to fly in the air for a fear of being noticed. However, at this moment, a whistling black airflow rolled towards this side, and the girl screamed, "Grandpa, the devil's breath is coming. You go first." The old man suddenly turned around and ran towards the black airflow. The girl screamed and cried, "Grandpa, go." The old man shouted wildly, and the black airflow attacked like black lightning, faintly transforming into a dark face and swallowing the old man. The old man's breath surged, but he knew he couldn't stop it at all, and his face showed despair. At this moment, a sword came from the west. The sword whistled in the air, and directly penetrated the sky and the earth. With a light sound, the sword pierced into the face transformed by the dark airflow, causing it to explode and disintegrate. The old man's eyes condensed, and he looked up and saw a figure flying in the air in the distance, floating like a fairy, with unparalleled grace. "Grandpa!" The girl ran to the old man and shouted to the void, "Senior, please save us. Why are you meddling in other people's business?" In the distance, in the tribe, the evil cultivator turned his eyes and looked towards Qin Wentian. His eyes were extremely cold. He was so powerful that he was actually at the level of immortal king. "Your cultivation methods are too cruel. You should not exist in this world." As Qin Wentian finished speaking, the demon sword burst out, like a big rock, killing the opponent through the air. In an instant, the evil energy flowing on the strong man turned into a black dragon, and it let out a terrifying roar. However, the sword light of the big rock was so blazing that it penetrated everything directly, killing the black dragon, and the void seemed to explode. The demon sword swept out and cut through the sky. It seemed that a dazzling and boundless sword light appeared. With a light sound, the black shadow looked at Qin Wentian in horror, and then his body exploded and died directly. The sword returned and fell at Qin Wentian's feet. "Thank you for saving my life." The old man knelt on the ground. The girl looked at Qin Wentian with shock and gratitude. The people in the tribe also knelt down to thank him. "It's just a little help." Qin Wentian shook his head and flew away on his sword, unable to bear their worship. The fairyland is too big, and there are countless things like this. He can't use his life to eradicate evil people. He can only do his best when he encounters them. After a few days, Qin Wentian came to a monster kingdom. This monster kingdom is the world of monsters. It is a power opened up by a monster emperor. He controls the surrounding area and gathers many big monsters in this monster kingdom. It is boundless and has towering ancient trees. At this moment, in the outer area of the monster kingdom, a group of young celestial realm masters came here for trial. There were men and women in this group. They all came from small family forces. They became apprentices in a certain force and came for trial. On the way, they killed many monsters and collected their bodies. Those were treasures and worth a lot of money. That's enough. It's very dangerous to continue moving forward. Someone said. "It's okay. Let's kill some more monsters. We came here for training. What are we afraid of?" Someone suggested. Although some people were reluctant, they continued to move forward. They found a nest of golden demon apes and were about to withdraw, but they found that a golden demon ape was giving birth. So they bravely moved forward, killed the demon ape, and prepared to cut up the body of the demon beast. But at this time, a terrifying roar of anger came from a distance. A terrible golden ape came and killed them one by one. The person who instigated them to come ran away the fastest and escaped with him. At the same time, a woman also escaped with him, but was seriously injured. The man felt that he would be dragged down, and he actually had evil thoughts in his heart. Looking at the graceful body of the woman, He walked forward with an evil smile. What are you doing? The woman was inconvenient to move and had injuries on her body. Seeing the other person's eyes, she felt cold all over. Yaner, it's inconvenient to take you with you. Rather than dying in the hands of a monster, you might as well help me. The man smiled evilly. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light descended and directly killed him. The woman's expression froze, and she looked up and saw an extraordinary figure standing in the void. Thank you for saving my life, Senior. The woman said gratefully. The young man stepped forward, but heard the woman say, Senior, can you take me with you? You make your own choices, and you bear the consequences yourself. If this person was not too despicable, I would not bother to help. A cold voice came out, and Qin Wentian walked away. He saw everything that happened before, and he did not have the slightest sympathy for those who died. Qin Wentian walked away, and continued to move forward in the monster forest, but at this moment, he stopped and said, Come out. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden black bird flashed out, and in an instant, the light fell between heaven and earth. This mysterious bird was a golden bird, a different species of the golden-winged dauphin, and its ancestors had the blood of the golden-winged dauphin flowing in their veins. Did you eat that golden ape? Qin Wentian looked at the golden bird and said. Humans killed the mother ape, and the monster ape retaliated by killing humans, but he himself died at the hands of a more powerful monster. This is the law of the jungle, and it is also a microcosm of the entire fairyland world, but it is more straightforward here. Buzz! The golden bird opened its mouth and spit out a sharp sound. In just a moment, endless golden lightning flashed towards Qin Wentian, and the sky was full of golden swords, and the ancient tree was cut and chopped into pieces. Boom! Qin Wentian's body was shining, and the golden sword kept hitting his body. He stood still, and the golden bird suddenly rushed out, like lightning, with a dazzling golden light. He turned into a giant bird, and his claws smashed the world, tearing towards Qin Wentian's body. His eyes were unruly, with the unruly demeanor of the golden-winged rock. Qin Wentian raised his hand and pressed it, and a sword was born. A terrible collision broke out in the void. The golden bird bloomed with a stronger golden light, but its body seemed to be constantly penetrated by the sword energy. It turned around and wanted to escape, but Qin Wentian grabbed it with his palm and held it directly, making it unable to escape. Buzz, buzz! One after another, figures flashed by. They were actually a group of powerful people in the realm of Immortal King. One of the young men bowed to Qin Wentian and said, I am from the Black Iron Emperor sect. I have been chasing this golden bird for many days, but it is so fast that I can't catch up. I didn't expect to be intercepted by you. Can I ask you to make a deal? I will not let you suffer a loss. Black Iron Emperor sect. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. This time he would pass through a city on his way, and there was the Black Iron Emperor sect. He originally planned to go there. You want to use it to refine weapons? Qin Wentian asked. It seems that you know my Black Iron Emperor sect. To be honest, it is true. This golden bird is a top-grade material for refining weapons. The young man nodded. Qin Wentian looked up into the depths of the forest and sighed. You hunt monsters to refine weapons, and as far as I know, the monsters here are ruled by a monster emperor. Aren't you worried that the monster emperor will enter the human world for revenge? As his cultivation became stronger, he saw the rise of the 100,000 great mountains in the wilderness, and his mood became a little complicated. There is actually no essential difference between monsters and humans. Monsters are cruel and tyrannical, and humans are just as greedy and cruel. Humans and monsters are destined to be hostile to each other, and it cannot be changed. Even if we don't hunt monsters, monsters will come out to hunt for food, but neither side will touch the bottom line of the other. It is rumored that many big monsters in the 100,000 great mountains in the far north of the immortal realm have come out of the mountains and started to wreak havoc on human territory. They want to infiltrate the human world. Now it has been a disaster, and countless humans have fallen under the iron hoofs of monsters. Perhaps this is a natural hostility that cannot be changed. The young man spoke lightly. Qin Wentian nodded, and it was indeed as the other party said. Has the demon beast from the 100,000 great mountains of the wilderness come out of the mountains? Qin Wentian looked into the distance and murmured. It's no problem to give this demon beast to you. I don't need to exchange anything. Can you introduce me to the master of weapon refining of the Black Iron Emperor sect? I need to refine a few magic weapons. Is that okay? Qin Wentian asked. Of course, no problem. I will introduce you to the best master of weapon refining I know, and refine magic weapons for you. Since you have this intention, how about going to the Black Iron Emperor sect together? The young man invited with a smile. Qin Wentian must be extraordinary to be able to capture this golden bird. They have been chasing it for many days without being able to defeat it. Okay. Qin Wentian nodded. Chapter 1444, The Holy Maiden of the Imperial Clan. Dongling Immortal City is a big city in the central area of the Immortal Domain. Although there are no top forces here, there are several Emperor-level forces, which are very powerful. There are several great Emperor-level forces in a fairy city, which is only available in super cities like Nanhuang Immortal City. In the eastern part of the Immortal Domain, there are many such cities. Moreover, Dongling Immortal City is not a vassal of any top force in the central region. It belongs to a unique lineage, and each of the major Emperor-level forces is its own king. Qin Wentian clearly saw that Dongling Immortal City was marked out in the Jade Slip map. There is a lot of information about this Dongling Immortal City. In ancient times, this Dongling Immortal City was the top force in the central part of the Immortal Domain. A super strong man once established a Taoist school here, known as the Dongling Holy Temple, which ruled over endless territories and was extremely powerful. Until countless years ago, the Dongling Temple was destroyed and this force collapsed. Although this Dongling Immortal City was weakened a lot, it has never really fallen to the bottom and vassal, because of its unique historical heritage. Even today, countless years later, this Dongling Immortal City still has its glory. In the east of Dongling Immortal City, there are still the remains of the Dongling Temple. It is rumored that there are wonderful things in these relics, and they may even be opened. There are also rumors that the imperial forces of Dongling Immortal City today are actually the products left over from the Dongling Temple. They were opened up by the descendants of the Dongling Temple with the holy books of the temple. They are still stationed here, waiting for the temple to open one day and regain the glory of the ancient times. The Black Iron Emperor sect is located in Dongling Immortal City. It is one of the several great imperial forces. It has a long history of refining weapons. Many top forces in the central part of the Immortal Realm have tried to recruit it several times to make the Black Iron Emperor sect their exclusive weapon refining force, but they have never succeeded. The Black Iron Emperor sect maintains a good relationship with all the top forces. Whenever the top forces come to ask for weapon refining, they will agree. Therefore, a balance is maintained so that it is not swallowed up by one of the forces. At this time, outside the Black Iron Emperor sect, Qin Wentian followed a young man he met in the monster forest and came here. Looking at this magnificent ancient force made of golden tools, standing on the earth like a city, he was slightly shocked. The Black Iron Emperor sect, just this sect, seems very ordinary. Qin Wentian whispered. Brother Qin, please forgive me for laughing. This sect contains great formations everywhere, and many buildings are magical weapons. If we encounter a strong invasion, we can directly use them to defend against the enemy. The young man said with a smile. His name is Feng Zhu, and he is also a weapon refiner, but he pays more attention to cultivation and is not very good at refining weapons. Qin Wentian nodded slightly, and the group stepped out and walked into the Emperor sect. In the fairyland, most of the upper-level strong people pursue powerful strength, and few people are willing to spend too much time on refining weapons. Therefore, there are not many truly top-level weapon refining forces. It seems that there are many people in the Emperor sect. Behind him, an immortal king figure said softly. Feng Zhu's eyes flashed, and his immortal thoughts rushed out. He also saw that many palaces in the Imperial Palace had guests coming, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. Go to Jiangsu, Feng Zhu said, and he stepped out in a certain direction. Not long after, he came to the outside of a brilliant white palace. There were many powerful people here, including Immortal King-level guardians. Is the saint here? Feng Zhu landed on the ground and asked a fairy king woman. Yes, I'll go and report it. The fairy king woman nodded, which made Qin Wentian curious about Feng Zhu's identity. My sister Feng Jiangsu, the saint of the Black Iron Emperor sect, is much more noble than me. Feng Zhu laughed at himself. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed and then smiled. So that's it. In the Black Iron Emperor sect, my influence is far less than that of my sister. I asked her to personally help Brother Qin introduce a weapon refining master. If that's the case, thank you very much, Qin Wentian said. After a while, a graceful figure in white came out. She had an extraordinary temperament, a dignified posture, a hint of holiness, and a very beautiful appearance. She looked at Feng Zhu and couldn't help asking, "Why are you here, brother?" "Qiangsu, let me introduce a friend to you. This is Brother Qin. Before, our group was chasing the golden bird but failed. Brother Qin easily captured it and gave it to me. Brother Qin wanted to refine some magic weapons. I promised Brother Qin to introduce him to a weapon refining master." Feng Zhu introduced. Feng Qiangsu looked at Qin Wentian and then nodded slightly. "Brother, since you have obtained the golden bird, I will help you refine a defensive armor. What level of magic weapon do you want to refine, Brother Qin?" "My cultivation is at the middle level of the Immortal King realm. It is enough to match my realm," Qin Wentian said. "That's easy. I can refine it. In that case, I will refine it for you myself. What kind of magic weapon do you want and what are your requirements?" Feng Qiangsu asked. "I want to refine a few magic weapons, so I may have to trouble the saint," Qin Wentian said. "The first magic weapon is a mask, and the second is clothes. The only requirement is to hide and change my breath so that the immortal thoughts cannot spy on me. I also need a knife and a sword. If the saint is willing to help, I will provide the refining reward." "I understand. The first two magic weapons are for concealing the identity, and the last two magic weapons are for fighting. I have no problem. As for the reward, since you helped my eldest brother, you only need to provide the equivalent of the refining materials." Feng Qiangsu nodded gently. Feng Zhu looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. The refining of the first two magic weapons was obviously for concealing the identity. It seems that Brother Qin has a powerful enemy. In that case, thank you very much, Saint. By the way, Qiangsu, why are there so many strong people from the Emperor sect? Did something happen? Feng Zhu asked. It's probably because of the wild mountains in the extreme north of the fairyland. The central part of the fairyland is close to various major areas. If the wild monster continues to move forward, it will sooner or later descend on the central area of the fairyland. Moreover, some people want to go to the northern part of the fairyland for training, but they are worried about facing the group of monsters. Therefore, many strong people come here to refine some powerful magic weapons to deal with it. Feng Qiangsu said. Qin Wentian asked, is the situation in the northern part of the immortal domain very serious? The great mountain of the savage mountains descended upon the world, and the monsters evolved out of the mountains. They wanted to enter the human world, and naturally they were resisted by humans, so a war broke out. The monster kings of the savage mountains made their voices heard, saying that they wanted to stand on the land of the immortal domain together with humans, and establish their own way in the world where humans live. Feng Qiangsu said, you should have heard that the savage kings led the great monsters out of the mountains, and their momentum was so great that even if the top forces in the northern part of the immortal domain joined forces, they could not stop them. It seems that the immortal domain is going to be in chaos. Feng Zhu murmured. In the past, the humans in the immortal domain and the savage 100,000 mountains were clearly separated. Although some of them went to each other's territory for training, they did not invade each other. Although there were many monster forces in the immortal domain, they were still not many. Only a few top forces existed in the western part of the immortal domain. But now, the savage great monsters want to invade the immortal domain and coexist with humans. The immortal domain will inevitably experience a long period of turmoil. Qin Wentian frowned slightly. The eastern part of the immortal domain was already somewhat chaotic, and the entire immortal domain was in a settled atmosphere. Now, with the invasion of the wilderness, Qin Wentian always felt that the immortal domain might really enter a period of turmoil. In this case, he needed to quickly improve his strength in order to cope with the changes in the immortal domain. Let's not worry about it for now, Brother Qin. My sister's weapon refining ability is top-notch. She promised to help you refine the magic weapon and will definitely meet your requirements. Feng Zhu said with a smile. Qin Wentian could vaguely understand Feng Qiangsu's status when he saw the Immortal King's guard here. It must be very high. Saint Qiangsu, Qin wants to make an unreasonable request. If the saint thinks it is inappropriate, just refuse it directly. Qin will not care. Qin Wentian said. Brother Qin, please speak. Can I watch the refining of weapons? Qin Wentian said. He practiced runes to enter the Tao, and he always firmly believed that all laws have the same origin and the same avenue. Watching the refining of weapons may help his practice. You are asking too much? A woman who was guarding the Immortal King spoke coldly. They had only met once, but this person actually made such an excessive request. Every weapon refining master has his own weapon refining methods, And how could he easily show them to others? Feng Zhu was also a little embarrassed, so Qin Wentian said, Qin has crossed the line. Sorry. It's okay. If Brother Qin wants to watch, just come with me. Feng Qiangsu said nonchalantly. Saintess. The immortal king woman next to him said hurriedly. This is a taboo in refining. What if Qin Wentian is sent by other refining forces? Feng Qiangsu waved her hand, and the woman immediately shut up, causing Qin Wentian's eyes to flash with a strange color. The woman in front of him had extraordinary courage. Just as they were talking, they saw a group of strong men flying in the air and descending here. This group of strong men had extraordinary demeanor, and seemed to be from two different forces. Their eyes were extremely sharp, and they looked around below. Qiangsu. An old man in the front called out. Feng Qiangsu looked up and said, Uncle Master, what's the matter? Here are 2 lists for refining weapons. Take a look. The old man waved his hand, and 2 rays of light fell into Feng Qiangsu's hands. She flipped them open and took a look. Her brows slightly frowned, and she said, Uncle Master, do you want me to refine them? Yes, the sect has already taken it over, and the people of the 2 major forces hope that the best refining saint will take action. It is more appropriate for you to refine them, Qiangsu. The old man nodded. Okay, but it will take a lot of time, at least 6 months. Feng Qiangsu said. 6 months is too long. You should put aside other things immediately and start refining. Complete the refining of the first list within a month. One of the strong men said, their bodies shining with brilliance, faintly revealing the sun's light, very dazzling. Our list also needs to be refined within a month. We can't wait. Please trouble the saint. The people next to them also said, although their tone was a little polite, but the affirmative words still seemed very strong. Feng Qiangsu frowned and said, I just agreed to help a friend refine a weapon, so it will take some time, and it will take longer for you to refine these magic weapons. Even if I work all night, I can't refine them in a month. Put your friend's weapon aside for now, or let someone else refine it. The person on the left continued. Isn't this bad? Feng Qiangsu's tone was a little light. These people directly asked to put our friend's weapon back, which was very excessive. Saint Lady, don't be embarrassed, just let him nod himself. The man looked at Qin Wentian and said, Sir, we are from the Sun Holy Church. We need to refine magic weapons and go to the northern part of the fairyland. Can your magic weapon be postponed? Qin Wentian looked up and looked at these people. No wonder the aura was somewhat similar. They were indeed from the Sun Holy Church. Chapter 1445, Unkind Visitors. Qin Wentian looked at the other group of people. Since one of them was from the Sun Holy Church, and the other party asked for the same treatment and completed the refining within a month, they must be top forces. From the map, the 2 most extraordinary forces closest to the Black Iron Emperor sect, in addition to the Sun Holy Church, are the Thunder God Temple. Sensing the aura of these people, they should be the strong men of the Thunder God Temple. The saint and I have already discussed that even if I am willing to postpone the refining, you ask the saint to complete 6 months' work in 1 month. Isn't it too much to ask? Qin Wentian looked at the other party and asked calmly. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to agree to postpone the refining. The saint will consider other things. The strong man of the Sun Holy Church said very strongly. What they want to do is naturally superior to everything else. Qin Wentian looked at the other party, revealing a faint sense of pride, and uttered a voice from his mouth. Since you don't know what respect is, then why should I postpone the refining for you? I'm sorry that I can't obey your order. The other party frowned slightly, a little surprised. Qin Wentian actually rejected them directly? They have made it very clear that they are from the Sun Holy Church. Respect. One person smiled and said, this person seems to have a problem with his brain. Well, he actually wants respect in front of my Sun Holy Church. Someone else laughed and looked at Qin Wentian sarcastically. Sir, we are from the Thunder God Temple. It is better to postpone your weapon refining. The person from the other side spoke up. They came to ask the Saint Maiden to refine weapons. It is not good to bully the Saint Maiden directly. They had to put pressure on the Saint Maiden of the Black Iron Emperor sect through Qin Wentian, hoping that she would be sensible and complete their requirements to refine the magic weapon in the shortest time. 6 months, they don't have so much time to waste here. Qin Wentian looked at the 2 lines of figures, and a cold color flashed in his deep eyes. He spit out a word, get lost. As soon as these words came out, it was like thunder. The faces of the people from the two major forces changed instantly. Even Feng Qiangsu's uncle frowned and looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. He wanted the people from the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple to get lost? Moreover, the people who came were all at the level of Immortal King. Brother Qin. Feng Zhu called out in a voice transmission, somewhat surprised. Feng Qiangsu also looked at Qin Wentian with some surprise. They all thought that Qin Wentian would compromise and agree. After all, these were the two top forces. They were too powerful and would not tolerate others' refusal. Don't say that I don't give face to the Black Iron Emperor sect. At this time, a man spoke loudly. He stepped out, and the light of the sun appeared in the void and shot towards Qin Wentian. There was a terrible hot air in his palm, which turned into a terrifying storm and kept rolling. Then, he stepped again, and in an instant, the whole world turned into a solar furnace, extremely hot. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the sun immortal fist directly swept the void and blasted towards Qin Wentian. The storm was terrible, and the flames destroyed everything. It came down in an instant and was about to swallow Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian stretched his hand straight forward, and with a loud bang, just when everyone's terrible attack was about to drown him, Qin Wentian's body seemed to be bathed in the holy fire of the sun, allowing it to burn wildly. His body was indestructible, like a divine body, bathed in divine brilliance. Qin Wentian's palm trembled, and in just a moment, a large handprint appeared in the void, and thousands of runes flowed, like the hand of a god, crushing and destroying everything, and instantly killing in front of the opponent. The man's face changed slightly, and a circle of suns appeared on his body in an instant. The strong men around him released their powerful forces to resist. With a loud bang, the blazing and boundless immortal brilliance burst out in the void, blooming a powerful brilliance, covering this area, making many people in the Black Iron Emperor sect look over here, and they saw a beam of light rushing straight into the sky. What's wrong? Many people trembled in their hearts. This breath seemed to have broken out into a war. Was there actually a war in the Black Iron Emperor sect? On the battlefield, the man who attacked Qin Wentian was knocked back far away, uttering a muffled groan. In the void, several strong men were protected by the holy light of the sun, and their eyes shot out rays of light that could burn everything, looking at Qin Wentian who was standing proudly below. This man's attack was very powerful, and even those standing next to him felt the pressure, but he still stood there, motionless. Don't be arrogant and domineering just because you came from the Sun Holy Church. Otherwise, I will teach you how to behave in a minute. Qin Wentian said in a light voice, which was so strong and domineering that the man's face turned pale in an instant. How dare you talk to me like that? The man was in a violent aura, as if he couldn't swallow this breath and wanted to fight Qin Wentian. You are indeed mentally ill. Don't provoke me again, or do you believe that I will kill you and then join the Sun Holy Church? Qin Wentian stared at the other party and threatened, causing the man's face to change slightly. He sneered, do you think you can join the Sun Holy Church whenever you want? I can kill you with one strike. You can join, but I can't? The Sun Holy Church doesn't want it. You are not the only top force in the central part of the fairyland. Do you want to try? Qin Wentian stepped out, and the momentum of the intermediate fairy king bloomed fiercely, wanting to sweep everything, as if no one would retreat even in a battle. Okay, everyone, let me ask Qiangsu if there is a better way. At this time, the person from the Black Iron Emperor sect spoke up, obviously not wanting to make things worse. This friend of Feng Qiangsu seemed to be no ordinary person, domineering and strong, with extraordinary combat power. If he really killed the people of the Holy Church here, it would not be good for his Black Iron Emperor sect. Qiangsu, can you refine these magic weapons as soon as possible? The people of the Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple are anxious to get them. The old man said, and gave Feng Qiangsu a look. Even if I refine the magic weapons of the two major forces first for a month, it is impossible. So, don't fight, give me 2 months, and I will deliver all the magic weapons to you. Feng Qiangsu said. The people of these top forces are the most difficult to deal with, so she had to deal with them first. Everyone, Qiangsu is right. After all, we can't hand over some defective magic weapons to you. Naturally, we hope to refine the best results. The old man looked at the people of the two major forces and said, in this case, I'll give you a face, then 2 months. One of them spoke up. He seemed to be the leader of the Sun Holy Church and glanced at Qin Wentian lightly. Remember this. The Sun Holy Church who was repelled before glanced at Qin Wentian with murderous intent. The people of the Thunder God Temple looked at Qin Wentian deeply, And then both sides left with the old man. Feng Zhu exhaled, looked at Qin Wentian and said, "Brother Qin, you really scared me. These people are from the Sun Holy Church. You really dare to do it? I am not inferior to them in strength. There is nothing I dare not do. These people are immortal kings after all. It is a shame that they cannot defeat me. Can they go to the Sun Holy Temple to ask for help? Can they and the Sun Holy Church afford this man?" Qin Wentian said indifferently. "That's right. It seems that Brother Qin knows the truth." Feng Zhu smiled and said, "If Qin Wentian can defeat the people here and does not kill them, these people will not have the face to ask for help, which is equivalent to slapping themselves in the face. It's just a little thing." Qin Wentian said indifferently, "It's just that the saint girl will be too nervous for 2 months. If she is nervous, let's refine them first. It doesn't matter. I have to delay my practice for a few months. I will still help Brother Qin refine the magic weapon first. Brother Qin doesn't have to call me saint girl all the time. Just call me Kaiangsu." Feng Kaiangsu smiled. "Well, thank you very much, Kaiangsu." Qin Wentian nodded. "Let's go. I'll take you to see my weapon refining place. Come with me, brother." Feng Kaiangsu said. Feng Zhu nodded, and the others left. Qin Wentian and the other 3 walked towards the ancient temple. Feng Kaiangsu first began to collect the materials for refining. The ancient temple of the weapon refining saint was like a treasure trove, where all kinds of precious refining equipment could be taken. After collecting the equipment, Feng Kaiangsu began to refine the magic weapon. The weapon refining room and the entire hall were engraved with terrible flame arrays. When Feng Kaiangsu urged the flame power in her body, the entire hall was lit up with dazzling flame patterns in an instant, like a series of divine runes, radiant and boundless, rushing towards the weapon refining array. The terrifying high temperature generated in that instant was enough to burn the immortal king directly. "Horrible temperature," Qin Wentian said. In the center of the weapon refining array, divine patterns intertwined into an illusory refining furnace, turning into a dazzling pattern. The refining materials were melted there instantly. Qin Wentian had also been able to refine weapons before, but his main experience afterwards was in cultivation. He had never come into contact with the refining of immortal-level divine weapons. First of all, you need the intensity of the flame to refine weapons. Kaiangsu's own flame is not enough. Only with the help of the large array in the weapon refining hall, it can be made stronger, so that you can melt the refining materials with ease. Feng Zhu said. "Yes." Qin Wentian nodded and watched Feng Kaiangsu refine weapons quietly. In the meantime, a dazzling rune light appeared on Feng Kaiangsu's body. She cast the sword shape with immortal thoughts. When she carved the divine pattern, Qin Wentian found that a terrible sword intent seemed to emerge in her body. A terrible sound of clattering sounded from her body, and dazzling sword lights flew out and were directly branded on the sword embryo. "Is this the casting attribute of the Star Soul?" Qin Wentian said. Kaiangsu's Star Soul does have the ability to forge. Now she can forge formations in her body with ease. Therefore, even if she does not have the power of sword attributes, she can still forge swords. It's just that at the level of sword intent, other refining materials are needed to make up for it. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. This is similar to the path he has been practicing. The soul refining Atlas, the heavenly talisman treasure book, and the hand of God all have similar abilities. The world is really big and there are all kinds of wonders. Feng Kaiangsu actually has similar extraordinary abilities. When Qin Wentian was observing Feng Kaiangsu refining weapons, the people of the Sun Holy Church were with the people of the Thunder God Temple. They sealed the courtyard and sat together, looking very unhappy. "That man is so presumptuous and rebellious, why don't you take action to kill him directly?" The immortal king, who was repelled by Qin Wentian before, was a little bit reluctant to swallow that breath. "Don't forget why we are here this time," the leader shouted. "After the Black Iron Emperor sect surrenders, you can do whatever you want to that saint lady. It will be easy to kill the person. When will the people over there take action?" The man just now asked coldly. "It can be done at any time. We will cooperate to perform a big show at that time. If the Black Iron Emperor sect still refuses to surrender, we can only use force. Well, the wilderness is invading, and the fairyland is about to be in chaos. As a top force, we must unify all the forces in various regions. Only in this way can we have the ability to face the storm that the fairyland will face in the future, stand firm, or even become stronger." Chapter 1446 Dongling Lineage. A few days later, in an elegant courtyard, Qin Wentian placed a sword, a knife, and a magic weapon garment in front of him. He held a mask in his hand and put it on his face. As the power of the stars poured into it, the mask gradually merged into Qin Wentian's body and perfectly matched his skin. In front of Qin Wentian, Feng Zhu and Feng Qiangsu looked at Qin Wentian and saw that his face had changed slightly, revealing a bit of weird handsomeness and beauty. As the magic weapon mask merged into his skin, it even gave people a mysterious blur. "Awesome, sister, how did you make this mask? I can't recognize Brother Qin, but he clearly looks like he's not wearing a mask, but it gives people a blurry feeling," Feng Zhu said. "I used the talisman bones of the sky fantasy beast to refine it, and I also have some powerful fantasy beast skins. This mask has no offensive effect, but it is definitely the most suitable for hiding." Feng Qiangsu smiled. "So that's why it looks a bit weird. It actually used the treasures from the phantom beast. This magic weapon clothing is the same. In addition to the ability to conceal the breath, it also has a certain defensive effect. It can be integrated into the skin, can be easily shrunk, and change with your body." Feng Qiangsu pointed at the clothing and said, "Yes." Qin Wentian could feel the faint phantom power permeating the magic weapon clothing, but he did not put it on immediately. Instead, he took the magic weapon sword and the knife first, holding them with both hands, and the rule power poured into them. Suddenly, the sword and the knife swallowed and spit out terrible power. "I didn't set the attribute of this magic weapon. After all, the attributes of our cultivation are different, but many runes are imprinted inside, which can be suitable for any attribute power and amplify the attack. The sword moves lightly and the knife master is domineering. Do you think it's okay?" Feng Qiangsu said to Qin Wentian. "Very good, Qiangsu, thank you so much this time," Qin Wentian said gratefully. The mask and clothes were to conceal his identity. The sword and knife were for attacking, and also to conceal the magic weapons he had used before, so that he would not be recognized outside and be hunted down by Dongshen. "By the way, Feng Zhu, Qiangsu, I have to ask you to keep it a secret for me at this time." Qin Wentian looked at the two and said, "I understand." Feng Zhu nodded. Knowing that Qin Wentian might have a powerful enemy, Feng Qiangsu also nodded slightly. "However, those people have seen Brother Qin's true face before, will it be troublesome?" Feng Zhu said. "That's easy." Qin Wentian smiled, his mind moved slightly, and the mask slowly seeped out from the skin on his face. Qin Wentian waved his hand to put it away, and smiled. "For the time being, use the original face, and wait until I leave, and then disguise it, so that no one will know." "That's right." Feng Zhu smiled. "Who?" At this moment, Qin Wentian waved his hand to collect all the magic weapons, frowned slightly, and looked into the distance. Someone was actually using immortal thoughts to spy on this side. This was a very unfriendly behavior. Feng Qiangsu also frowned, and then heard a cold voice coming. "I came to the Sun Saint Church to ask the Black Iron Emperor sect to refine weapons." The Black Iron Emperor sect's saintess, when she accepted the task of refining weapons, she thought the deadline we gave was too short. Now she is here under the flowers and moonlight, so free. I will do what I promised. I will refine the magic weapons you need. Your Excellency came here to spy directly with immortal thoughts? Is it a bit too much? Feng Qiangsu's beautiful face was covered with a bit of frost. This is the saintess's mansion. On weekdays, there is no need to set up any barriers, and no one dares to spy directly with immortal thoughts without reporting. However, these people from the Sun Saint Church are indeed very rude. Remind you, your opponent is here. The voice snorted coldly. Feng Qiangsu frowned, and his immortal thoughts spread out. Then he found that many strong men flashed out from the palaces and went in a certain direction. Over there, a mighty figure descended. Qin Wentian's immortal thoughts permeated out, and he also saw the mighty figures rushing here. The aura was extremely terrifying. They were all immortal kings. It was very rare for an ordinary emperor-level force to dispatch so many immortal kings. It's the Xianzhong sect, the Shenfu Palace, and the Vajra sect. Feng Zhu frowned, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. The other three emperor-level forces in Dongling Immortal City. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. In this ancient Dongling Immortal City, the inheritors of the four major emperor-level forces were the Xianzhong sect, the Shenfu Palace, the Vajra sect, and the Zhuangdi Emperor sect. Now, the other three forces descended at the same time. This was unusual. No wonder there were so many immortal kings, But there were actually 3 Emperor-level forces. Well, have all the people from the Black Iron Emperor sect rushed over? Let's go and take a look, Feng Zhu said. The 3 of them walked forward. Feng Qianxia frowned. There were some rumors in Dongling Xianchang before. It seems that these rumors may be true. The other 3 forces may have rebelled against Dongling. Not long after, Qin Wentian and his men came to the side of the masters. They saw a huge gathering of masters, enough for hundreds of immortal kings to descend here. The lineup was extremely terrifying. The masters of the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple also arrived one after another. They stood on both sides, as if they were just watching the fun. Saint Qianxia is here. From the direction of the Xianzhong sect, a young immortal king looked at Feng Qianxia. There was a hint of brilliance in his eyes, revealing a bit of excitement. Feng Qianxia was very famous. In Dongling, many immortal kings wanted to conquer her. What do you mean? An old man from the Black Iron Emperor sect asked, looking at the masters of the 3 forces who had descended. Let's seal this space first. A strong man from the other side said, and then one of them descended into the void. In an instant, a terrible light rushed straight into the sky, and the runes were brilliant, turning into an extremely huge golden bell, falling from the sky, covering the vast land. The falling light sealed this space. The people of the Black Iron Emperor sect became more fierce, staring at these people. Today we are here to propose marriage. Please invite the holy son of the Black Iron Emperor sect to marry into the family, and the holy daughter to marry. Just hearing a strong man from the Divine Talisman Palace speak, the people of the Black Iron Emperor sect looked extremely ugly. The holy son to marry into the family? The holy daughter to marry? There are not many holy sons and holy daughters in their Black Iron Emperor sect, and it can even be said that they are very rare. They have all awakened their talents. Only they themselves understand what that means, and the other party actually wants to catch them all in one fell swoop. Impossible. The old man from the Jiutian Emperor sect refused indifferently. Although we, the 4 major forces in Dongling, have had conflicts, we have always been in harmony. You are doing this to seize the foundation of our Jiutian Emperor sect. What exactly do you want to do? I've said it before. The person from the Divine Talisman Palace said lightly, our 4 major forces have inherited the holy book in Dongling from generation to generation. Although it is a secret to the outside world, we ourselves know very well that the people in the Jiutian Emperor sect who can inherit the holy book of Dongling from generation to generation will have extremely high attainments in refining equipment. Even if the saints and saints of this generation are sent to our 3 major forces, what can happen? In the next generation, and the next generation, you will still have many saints and saints. Holy book. Qin Wentian's eyes flashed. He didn't expect that the rumors about Dongling were true. The former Dongling Holy Temple still has heritage preserved even to this day. Moreover, among the 4 major forces in Dongling, which is still the top force in the central part, this is not a secret. They all know this secret clearly. You are all bathed in the glory of the Dongling Holy Temple and comprehended the holy book. Why are you trying to seize the inheritance of my Jiutian Emperor sect? The old man said angrily. The strong men looked at the strong men of the 3 major forces with cold eyes. But only the Jiutian Emperor sect can refine weapons. The strong man of the Divine Talisman Palace said. What if I don't agree? The old man of the Jiutian Emperor sect said. If you don't agree, then from now on, the inheritance of Dongling will not be touched by the Black Iron Emperor sect. The strong man of the Vajra sect spoke indifferently. The strong man's brown skin exuded a hard aura, and his body was like a divine weapon, majestic and extremely majestic. You are bullying too much? The old man of the Black Iron Emperor sect said with a cold face, releasing his anger. Why are you so angry? The Dongling lineage and the 4 imperial sects are all inherited from the ancient Dongling temple. Any lineage that loses its inheritance is a loss for Dongling. Why don't the 4 imperial sects inherited by the Dongling temple unify and belong to one lineage to restore the glory of Dongling? At this time, the leader of the Sun Holy Church spoke indifferently, making all the strong men look at him. It is not easy for the Dongling lineage to unify. The 4 major forces have long been deeply rooted. If they are unified, who will control and who will submit? The old man of the Black Iron Emperor sect said. I have a suggestion. Why not unify the Dongling lineage, but do not interfere with each other? Although they belong to the same power, they are still equal and belong to the same extreme. The Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple will mediate and help the Dongling lineage to become stronger. How about that? The leader of the Sun Holy Church continued. Well, this suggestion is good, I agree with it. The strong man of the Thunder God Temple nodded in agreement, and all the strong men of the Black Iron Emperor sect froze in their expressions. It turned out that the people from the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple came to ask for refining weapons this time, but it was fake. They came for his entire Black Iron Emperor sect, and they had great intentions. Moreover, this time the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple reached a consensus. If they controlled the Dongling lineage, they would unanimously resist the pressure from other top forces and swallow this lineage. If that's the case, my Xianzhong sect has no objection. The Divine Talisman Palace also agrees. The Vajra sect agrees. The three major forces expressed their opinions one after another, and the people of the Black Iron Emperor sect looked ashen. It turned out that they were the only ones left to be taken down. The three major forces had betrayed Dongling and chose to surrender. What on earth did the Sun Holy Church and Thunder God Temple do to make these three major forces surrender? You know, there is a reason why their Dongling lineage has been able to pass on until now without being annexed. If the four major forces join forces, they can use the power of the Dongling Holy Temple. But now, after the three major forces surrendered, they seem to have no other way to go. The Black Iron Emperor sect is over. Qin Wentian said in his heart. This situation cannot be reversed. It seems that these top forces have begun to control more forces and make them surrender to deal with the turmoil in the fairyland. Chapter 1447 Take Action. The intentions of the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple were extremely clear. They wanted to annex the Dongling lineage, and the three major forces all expressed their submission. The Black Iron Emperor sect, the only weapon refining force in the Dongling lineage, was also the most attractive force in the Dongling lineage to the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple. After all, as a top force, they had no shortage of strong people, while weapon refining forces were very scarce. Being able to control the Black Iron Emperor sect would be of great benefit to them in the future. The strong men of the Black Iron Emperor sect were all silent. Looking at this situation, they had no choice but to agree. Why? We don't need the Black Iron Emperor sect to surrender, but just help the Dongling lineage unify and embark on a stronger path, but the Black Iron Emperor sect is unwilling to do this. The voice of the strong man who led the Sun Holy Church turned cold and exerted pressure. This is a big deal. We can't make the decision. Our Emperor sect's leader has been practicing outside. If he doesn't come back, no one can make such a decision. The old man said, causing the people from the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple to frown. The leader of the Black Iron Emperor sect is indeed a big trouble. He is rarely in the Emperor sect, just to prevent the annexation of these top forces. As long as he is outside and can use the power of the Dongling Holy Temple, he will have a considerable deterrent power. Then you can notify him to come back and make the decision. The people from the Xianzhong sect said coldly. The leader is like a dragon that can't be found. Where can we find him? The strong man from the Black Iron Emperor sect responded. The people here are all extraordinary people. Many of the existences in the immortal king realm naturally don't want to be inferior to others and surrender to the other party. The space was silent for a while, and the atmosphere was a little depressing. If that's the case, then just pretend I didn't say anything, and you guys can continue. The eyes of the leader of the Sun Holy Church seemed to have terrible sunlight shooting out, and he glanced at the crowd, then he retracted his gaze. Suddenly, the three major forces of the Xianzhong sect all sneered and said, if that's the case, then we have to take the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Black Iron Emperor sect away first, and wait for the sect master of the Black Iron Emperor sect to return and make a decision, and then talk about other things. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of my Black Iron Emperor sect is the hope of my sect, how can they be taken away by you? The old man snorted coldly, and the two sides were instantly on the verge of swords. Dong! A bell sounded, and a strong man stepped out. His body was like an ancient bell of divine weapons, with runes flowing, and the sound of the bell was diffused, like the sound of the avenue, transmitted from his body, faintly turning into powerful pressure, shaking the bodies of the strong men. Zhang Su. Everyone's eyes flashed. This person was Zhang Su, the holy son of the Xianzhong sect. He was very powerful and had entered the Dongling Holy Temple and been baptized. Then, I have no choice but to ask the saints for guidance. Just hearing a voice, a strong man from the Divine Talisman Palace and the Vajra sect stepped out. The strong man from the Divine Talisman Palace was covered with Dao runes, which faintly turned into a terrible formation with infinite power, covering all directions. The strong man from the Vajra sect was like a furious Vajra, with terrible Vajra light curtains spreading out from his body, making a hard and incomparable clanging sound, which made everyone's eardrums tremble. Xiao Yu from the Divine Talisman Palace, Master Fa Nu from the Vajra sect. The people from the Black Iron Emperor sect looked ugly. The three people who came out were very powerful. They were known as the most talented group of people in the Dongling lineage. They were all saints of various sects. Since the Black Iron Emperor sect thinks highly of itself and disdains to unify with us, then we have no choice but to ask for a fight. Xiao Yu spoke indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, the light of the runes enveloped the world and turned into a huge and boundless tripod that could suppress everything. The three major forces came together, and there were obviously more strong men. The other side only walked out 3 people, which was obviously giving the Black Iron Emperor sect a chance. If it was a group battle, the Black Iron Emperor sect would have no hope. But these 3 people were the most outstanding immortal kings of the 3 major forces. If they wanted to fight, they would naturally need to send people of the same level, and it would be difficult to win. The combat power of these 3 people seems to be very strong, and they all practice the same way as me, using runes to become immortal kings, and they have a very deep understanding of this path. Qin Wentian took a look at the strength of these 3 people and could feel that their combat power was terrible, and it was not something that ordinary immortal kings of the same realm could defeat. I saw a figure from the Black Iron Emperor sect stepping out, with terrible rule runes flowing on his body. The whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath, with terrible murderous intent. Then I will take you down first. Zhang Su smiled at the person who came out, and then his body soared into the air and went towards the void. The figure of the Holy Son of the Black Iron Emperor sect stepped up, and the auras of the 2 people met and collided in the void, emitting a dazzling brilliance. The sound of the bell shook the heaven and earth, and Zhang Su uttered the ancient bell, stirring up a 1,000-foot sound wave, sweeping the heaven and earth, destroying everything between heaven and earth. The people of my Black Iron Emperor sect are good at refining weapons, but lack some combat power. Is it a bit too much for the outstanding holy sons of the 3 major forces to challenge me? The old man of the Black Iron Emperor sect said coldly. We are all from the Dongling lineage. Since you admit that you are not good enough, you should be eliminated. The immortal king holy son of the Divine Talisman Palace said forcefully. The people of the Black Iron Emperor sect looked ugly, and another immortal king holy son stepped out and rushed into the sky. HMPH. Xiao Yu sneered, and his body soared into the sky, heading towards the opponent. Only the Vajra sect's Fa Nu was left, and no one responded to the challenge. Fa Nu's cultivation was at the middle level of the immortal king, and his combat power was extremely terrifying. He was a very famous immortal king in the entire Dongling immortal city. Let me do it. Feng Qiangsu stepped out, her graceful figure soared into the air, and raised her head in anger. Golden light waves spread wildly from him, and he said, I will show mercy to Feng Qiangsu. After that, his body soared up, and he punched out directly. This punch turned into a furious Vajra Dharma king, killing everything. He raised his hand and slapped Feng Qiangsu, covering the whole world. Qin Wentian looked at the 3 battlefields in the void, and saw that the 3 invading forces released the rule domain. The vast and endless space was full of suffocating pressure. The rune lights flashing from their bodies were like a large array, with infinite power. In these 3 battles, the Black Iron Emperor sect was afraid that no battlefield could take the initiative. The opponent was the most outstanding fighter selected from the 3 major forces, so they naturally had the advantage. Among the 3 opponents, the most terrifying one was the Dharma Wrath of the King Kong sect. The rule domain Dharma phase appeared behind him, covering the vast space. With a glance, he shot out golden rune lightning, like a lightning array, destroying everything. He could spit out a terrible ancient character array, annihilating and killing everything. He could blast out a lion array with a punch, roaring to shake the world, roaring to shatter the mountains and rivers, with infinite power. Although Feng Qiangsu's strength was also very powerful, she was still in danger one after another in the face of the attack of the Dharma Wrath, and was not enough to compete with the opponent. Finally, a talisman light appeared under Fa Nu's feet, spanning the space, and a palm was struck out, smashing down with the power of the Supreme Vajra. Feng Qiangsu resisted with all her strength, but was still suppressed and hit, spitting out blood, and her body fell to the sky below. Qiangsu. Feng Zhu's body soared into the air. Stop. The people of the Vajra sect snorted coldly, and a golden hand stretched across the sky, blocking Feng Zhu's way. Bang! With a loud bang, the big palm print was directly shattered. Only a figure was seen, like a rock, extremely fast, spanning the void, directly catching Feng Qiangsu with one hand, and at the same time raised his hand to blast out a big palm print, colliding with the big hand of Fan Yu. The huge roar shook the void. Qin Wentian took advantage of the situation to retreat to the direction of the Zhuangdi Emperor sect, looked at Feng Qiangsu and asked, "Are you okay?" "Not bad." Feng Qiangsu's face was pale, there was blood at the corner of her mouth, and her breath was floating. "It's him again." The man from the Sun Holy Church who was repelled by Qin Wentian before had a murderous intent in his eyes and said, "This man seems to be just an outsider. Today, he is involved in the secret of the Dongling lineage. What does the Black Iron Emperor sect say about how to deal with him?" The people from the Black Iron Emperor sect looked at Qin Wentian in surprise. They didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so fast. His body movement was like a golden winged rock, extremely fast. An outsider dared to interfere in the affairs of the Dongling lineage. Should he be killed? The man from the Sun Holy Church said forcefully with a cold tone. "When did the affairs of the Dongling lineage concern your Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple? What are you doing sitting here? According to you, should he be killed?" Qin Wentian responded. "How dare you?" The leader of the Sun Holy Church stepped on the ground, and the ground was melted into flames, which was extremely terrifying. Everyone understood what Qin Wentian said, including the Black Iron Emperor sect, but they did not dare to name him directly. Although they knew it well, Qin Wentian dared to say it out loud, which was simply courting death. "This person humiliated my Sun Holy Church. Is he from your Black Iron Emperor sect?" The leader did not look at Qin Wentian, but stared directly at the old man of the Black Iron Emperor sect. The old man looked at Qin Wentian, a little embarrassed. An outsider dared to interfere in the affairs here. "You Black Iron Emperor sect should deal with it yourself and give us an explanation." The Sun Holy Church strongman was extremely domineering and threatened the Black Iron Emperor sect, asking them to take action against Qin Wentian. He is not an outsider. At this time, Feng Qiangsu spoke, causing everyone to look at her. Feng Qiangsu hugged Qin Wentian's arm, leaning against him slightly, and said, "He is my beloved. Seeing me injured, he is naturally angry. You keep saying that you want to punish him. Don't you allow him to refute." Qin Wentian's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. The Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple were so powerful that they wanted to directly capture the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Black Iron Emperor sect. Now, the Black Iron Emperor sect seemed to be facing a desperate situation. After Feng Qiangsu's voice fell, many murderous eyes fell on Qin Wentian. Many people in the three major forces were quite interested in Feng Qiangsu. Seeing that this gifted immortal king holy daughter actually fell into the arms of others and was no longer pure and holy, they couldn't help but feel jealous of Qin Wentian. "Everyone, how about giving the Black Iron Emperor sect a month? We will report to the sect master." The old man said helplessly. "A month is too long. 7 days, I need an answer." The leader of the Sun Holy Church said coldly. "Okay, then 7 days." The old man nodded helplessly. "Okay, in that case, we'll wait here for 7 days, and you guys can go back first." The strong men of the Sun Holy Church faced the people from the three major forces. Fan Yu and many other strong men glanced at Qin Wentian coldly, revealing their murderous intent. Fan Yu even transmitted a message, "After 7 days, I will take your life." Having said that, he turned and left, and the people from the three major forces also left one after another. Chapter 1448 Black Iron Sword Emperor. After the three major forces left, the strong men from the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple still stayed here, with no intention of leaving. The leader of the Sun Holy Church said, "You should report to the Black Iron Sect Master as soon as possible. There are only 7 days." After saying that, they also left, but they did not leave the Black Iron Emperor sect. Instead, they stayed in the mansion where the Emperor sect had entertained them before, monitoring the Emperor sect's movements. Returned to the Black Iron Hall to discuss matters. The old man in the void was not convenient to say more here. He opened his mouth and everyone flashed and moved. The Black Iron Hall is the Black Iron Emperor sect's meeting hall, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter. At this moment, Qin Wentian entered the meeting hall with the high-ranking figures of the Black Iron Emperor sect. The expressions of the strong men were very solemn. Feng Qiangsu and Feng Zhu had been beside Qin Wentian. Feng Qiangsu said in a voice transmission, "Brother Qin, this matter has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry for using you before. It doesn't matter. It's a temporary measure. Besides, they wanted to deal with me at that time. You said that to give them no reason to attack me." Qin Wentian responded indifferently. Feng Qiangsu glanced at Qin Wentian with her beautiful eyes and didn't say much. "Qiangsu, is this person really your Taoist partner? Why didn't we know about this?" The old man in the lead was the great elder of the Emperor sect. He looked at Feng Qiangsu and asked, "Great elder, Brother Qin just passed by the Emperor sect and asked me to help refine the weapon. I had no choice but to speak nonsense before. Please don't blame me, Great Elder." Feng Qiangsu said. "I see." The Great Elder nodded and said to Qin Wentian, "To be honest, this is a matter of my imperial sect and has nothing to do with you, but you were dragged into it. Now that you want to leave, the people from the Holy Sun Church and the Thunder God Temple will not let you go. You can't leave even if you want to." "I'm sorry, sir. It doesn't matter. This is my own choice. You don't have to be polite, senior." Qin Wentian shook his head. "You have to be careful in the future. The people of the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple have strong murderous intentions towards you." The Great Elder reminded, and then looked at everyone. "This time, we didn't expect that the three major forces of the Dongling lineage have all surrendered. It seems that this time, my Jiutian Emperor sect will not be able to escape. Even if we ask the sect master for instructions, I am afraid that it will be powerless to save the situation. My Dongling lineage has been inherited by the Dongling Holy Temple and has been passed down to this day. It exists independently. Now if we surrender to them, I am afraid that it will not take long before they directly divide us and then take over the Dongling Holy Temple. Everything has nothing to do with us, and we will just become tools for their weapon refining." A powerful immortal king said, and everyone nodded, understanding their situation. "I am unwilling to surrender." Another immortal king spoke up. The Great Elder looked around the hall. Most people were unwilling to surrender. Immortal kings all have their own pride. You all speak freely. I will report your attitudes to the sect master, and the sect master and the Supreme Elder will decide. Seeing that there were still people who did not speak, the old man said again that he needed to know the opinions of the Emperor sect. After everyone had finished speaking, the Great Elder waved his hand and said, "Go back, I will tell you when I have the answer." "Yes." The strong men took their leave, feeling heavy in their hearts. The Holy Sun Church and the Thunder God Temple weighed heavily on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. Qin Wentian left with Feng Qiangsu and Feng Zhu, and asked on the way, "Dongling Temple, are there any secrets? Since you are involved in it, it's okay to tell you." Dongling Temple was a transcendent force in ancient times. It declined later and was gradually forgotten in the long river of time. However, there has always been the inheritance of Dongling lineage in Dongling Fairy City, and it has been passed down to the present day as the four imperial forces. In the past, although the four major forces had conflicts and frictions, once facing outsiders, the Dongling lineage could unite against the outside world and protect the Dongling inheritance from being seized by others. If the Dongling lineage joins forces, even the top forces in the central part of the fairyland will have to pay a heavy price if they want to take it down by force. Therefore, my Dongling lineage has been passed down to this day. Feng Qiangsu opened his mouth slowly and said, "However, this day has finally come. In all these years, has there never been an extremely powerful person in the Dongling lineage?" Qin Wentian asked puzzledly. "It's not easy to produce a top figure. Moreover, I heard that there were some very powerful figures in the past, but they seem to have been assassinated. Those forces do not allow the Dongling lineage to be too powerful, otherwise they cannot be controlled." Feng Qiangsu smiled bitterly. "In fact, everyone knows that it is not easy to maintain the balance for so many years. It will be broken after all. They must control the inheritance secrets of my Jiutian Emperor sect and Dongling Holy Temple. The turmoil in the wilderness seems to have strengthened their determination to take action." "What is in the Dongling Holy Temple?" Qin Wentian asked curiously. "Holy books, holy will, holy weapons, and what else, I don't know." Feng Qiangsu's voice was solemn, and her beautiful eyes stared into the distance, full of yearning and reverence for the sacred place. It is rumored that in ancient times, there were many saints in the Dongling Holy Temple. They were extraordinary and holy, and they had become great ways. They left behind power that can be passed down for hundreds of generations. Feng Qiangsu murmured. "What realm is a saint?" Qin Wentian was a little curious. I don't know. Perhaps a saint is the same realm as the ancient great emperors that we often talk about in the fairyland. In short, it is beyond the emperor's scripture. It is hard to know what level it is. Feng Qiangsa responded. It is rumored that the Dongling Holy Mountain is now an ordinary mountain range, and the Dongling Holy Temple is only a legendary place. However, this temple seems to have always existed and is not a legend at all. So why don't people know about it? Qin Wentian asked again. The Holy Mountain came into being. How can ordinary people have the opportunity to see it, unless someone forcibly destroys it? There has been a saying in my emperor sect that the temple is already extremely unstable. If it is forcibly broken, the temple may collapse and cannot be maintained. The legendary place will really become a legend and become the past. Feng Qiangsu continued. This time, she felt a little uneasy. Qin Wentian did not ask more questions. He returned to the mansion and told him, take good care of your injuries. Yes. Feng Qiangsu nodded. Although she was seriously injured, she recovered quickly with her realm. In a blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and the time agreed by the Zhuanti Emperor sect had arrived. On this day, the three great imperial forces of Dongling Immortal City came in a mighty force, extremely majestic, oppressive and domineering. The strong men of the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple also came out. This time, they directly surrounded the Black Iron Hall of the Black Iron Emperor sect, not giving any chance. The great elder of the Black Iron Emperor sect stood on the stone steps of the ancient hall, looked at the arriving strong men and said, the sect master has issued an order to let the people of the Black Iron Emperor sect go to Dongling. He will also appear there and give you a result. Go to Dongling. The strong men of the three major forces flashed their expressions. In the past 7 days, the three major forces have had strong immortal thoughts monitoring the movements of the Black Iron Emperor sect. Not only the Black Iron Emperor sect, but the entire Dongling Immortal City is under surveillance. No trace of the sect master of the Black Iron Emperor sect has been seen anywhere. Only the two supreme elders have returned. The strong men from the Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple frowned and said in a bad tone, what does the Black Iron Emperor sect mean? This is the sect master's intention, and I can't do anything about it. The great elder spread his hands and said, well, let's go to Dongling. The strong man headed by the Sun Holy Church snorted coldly. Let's go. The strong man from the Thunder God Temple also said, and immediately a group of strong men marched towards Dongling in a mighty manner. Dongling is located to the east of Dongling Immortal City. Dongling Holy Mountain now looks particularly desolate. It is hard to imagine that this ordinary mountain can be called a holy mountain. Many strong men have descended here, and Qin Wentian also came. Looking at Dongling, the plain and unpretentious Dongling Holy Land, there is really nothing unusual. There are several murderous thoughts flowing through him. Qin Wentian knows that some people want to kill him, and his expression also flashes with coldness. Where is the Black Iron Sword Emperor? The strong man from the Sun Holy Church said impatiently. The leader of this generation of the Black Iron Emperor sect is called the Black Iron Sword Emperor. The master is already here. The great elder of the Black Iron Emperor sect said. Are you kidding me? The strong man of the Sun Holy Church was violent and indifferent. The great elder shook his head slightly. Suddenly, the ordinary holy mountain suddenly burst into a brilliant light. A terrible light seemed to penetrate from the mountain. A beam of light shot out from the inside. Gradually, an extremely dazzling brilliance appeared, and at the same time, there was also a terrible sword energy. Boom! A strong sword power swept out, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, and the holy light enveloped the world. At this moment, many people couldn't open their eyes. The holy light was too bright, and the vast and endless mountains were shaking. In the light, an ancient mountain appeared in the mountain. It was a mausoleum, Dongling. Qin Wentian's arm blocked his eyes and looked at the holy light. This is the real Dongling Holy Mountain. Dongling appeared, and it was so vast and majestic. It blocked the front, as if it reached the sky. Black Iron Sword Emperor. One by one, everyone looked at a figure over there. In the void, a middle-aged strong man stood proudly, like an emperor on earth. You actually destroyed the balance of the Dongling Holy Mountain. The people of Xianzhong sect roared. Black Iron Sword Emperor, how could you come out of Dongling? You have been hiding in Dongling. Are you crazy? You are going to cut off the inheritance of Dongling. The people of Jingang sect also roared. Shut up. The figure waved his palm, and in an instant, a strong sword intent was slashed out. With a light wave, the body of an immortal king was directly cut off and killed instantly. In an instant, all the strong men were silent, and their bodies trembled one by one. Greetings, Sect Master. The strong man of Black Iron Sword Sect bowed and said. He didn't expect that their Sect Master had been in Dongling all the time. Last time Dongling opened, I had a premonition that Dongling's inheritance would come to an end. I sealed myself in Dongling to comprehend the way of heaven in the Holy Book. If I don't achieve the way, I won't leave Dongling, and naturally I won't destroy Dongling. The next time Dongling opens, I may come out, or I may not. The Black Iron Sword Emperor slowly opened his mouth and said, but I didn't expect that I would forcefully break through Dongling in this way and break Dongling's inheritance. In this case, let Dongling inherit it for the last time. After that, the brilliance of the Black Iron Sword Emperor was released to the extreme. The wind and clouds whistled above the sky, and thousands of swords moved with the clouds and flowed in the sky. Soon, the sky above the entire Dongling immortal city was flowing with his sword intent. Dongling opens, the Holy Book enters the world. If you want to see the Holy Book, you can come to Dongling. A voice came out, and the voice of the Black Iron Sword Emperor spread throughout the immortal city. Dongling, the Holy Book has entered the world. Does the legendary Dongling really exist? At this moment, countless people looked up at the sky, feeling the sword intent flowing above the heavens, and their hearts trembled endlessly. Let's go to Dongling. Countless figures flickered and moved, heading towards Dongling. Among the three major forces of Xianzhong Sect, Shenfu Palace, and Jinggang Sect, several strong men looked up at the sky, their eyes were like sharp swords unsheathed. They didn't expect that the Black Iron Sword Emperor would be so cruel. He disappeared for many years and sealed himself in Dongling to comprehend the Holy Book and never came out. With one step, they crossed the void and rushed towards Dongling. It seems that the Black Iron Sword Emperor has no intention of surrendering at all. The plans of the Sun Holy Sect and the Thunder God Temple will definitely fail. Will the inheritance of Dongling be cut off? They sighed in their hearts. The Black Iron Sword Emperor opened the last inheritance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1449, Strong Sword Emperor. Black Iron Sword Emperor, you actually cut off the inheritance of Dongling. You will be a sinner for all eternity. An angry voice came, turning into a bell sound that shook the eardrums of the crowd. When you betrayed Dongling and surrendered to them, the Dongling lineage no longer existed. I am a sinner, what are you? Black Iron Sword Emperor said calmly, and the sword intent still flowed between heaven and earth. Black Iron Sword Emperor, do you want to destroy the Black Iron Emperor sect? A strong man from the Thunder God Temple was covered with thunder and was extremely violent. He was extremely angry. The purpose of their trip was, first, to control the Black Iron Emperor sect, and second, for Dongling, and the latter was more important. However, now, this Black Iron Sword Emperor actually wanted to destroy everything. Black Iron Sword Emperor glanced at the person who spoke, and his eyes shot out a terrible sword light. I saw a sword intent burst out directly from his pupils. The strong man screamed and his eyes were blinded. From now on, the Black Iron Emperor sect is disbanded. Everyone, leave the Emperor sect immediately. The voice of the Black Iron Sword Emperor spread throughout the world and descended on the entire Dongling immortal city. At this moment, everyone in the Black Iron Emperor sect was shocked. Many strong men looked up at the sky and cried. The sect master actually announced the disbandment of the Emperor sect. The faces of the strong men from the Sun Holy Church, the Thunder God Temple and the three major forces finally changed, becoming extremely embarrassed. They did not expect that the Black Iron Sword Emperor would be so determined to destroy everything, cut off the Dongling inheritance, and disband the Black Iron Emperor sect. In this way, they would get nothing. Not only would the Dongling inheritance no longer continue, but the Black Iron Emperor sect that could refine weapons for them would no longer exist. The fish will die and the net will be broken. A voice arose in the hearts of many people. Feng Qiangsu stood there, staring into the void, sighing secretly in her heart. Qin Wentian stood beside her, looking up at the peerless figure. This was the determination of the Sword Emperor. How could a person in the Emperor realm be so simple and surrender easily and be controlled by others? They would rather abandon everything than let the other party succeed. As top forces, The Sun Holy Church and the Thunder God Temple hope that they will not vent their anger on my disbanded disciples. If they do something that will anger the heavens and the people, it will damage the reputation of the two major forces. Moreover, I will kill all the people from the two major forces in this very city, and I will not regret it even if I die. The Black Iron Emperor threatened coldly. At the same time, 3 sword intentions flowed from the sky, descending on the sky above the Xianzhong sect, the Divine Talisman Palace, and the Vajra sect, covering the 3 major sects, as if the sword could devour everything as long as he had a thought. Black Iron Sword Emperor, why are you doing this? The leader of the Xianzhong sect descended, and he was an old man. Although he was very old, his steps were steady. Every step he took caused the world to shake, and the sound of bells shook the sky. Around the Black Iron Sword Emperor, ancient bells appeared one after another, and the terrifying shock force struck out, but the Sword Emperor still stood proudly, and the sword intention tore all the bell sounds apart. Why am I like this? The Black Iron Sword Emperor waved his hand. His sword intent was endless, and he said, "You all know in your hearts that if you surrender, the Emperor sect will no longer be the Emperor sect, and the Dongling lineage will be cut off and become a vassal. In this case, what's the point? It's better to disband the Emperor sect and cut off Dongling. You 3 major forces are the real sinners. In this case, I can only kill you." The leader of the Xianzhong sect roared, and the world shook. Endless runes shone and went towards the Dongling Holy Mountain. In an instant, the Holy Mountain seemed to resonate, and then endless runes bloomed, dazzling. A huge ancient bell broke through the air and flew towards the Xianzhong sect leader. The palace master of the Divine Rune Palace also condensed the ancient seal, and endless runes fell between heaven and earth. There was glory descending from the sky, and a chessboard appeared in the Dongling Holy Mountain and flew towards him. The leader of the Vajra sect roared like a diamond, and endless golden runes shone from the Dongling Holy Mountain. A huge and boundless Vajra Dharma image flew towards the leader of the Vajra sect, covering his body with infinite power. Is this the confidence of the Dongling lineage? Qin Wentian's heart trembled when he saw this scene. They were able to borrow the power from Dongling. Moreover, both the ancient bell chessboard and the Dharma image were extremely powerful and were terrifying imperial weapons. Where is your sword? The leader of the Xianzhong sect shouted at the Black Iron Sword Emperor. I am the sword. The Black Iron Sword Emperor spoke indifferently. Endless runes appeared on his body. His body seemed to become crystal clear. There was a peerless sword looming in his body, as if there was a sword in his body. Above the sky, light fell down, and the stars shone together. In the endless starlight, there were all whistling swords, shocking people. The stars shine together. Although the immortal emperor and the immortal king are in the same realm, their strengths are still incomparable and are no longer on the same level. Qin Wentian murmured when he saw this scene. If there was no one to guard such a sword intent, it would be easy to kill the immortal king without any effort. Bang! At this time, the sky changed color. Above the 9 heavens, purple thunder dragons appeared faintly. The whole world presented a doomsday scene. The immortal emperor of the Thunder God Temple has arrived. In another place, a series of suns appeared in the sky. The sun's fire that burned everything was so close that it enveloped this vast space and could easily burn people to death. The immortal emperor of the Sun Holy Church has arrived. Since the 2 major forces want to annex the Dongling lineage, how could there be no immortal emperors in charge? They just haven't shown up in the dark. They are the immortal emperors of the top forces. They are proud of their noble status. It is enough to let the immortal king talk directly with the Xuanti Emperor sect. However, now, the Xuanti Sword Emperor is so ruthless and decisive, leaving no room for maneuver, which is beyond everyone's expectations. Too terrible. Countless people gathered in front of the Dongling Holy Mountain, and their hearts were filled with turbulent waves. The entire vast and endless world presented a doomsday scene. If these people started a war without scruples, they could destroy this world and turn it into ruins. Even the strong men in the realm of Immortal King were terrified at this moment. Sun Holy Church and Thunder God Temple, you 2 major forces have nothing to gain now. Do you still want to continue to participate in the war? The Xuanti Sword Emperor spoke indifferently, and his voice was as sharp as a sword. Xuanti Sword Emperor, you made such a decision. Do you still want to survive? The immortal emperor of the Thunder God Temple spoke coldly. That depends on how strong you are. The Black Iron Sword Emperor still stood proudly between heaven and earth in front of several immortal emperors. He looked at the people below and said, Today I have cut off the inheritance of Dongling, but there is still one last chance. Everyone in Dongling Immortal City can enter the Holy Mountain and comprehend the Holy Book. I will let everyone in, including people from the Thunder God Temple and the Sun Holy Church. You are not allowed to interfere. How about it? That depends on whether you have such strength. The Immortal Emperor of the Sun Holy Church said coldly. If they can directly kill the Black Iron Sword Emperor, why should they allow others to enter Dongling? The Black Iron Sword Emperor did not say much. Above the sky, the endless sword light swept out like a sword river, and killed the 5 people at the same time. In just a moment, the entire void flowed with the sword intent of destruction. The Immortal Emperor of the Sun Holy Church snorted coldly, and the fire of the sun burned everything to protect his body. The sword river kept hitting him, but he was motionless. However, at this moment, the Black Iron Sword Emperor stretched out his hand and pointed, and a strong sword intent suddenly appeared in the sword river. This sword intent lightly pierced the holy light of the sun and directly penetrated into it. At this moment, the immortal emperors of the Sun Holy Church were shocked and retreated violently. The fire of the sun became even more terrifying. Puff! A light sound came out, and he roared, and one of his arms was directly cut off, bleeding profusely. The other immortal emperors were trembling. The Black Iron Sword Emperor seemed to be even more powerful. Over the years, he has sealed himself in the Eastern Mausoleum. It seems that he has gained a lot of insights and his strength is terrible. I ask again, no matter who the people of the Eastern Mausoleum Immortal City are, except us, they can enter the Eastern Mausoleum to comprehend. If you have any objections, I will kill them all. None of your people can enter. The Black Iron Sword Emperor said proudly, do you agree? The faces of the immortal emperors were ugly. Several immortal emperors were threatened by the Black Iron Sword Emperor alone. However, with the power of the Black Iron Sword Emperor's attack just now, even if they could encircle and defeat the Black Iron Sword Emperor, it would take time to kill him, and during this time, the opponent would be able to kill all their people. Okay. The immortal emperor of the Sun Holy Church nodded. We agree. Several immortal emperors compromised. As long as the people could enter Dongling, it would be enough. You, go. The Black Iron Sword Emperor said to the powerful people below, and immediately the powerful people who came from all directions headed forward. Many people in Dongling Immortal City had only heard of the legend of Dongling before, but had never seen it. Now, the legend of Dongling is right in front of them. How can they not step into it? Figures flickered and moved, and Feng Qiangsu still stared at the Black Iron Sword Emperor in the void, a little worried. Let's go, Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Feng Qiangsu's worries were in vain, and she couldn't help at all. Yes. Taking a step, Feng Qiangsu and Qin Wentian walked towards Dongling together. This Dongling is shining and holy. The white light covers the vast land. When stepping on the Dongling ancient road, you can faintly feel a mysterious power. Someone is following us, Qin Wentian said in a low voice. Not only them, but many immortal kings of the Black Iron Sword sect were followed by people from various forces after entering the Eastern Tomb. Among them, many people were staring at Qin Wentian and Feng Qiangsu. For example, several immortal kings of the Sun Holy Church, including the one who was repelled and humiliated by Qin Wentian that day, and the Vajra sect's Fa Nu, his eyes were very scary, scanning the direction where Qin Wentian was, and waves of pressure fell on Qin Wentian and his men, which was already undisguised. Let's go. Qin Wentian sped up, pulling Feng Qiangsu and Feng Zhu together. Like lightning, a phantom of a big rock appeared, and the big rock's body skills bloomed, extremely fast. Can you get away? The immortal king of the Sun Holy Church shouted and stepped forward. Dark Iron Sword Emperor thought it would be useful to let you in. Once you step into the Eastern Tomb, you are still the dead souls of our men, so I will save you. The voice of the Vajra sect's Fa Nu was extremely majestic, and he was intimidating without being angry. Chapter 1450, Total Annihilation. The shining Dongling was mysterious and vast. Qin Wentian sped up, like a real rock, soaring towards the Dongling. In many directions, the masters began to move forward quickly. The 3 of you go and kill them. The master headed by the Sun Holy Church ordered, and designated 3 masters to chase Qin Wentian and his men. Master Fan Yu, come along too. The man said to Fan Yu of the Vajra sect. With Fan Yu's strength, plus the 3 masters of the middle-level Immortal King realm, killing Qin Wentian and his 3 men should be no problem. Okay. Fan Yu nodded. His eyes were all golden and extremely sharp. He glanced at the people fleeing in the distance, especially at Feng Qiangsu. There was a greedy thought in the depths of his eyes. Feng Qiangsu, the saint of the Black Iron Emperor sect, was a combination of talent and beauty. And he, Fan Yu, the Vajra saint of the Vajra sect, has extraordinary strength, but he always feels that he lacks something. If he can get Feng Qiangsu and make her his slave girl to serve him, then the title of Vajra saint will be much more perfect. What's more, the Vajra sect has a secret method. If Feng Qiangsu and Qin Wentian can be obtained, it will be just right to try it. Brother Qin, you have delayed too much speed with the two of us. Why don't we separate to avoid getting you in trouble? Feng Zhu's strength is relatively weak, even inferior to his sister Feng Qiangsu. Now that he is being hunted, he will obviously be a drag. No problem. Qin Wentian said, and continued to go deeper. The rock spread its wings to 100 miles of land. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. They also went deep into the Dongling Holy Land. This Dongling is unpredictable. Qin Wentian said in his heart. Evil beast, I said I would come to save you in 7 days, and you still want to escape. The King Kong sect's Dharma rage roared, and the sound was like thunder that penetrated the sky and earth and fell into the eardrums of Qin Wentian and the other two. The power of Dharma rage was indeed very terrifying. Saint Qiangsu, the battle in the past was not enough. I still want to take you back to the King Kong sect and have a good fight with you. A big fight on weekends, ho ha ho ha. King Kong laughed furiously, as if he wanted to anger Feng Qiangsu. Thief monk. Feng Qiangsu looked embarrassed and shouted angrily. The power practiced by the King Kong sect is the art of Buddhism. They are considered Buddhist monks, but the people of the King Kong sect have always been very domineering and never talk about benevolence and righteousness. They are basically pseudo-Buddhists who only cultivate power but not the heart, let alone benevolence and morality. Haha, Saint Qiangsu can't wait. Fan Yu laughed wildly and unscrupulously. At this moment, the big peng bird in front of him suddenly drew a beautiful arc and landed on the ground. Feng Qiangsu and Feng Zhu appeared on both sides of him. They were a little confused. Qin Wentian actually stopped. There were 4 powerful immortal kings chasing him. Their strength was terrible. Especially the Vajra saint of the Vajra sect, Fan Yu, who is even more powerful. Among the 3 of them, Qin Wentian and Feng Qiangsu were mid-level immortal kings. There were only 2 of them. Feng Zhu's initial level immortal king was not strong enough. Such a lineup could not compete with the other party. The 4 powerful masters including Vajra also flashed a strange color. Qin Wentian actually stopped. This was interesting. He was really looking for death. It seems that Saint Qiangsu wants to practice dual cultivation with me. I will fulfill the saint's wish. Fan Yu stopped, and the golden rune light on his body shone incomparably, turning into a series of Buddhist lights, covering his body, like a real Vajra Dharma body. Run away, why not? The strong man of the Sun Holy Church who was repelled by Qin Wentian also chased after him, accompanied by 2 fellow disciples of the Sun Holy Church who are stronger than him. Run away. Qin Wentian glanced at the other party, his indifferent eyes revealed contempt, as if he looked down on the other party. Such eyes made the strong man of the Sun Holy Church look pale and very ugly. I want Feng Qiangsu alive, it's meaningless to die. Fan Yu said indifferently, which made the strong men of the Sun Holy Church sneer and said, Master Fan Yu is so interested, this Feng Qiangsu will naturally be kept alive for Master Fan Yu. Shameless. Feng Qiangsu stared at Fan Yu and said, Master Fan Yu, solve it quickly, there are still many mysteries waiting for us in Dongling Holy Land. A strong man of the Sun Holy Church said. Qiangsu, you hold back Fan Yu for a while, I will deal with the 3 people from the Sun Holy Church. Qin Wentian said to Feng Qiangsu in a voice transmission, causing Feng Qiangsu's beautiful eyes to stagnate. Qin Wentian actually wanted to deal with the 3 middle-level immortal kings of the Sun Holy Church alone? Although she knew that Qin Wentian was very powerful, was he too confident? Yes. But Feng Qiangsu still responded. Although she couldn't defeat Fan Yu, she could still hold him back for a while. If she really lost here, it would be fate. Saint Qiangsu, I am here. Fan Yu laughed and raised his hand. Suddenly, a terrible golden light enveloped the world. A large handprint covered the void and pressed towards Qin Wentian and Feng Qiangsu. At the same moment, the 3 great masters of the Sun Holy Church dispersed and surrounded Qin Wentian and the others in an instant to prevent them from escaping again. On their bodies, the terrifying light of the Sun of Destruction flowed. The blazing sunlight pierced out like a sword and went straight to Qin Wentian. Feng Qiangsu's figure flashed and retreated to the side. Qin Wentian stepped into the void. In just a moment, the world made a loud noise, and an unparalleled power descended, suppressing this world, making this world extremely heavy. Under this extremely heavy pressure, Qin Wentian moved his body. His dampened body skills were extremely fast, and he went straight to attack the Sun Holy Church Immortal King, who was repelled by him that day. You don't know whether to live or die. Qin Wentian uttered a cold voice indifferently, and the evil eye appeared. The evil eye domain descended directly on the opponent. He stepped again, and the terrible sword of destruction pierced through the sky and earth, killing everything. The strong man of the Sun Holy Church was wrapped in the sun, but he was still cut with a bloody mark, and his face suddenly changed. Kill! Qin Wentian uttered an extremely cold voice, and the magic power rolled. He held the magic knife in his hand and slashed in the air, like a demon god descending to the world, holding the magic knife of destruction and slashing down from the sky through the void. The strong man of the Sun Holy Church wanted to dodge, but was oppressed by the domain. The knife flashed, and with a puff, his body was directly chopped and killed, and he fell instantly, vulnerable. Boom! From behind, a terrible sun palm print came, and it was about to fall on Qin Wentian's body, but Qin Wentian's body was seen flowing with dazzling rune light, and a big peng bird was looming. The sun palm print smashed it, but did not hurt Qin Wentian at all. Melt! The two sun saints' faces changed. In an instant, a terrifying solar domain enveloped Qin Wentian. The sun's fire burned everything. The terrifying flame dragon rolled towards Qin Wentian. The extremely hot sun sword rushed towards Qin Wentian with infinite power. Boom! Qin Wentian's aura surged. The bloodline guardian appeared, protecting his body, and turned into a black tortoise demon with runes all over his body. The sun's fire that burned everything could not melt it, and the terrifying sun sword could not break its defense. Qin Wentian's eyes ignored everything, swept towards the two sun saints, and said coldly, "Escape? Just you think too highly of yourself." As soon as the voice fell, the demon sword appeared in his hand, and the terrifying demonic energy swept out, and the power of the king spread from his body. The strong wind swept past, just like a rock cutting through the sky. The protective power on Qin Wentian's body turned into a rock bird, and the wings slashed out. One rock after another rushed out with a roar, heading straight for the two strong men of the Sun Holy Church. Buzz! One of them formed a seal with his hands, and the endless sunlight gathered and condensed into a Sun Holy sword, blocking in front of him. The rocks came and were all strangled by the Sun Holy sword. The other person waved his terrible palm, blooming the sun wheel, swallowing all attacks. Qin Wentian descended in front of the man holding the Sun Holy sword, and the demon sword came out. In an instant, it was like a phantom, making the other party's eyes fall into an unreal state of mind, as if he was about to enter a demon barrier. The sword chopped down and directly shredded the Sun Holy sword. A huge rock waved its destructive wings, shattered the other party's body, and directly chopped it off. The remaining strong man of the Sun Holy Church was terrified when he saw this scene. He quickly retreated and wanted to leave. Boom! Qin Wentian stepped forward, and the divine elephant domain was extremely powerful, crushing the void and suppressing the opponent so that he could not move. The evil eye domain swallowed it up, and Qin Wentian's demon sword flew out of his hand, directly cutting through the void, piercing through the opponent's head, and then returned to Qin Wentian's hand. Feng Zhu was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. He didn't expect Qin Wentian to be so powerful. In a blink of an eye, he killed 3 middle-level immortal kings in a row, and all of them were immortal kings of the Sun Holy Church. This was simply against the will of heaven. How strong is this guy? Qin Wentian's figure flashed and went straight to another battlefield. Fan Yu and Feng Qiangsu also noticed the situation over there. Fan Yu's expression changed again and again. There was a loud bang, and he shook Feng Qiangsu back, and he also retreated, looking at Qin Wentian who was walking over. "Who are you?" Fan Yu stared at Qin Wentian and asked. Ordinary people would not have such fighting power. Why ask so many questions to a dying man? The demon sword broke through the air, transformed into a big rock, and pounced on the opponent. Fan Yu roared, and the Vajradharma body appeared. His appearance was solemn and inviolable. Endless rune light flowed all over his body, turning into a dazzling big hand, slapping forward, colliding with the demon sword, making a sharp whistle. Fan Yu's face changed in shock. The power of a sword was so strong, and this person's attack was overbearing. Qin Wentian stepped on the sky and suppressed the void. Endless rune palm prints appeared between heaven and earth, and emerged in the heavens. Qin Wentian stretched out his palm, and the endless rune palm prints gathered into a huge handprint. He suddenly pressed forward, and a supreme god's hand fell down with a bang, colliding with the opponent's Vajra Buddhist handprint. With a loud bang, Fa Nu's Vajra Dharma body was shattered. Qin Wentian pressed his finger down, and the demon sword rushed down and stabbed on Fa Nu's Vajra body. Fa Nu roared, and endless runes blocked the demon sword from killing into his body. Kill! Qin Wentian stepped down fiercely, and King Kong took out a string of Buddhist beads and waved them towards Qin Wentian. The Buddhist beads immediately turned into an endless golden palm print and crushed towards Qin Wentian. Qin Wentian punched out, suppressing the Buddhist beads. His footsteps continued to trample on the world, and every step seemed to step on the body of Fa Nu. Finally, he groaned and spit out blood. Destroy! Qin Wentian uttered again, and the demon sword roared, directly piercing through the opponent's body and killing him. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.